frame traders are the ones that have been putting those sell orders in and pushing price lower. They're looking for what? They're looking for longer time frame, regular trading hour traders to continue this push to the downside, to continue to get paid on those overnight shorts. If it doesn't happen relatively early, we see very often that there is an inventory adjustment and price can return back to the opening price at 5 o'clock last night, or even points higher. Look at what happened yesterday. Last night, the night before last, the market opened. It broke all night long. The market opened, couldn't continue the push to the downside, and price came all the way back up to and past settlement. Typical of an inventory adjustment. Remember, this market is in short time frame control, and those inventory adjustments are more likely to occur when the market is in short time frame control. And of course, as always, ACH, anything can happen. Any big news comes out and it can throw a horseshoe into all of our short time frame plans in an instant. Take a look at the NASDAQ now. NASDAQ also in a 7-8 day, whatever number of days you want to call it. It's in range. It's in balance. It is consolidating. It is chopping, whatever the words you want to use. They all pretty much mean the same thing. And very similar to the S&Ps, open interest has been waffling during this period. Inventories have been evening up. And we are, again, I believe, in short time frame control. So short time frame control means short time frame levels are likely to be respected. That's a good thing. One of the bad things about that is everybody's got a million short time frame levels that they're looking at, which is going to be the right one. At the very least, you have the opportunity to limit risk against some of those shorter time frame levels. Look how centrally located price is, not only between last week's high and last week's low, but between this week's weekly kickoff low, which is, again, to be precise, 20,308, and pretty much last week's weekly kickoff high still seems to be, kind of having some influence over price. It was a very important level for us to look at yesterday. We looked above it, but we just could not maintain price above it. Makes the next rotation down to the low end of the balance, and we'll be looking at 20,308 as a potential or an opportunity for the market to either change market state or an opportunity for some sort of an execution in either direction. Again, this is not financial information or financial advice, just trying to put this market in some sort of usable context for you to use your strategies, your ideas, your charts, and your decision-making to look for opportunities. Take a look here at the 30-minute chart. All right. So here's the area of balance again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days in balance. And we're again very centrally located inside that balance. What are we looking at here? Overnight inventory. The market opened last night. Call it right at the high of this line here. Market opened last night at 20,521. Again, below that 20,530 last weekly kickoff high, last week's weekly kickoff high. And man, that level has been very, very difficult to maintain any price above it since we came back down below it on the 15th of October. Rejection, test, rejection, test, rejection, test, rejection, test, rejection, a big test, and then yet another rejection. We did, however, close or settle price above that level. We settled at 20,542. But again, overnight inventory is short. Market opened here. We are trading lower. Overnight inventory usually contains mostly shorter time frame, weaker hands traders, speculators, if you will, and they are holding shorts and looking for help from the longer time frame to try and see if maybe they can bring some degree of support. We do have an interesting level down here. I'm going to put this on this chart because I think it might be something useful for us. This little kind of late morning pullback low here. 20,425. The market opened. It looked around. It came back down to that level where buyers came in. And that's when we had our pretty decent move to the upside to see if we can see, any participation, any volume, any time above that last week's weekly kickoff high of 20,530. not really that great, but this was where the buyers came in on a pullback yesterday. Again, that's 20,425. We'll see if that comes back into play for us today. The profile yesterday was a normal variation trading day. We did have a double distribution trend day. The upside in the S&Ps yesterday, not so much in the NASDAQ, really just kind of remaining relatively range bound. The market, both the S&P and the NASDAQ are going to be opening probably within value from yesterday, which usually means I probably find better trade locations as the day goes on. Maybe a good day to remain patient early in the session today is my suggestion. Take a look at crude oil now. So crude oil respected that trend line yesterday or the day before, and tried to continue the upside move yesterday with relative success. It increased volume, but it didn't really do that well as far as open interest is concerned, and it's still a little bit blurry. We lost 18,000 contracts in open interest in the November contract, and overall we lost 15,000. That's an estimate again. So it could be said that in the future months, not the expiring months, we added 3,000 in open interest on an up day on higher volume. Well, that would be a good sign, but again, remember this market is very news sensitive. It's almost like when you have a sore toe, you're sure you're going to bang it on something. If you have a sunburn, somebody is going to smack you on the back. It's just that kind of a market. There's so much uncertainty out there. The market is just really, I think, waiting for new information. And of course, we are all praying that new information is going to be peaceful. What do we got? Let's take a look at the 30-minute here. So we've been trying or attempting to close this big gap that was way back here. Okay, big session gap there. Tried to get into it. Yesterday, we had our first successful upside auction towards the other extreme of that session gap. To be precise, 72.97 closes that gap. The market has had overnight inventory to the short side. It is using the lower end gap for support now. Well, why wouldn't it? What was resistance sometimes becomes support. So we're seeing the market with overnight inventory short, unable to continue the push to the downside with longer time frame, regular trading hours traders. We're seeing an inventory adjustment as we speak. And what I'm really looking for this market to do without any new information is to try and come up and close that gap up there around 72.99 or whatever it is, 97, whatever it was. But we've got overnight inventory adjustment already underway here in crude oil. We'll be watching to see if there's any good opportunities. We're inside the range yesterday. There's a bit of a P-shaped profile, but it's not really showing short covering as we added open interest. And volume was just okay. The market is really just looking for new information. 1 second, and we'll take a look at gold. All right. So we achieved a look at weekly kickoff high. 2760 is weekly kickoff high yesterday. We closed 2 ticks below it. No sign of acceptance above that level. The market is, the auction process is still doing well. Don't worry about gold. It is still doing fine. We added another 7,900 in open interest yesterday, while volume relatively maintained its current levels. So the auction is still doing well. Volume maintained. Check. Open interest increased. Check. All-time high yesterday? Yes. Check. That all-time high occurred in the overnight session. Take a look at this. So there's yesterday. Very small range. Volume was pretty decent for that range. And again, added another 88,000 in open interest while range was overlapping to higher, value overlapping to higher. The market is still attempting to try and push to the upside here. We did close right at weekly kickoff high. The all-time high occurred last night in extended trading hours. I don't expect an all-time high that occurs in extended trading hours or not during the regular trading hour session to be a lasting high. I don't get to choose that. It's just a probability that at some point during regular trading hours, the market is going to take out that overnight all-time high. We saw the market open, right at that weekly kickoff level. The market started to look back inside value from yesterday, and that it also left the the 720 opening range at the dead ass high of the day. Once we started seeing acceptance in value from yesterday, a bigger pullback was expected, and we just saw that bigger pullback just happen here as we were coming into the session here today. So I'm still looking for a place to buy it. Opening range is the high of the session. We've already taken out the value area special situation play today. Where is this market going to find buyers and continue this move to the upside? If that is indeed going to happen, we don't get to choose that. And again, with the all-time high occurring in the extended trading hour session, I don't look for that to be a lasting high. So, we did have a bit of a late spike to the upside yesterday. That late spike base was 27.5870. Once we gave that up, it was pretty much all right. Well, if we gave up that late spike base, acceptance opening above it is acceptance of higher pricing. Giving that up looks for a bigger move to the downside to see if we can seek buyers at better levels. That's it, folks. Take a deep breath. Make sure you stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And as always, pray for peace.
Pray for peace. Yes, indeed, by all means. All right. Coming up here next, we do got Nick Vertick going to be with us here trying to bounce back from a $3,100 losing day. Also, Coach Jay is going to join us. He made a little over $2,000 in his XFA yesterday. We're going to see what we can do here today. But don't go away. Fast Markets coming up here next. Johnny, meet you at the coffee machine. Be right back. All right, let's get our opportunities, focus, and good trades in the gates. I'm going to pass this over to Andre. And good morning, Andre. How are you, brother?
Eddie, good. Great to have you back, Eddie. Welcome, everybody. Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. We are open. Ding, ding, ding. Nick, we got Coach Shea, we got Hogan in the house. What do we got?
What do we want to look at first here? NASDAQ?
Ooh, NASDAQ. Let's do it.
All right, let's look at NASDAQ first. All right. So overnight session was inside pretty much the value area
Needs are updated. I'm sure they are.
from yesterday. We've opened inside range and inside value. My platform's a little bit frozen here. I apologize.
Wake up, platform.
But we've opened inside value. Now we're cooking. We've opened inside low end of value. Overnight was pretty much inside of value from yesterday. I'm of the school of thought that says we got to be patient today and look for better trade locations as the day goes on. Overnight inventory is a little bit short
filled.
the NASDAQ, and we've seen a couple of days where overnight inventory got paid pretty well. What we're talking about? What about yesterday? Market opened way away from settlement. That's overnight inventory. What about today? Market opened way away from settlement. Are we going to see another inventory adjustment back towards settlement? Question is, where do you buy it?
Hey, looking long. What's up, Nick for a tick? How are we doing this morning?
Apparently it was where do you sell it out of the gate. We had buyers kind of pushing it up like immediately at the bell. Yeah. Maybe some of those shorts in the pre-market closing, right at the open, and then somebody else large coming right in and reoffering on the NASDAQ as well as the S&P. So definitely a morning to be patient when we see kind of an overnight slow, choppy kind of sell to the downside. To just wait. I think there's going to be some better trading locations this morning. I got the pleasure of taking over Coach Dakota's show last night, and we had talked about 530s being an important level, and not only in the overnight, and everyone kind of trying to push me into taking a trade around that level, but we pretty much pinged it like 3 times from slow markets on last night, and then sold off from it. So I think that level is still going to be important here today for our NQ traders. We will see.
Awesome. Coach J, you've been reading the markets quite well lately. What are we seeing here?
Yes, sir. I'm looking at the NASDAQ, and where we just sold off, the high was pretty much the 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart, right around 20,465. If anyone joins at the buzzer, they know how important that 200 moving average is. So really strong rejection there. But I'm staying patient right now. I did have a gold trade last night, was short gold last night, so up on the day, not looking to give back a whole lot of that. So if an opportunity presents itself, I'll go ahead and take it. But I heard Hogue mentioning, in range, imbalance, staying patient. I agree with that so far this morning.
Fair enough. All righty. Let's trade in the NQ. Saw some sellers come out the gate. The buyers step back in, 20,420. Low today for 20,407. Of course, anytime you guys feel like putting on a trade or see something coming to us, feel free to jump in. We got crude jumping out, buying up right now. Flash trade $71.14 in crude. As you heard, Jay got short in the gold last trade in gold. 27.53. Gold has been on one hell of a run to the upside lately. See if the buyers want to step in and push it higher.
Are we more air horn territory
here in gold?
I mean, Nick, dude, it's been air horn city with that market, man. All it is, high of the day, 27.72.
Yeah, okay, we're about 20.
We put in a new all-time high last night in gold.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought we were teetering at the highs last night, but I didn't check it this morning. But yeah, okay, it's coming off a little bit. So
it's come off.
Maybe no air horns here in the early part of the session. We'll see where we go.
Damn. So make sure you keep
it
around
84% long.
Oh, what do we got here?
It's been earlier this morning. I tuned in and it was around 80%. So it's been hanging. These buyers are sort of gathering together. 70.81 is the average price. 80%, 81% in the money. So they know something we don't know.
Yeah, they do. All right, thank you, Eddie. Yeah, keep it on the tilt. Again, if you want tilt in real time, the tilt you see scrolling across the top of the screen right now is delayed by 15 minutes. If you want real time tilt, exclusively on TopstepX. All right, more selling pressure here in the NASDAQ. Yes, pushing a little higher. Markets are trying to make up their mind right now. Nothing really definite.
What do you guys make of this range that we've been in for pretty much the past 2 weeks in the NASDAQ ES? I was just looking at it, and me, being a trend trader, trying to identify where the trend is. It looks like it's in the treasuries, right? The bonds, the notes, and the currencies. But the last 2 weeks in the equities, we've been trading pretty much the same prices. Are we waiting for something, or?
It's a good question, Jay. I think we talked a little bit about it last night. We talked about it on Sunday that, without really realizing it, you have kind of been in a probably 3+ week range, especially in the NASDAQ. ES kind of broke out a little higher, obviously making all-time highs but NQ pretty much, if you were to add in like a $600 point range for the last few weeks, and we know NQ can move 300 points in the blink of an eye. So, 600 is not out of the realm. And we've just kind of been ping ponging back and forth between 20,000 and 20,600. And that continued, in yesterday's session. So until we kind of build volume above 600, I think you may still see passive sellers stepping in there for the time being. So it does make sense, I think, to still use 530s to 550s as a potential short opportunity, as well as, kind of just watching what happens around that 600 spot. Yesterday, sellers came in strong around that, post lunch rip that we kind of had in the latter half of yesterday's session. So I'm in the middle of the range where we are right now in the 400s. I don't really have a ton of interest in entering, but let's see if we get down towards kind of the week lows. I think, what was that, around 360s, 350s? Do we maybe want to see if that range holds? Do we take a long down there? Or do we finally break this even tighter range that we've been in the last maybe 3 or 4 sessions and sell back down towards 20,000? We'll see.
Yeah, if we get some opportunities down there, 360s, 370s, I'm definitely looking to buy if we're going to stay in this range.
360.
Don't see much of a catalyst. Don't see much of a catalyst to break us out of it. So
exactly,
why not?
When you think about
an opportunity,
all the uncertainties right now in the world, I mean, we do have we got a major election here in 2 weeks. There's potential for increasing conflict in several places around the world. And the market just seems to be kind of waiting around to see if any kind of new information comes into the market. I think the markets have been dealing with this uncertainty very well. I mean, we're right up near the highs, all-time highs in the S&Ps with all this uncertainty. I think they've been performing very well. But again, the last 2 weeks, maybe even longer than that, the market has really just been struggling to find any new direction. I think it's been short time trolled. I think the longer time frame has been pretty much just sitting pat, just making sure that they're staying hedged for anything that might happen as far as any of these uncertainties. And I think the markets are doing a lot like we are and just kind of watching and praying right now. They're very short time frame controlled.
And what's interesting is the 10-year continues to kind of move higher once again, back to like 4.25s in the pre-market here this morning. And I was talking to my dad last night, who's trying to wrap up actually selling their house, and he had even said I mentioned last night that the 30-year got back above 7 for the average kind of mortgage, which is very interesting too. When I think it was back in kind of the mid 6s for the last month and a half plus. So I don't know exactly what to make of that just yet, but it seems something's going on in Bondland. I don't know if Jack has any insight, if he's on yet, or maybe can give us a perspective later.
Yep, we'll get him. Definitely be on here, get his take on where rates are going. Yep, he said 4.2. I got last yield on the 10-year, 4.24%. They could be putting
boys.
Hey, Jack. Did someone say rates?
Jack heard bonds and came running.
As I signed in, we'll do that one news story early. James, if you can share that chart that's called the U.S. 10-year. I want to show
Wrong
something.
way, Jack. Wrong way.
Order filled.
So this goes pretty far back into 2023 to kind of show some context here of the high point and then the recent low at 3.6. We're at about 4.244. That 4.3 level is that top line. That's a pretty significant level. You can see going back a long time. So that's where I'll be looking.
Or 3.
Order filled.
4.3% is the line to stay on, Jack?
Order filled.
Well, if it goes higher than that, we're getting it. Look at how little time we've spent. It hasn't been above that besides those 2 spikes you see there for a long time before that. Like multiple years. So we'll see if people are real serious about selling off the bonds or not. Right about there.
Paul was mentioning this Monday. Keep an eye on it. So I'm glad that we're sort of all focused in on it right now.
Definitely keep an eye on that. Hey, Eddie, while I got you there.
Yes, sir.
Took a look at the calendar. What do we got for economic numbers today?
You know what? In about 4 minutes, north of the border, the Great White North, they got the interest rate decision coming up here. So heads up on that. But in about 20 minutes, we got existing home sales. They're looking at 3.8, prior 3.86. Also here, we got the month over month for September. Scrolling down in about 50 minutes here, we got our crude oil inventories. They're looking at around 800,000 barrels. But prior was negative 2 million. So we'll also keep an eye on that. Also scrolling down here, we do got some speakers coming up here. Barkin at 11. We did have Bowman speaking, but she really didn't have any comments. She was in Philadelphia talking about things other than the rate hike. So that's about all we've got here. Beige Book at 1 o'clock, and hope you got your sneakers on. We're going to send you, Andre, to go get that Beige Book and see what
those days are
inside
behind
the book.
I'm sending another clerk. I need a clerk. I'm gonna send my.
You need an intern. Yeah, yes, a runner, not a clerk. A runner.
Runner is perfect.
A runner there.
Yes.
But otherwise, my friend, back to you, Andre.
Thank you.
Yeah, next summer, can Topstep get an intern from one of the schools in Chicago, like Northwestern or something, and just play that joke on them and record it just for all of our enjoyment?
It's a great idea.
Yes,
next summer it's on.
You sadist.
We should absolutely do that.
It's a rite of passage. Clearly, Andre had to do it.
I did.
I got it too.
We all did.
They sent me an email another day from Northwestern about whether you would host interns. So we can make this happen.
I think it's worth it.
That, guys. I love where you're at.
I got an order. I got an order as a runner to take an order out to the mud pit.
Mud pit.
You did. I was sent to go get the price of the market lobster. You know, when you go to a restaurant, you look at this market price.
There you go.
Yeah. I'm looking around, and people were pointing. Keep going. It's down that way.
Nope.
Yeah, bastard.
We'll see you, boss.
Jay, we're still in the 3-minute opening range here in the NASDAQ.
Yes, we are, Hogue. If we can pull up my charts real quick, I just wanted to show something. I was looking at this yesterday, and just looking at the volume average for the year. It might look a little blurry on this chart, but this white line is the moving average. I'm looking at daily volume. We're near the lows of the year, and we can see what happens when we make that low.
Consolidation.
These volume lows, consolidation, and then when volume picks up every time this year, it is a sell-off. Now, I don't think that we're going to stay this low for volume for the rest of the year. We just talked about a pretty big catalyst for an increase in volatility in the next 2 weeks. And if we look at all these volume spikes, they usually lead to a pretty big downside move for the year. And then going back to 2020, you can see the same thing, right? We make volume lows on the average, and these are averaging 20 days. And as soon as that volume picks up, we see some pretty strong sell-offs. So I don't want to predict. We don't get paid for predicting, but I think we could see some really interesting markets in the next couple of weeks.
Of course.
Looks like we may want to break this low.
Yeah. Doesn't the market always, especially the equities, when the market tanks, when the market goes lower, everybody tries to pile in on it. The volume just goes through the roof. When it rallies, volume doesn't seem to matter as much, but when you do see those pullbacks, there's always on that.
Why is that, Hogue?
I'm looking at this 3,425 and a quarter level, which was the kind of the morning pullback yesterday in the NASDAQ. Right there. Did see some buyers come in there yesterday. We blow it. We're kind of looking at maybe a little bit of basing there, watching for some sort of 3-bar reversal there. We're just put in this 5-minute bar right on it. Talk me out of going for a long here, guys.
Oh, I like it. Why make the case for being bearish? Nick,
if you're
Nick, you're always bearish.
We're due for a crash, I guess. But when I see that stuff, go long. That would be my thesis. No, my thesis is right behind me. And for some reason, of course, I wrote this backwards myself. And then naturally we get mirrored on the show because I'm an idiot and wasn't thinking. So a message from Coach DBA coming out of anesthesia. If you I guess didn't see it, He said buy the dip, and that was his first words out of his mouth coming out of his wisdom teeth. Procedure was to buy the dip. So do you need any more of a thesis than that, Hogue? Number one trader at Topstep basically just said buy the dip, as he usually does. And
he was coming out of anesthesia.
Off hard
I
drugs,
think he was talking about ice cream. He wanted a dip of ice cream.
He went on a vision quest, and the first words were buy the dip.
Buying Dippin' Dots.
Space Age Ice Cream. Dakota, if
Dots, I'm not sure.
Let us know how things are going. Yes. BTFD, he said. First words after coming out of it. Yeah, you're looking at gold right now, 70% long.
Buy me a dip of ice cream.
Dippin' Dots.
NQ rolling over a little bit, it looks like. But yeah, still kind of holding within that 1 minute opening range or 5 minute opening range, whatever my settings are. I can't even tell anymore.
We should have gotten that rate decision, right?
You got a lot going on. You got a lot going on, Nick.
I do.
Yes, you do.
I also may be switching, personal trading platforms here in the coming weeks. I'm studying for the Series 3. I just, I've got a new baby on the way.
What a life.
Or here in a couple weeks. I'm all over the place. Just moved offices.
Talking to Dad about 30-year rates. I mean, just a full... it's the full...
But so I don't know how everyone else is. That's a normal conversation for my father and I. I'm sure it is for some of the people at Topstep too, but that's normal for me. That's probably how this stuff makes so much sense to me. It's always been my life that way.
Fucking real estate, Mar. Yep, all that stuff. And you hear, don't you guys have anything better to talk about? Well, what we like talking about.
Yeah, it gives my wife anxiety when she hears the two of us talking.
How about how you feel? Don't you guys talk about your feelings? Well, a little. You feel that rates really. We feel like rates should be going lower. We feel like rates are too high.
We feel like the Fed's soft landing is not what's going to happen. That's our feelings. So, yes. We feel that Powell may have, committed a policy mistake at some point. No.
Jay, you were going to say something. What's on your mind?
No, if you like those buys near the 415, 400 area or 410 area, it's lows of the range. The anchored VWAP from the New York session is pretty much a flat line. So it's telling us, at least for the moment, we're range bound. Target would be 450s on this. It's kind of leaving us now, but couldn't make a case to short it down there.
We got a Bank of Canada decision real quick. Looks
yeah,
like
just changed. This was 4.25, and Bank of Canada says they're expecting inflation to remain close to target over the projection horizon, with an upward and downward pressure roughly balancing out. So basically balancing out here, 3.75 actual decision BOC rate. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you. So, so they cut and then they paused.
This was a pause. Okay, that wasn't a 50 basis point cut. Okay, I was trying to read that data.
Oh, no, that is a 50 point cut. Previous 4.25, yep, actual 3.75. Okay, so it was a cut. 50 basis point cut. Expected.
I was going to say, I thought it was an expected cut, and then you said, held rate or whatever, or, anyway, they cut. Okay.
Yep, let's keep an eye on oil. Sometimes they say Bank of Canada, BOC will bleed into.
That's right. It is a cut. My bad on that.
Oh, good. Yep. I saw what you saw. You saw forecast, you saw actual.
I was going to say, that's a super muted reaction to a hold when I was thinking they were going to cut. So, okay. We're all good.
Watch gold, too. We are watching gold. Gold last trade, 27.50. Coach Jay got short gold overnight.
Nice
trade there. Watching oil push higher here, about 8 cents off the highs. Last trade, 71.34. About 32's trade, so about 9 cents lower off the highs there. Not a whole lot happening in equities. Go ahead, Nick.
I don't know who we pissed off to be stuck in a 2-point range in the S&P so far for 40 minutes. Who did we piss off? Gosh.
Wake up. Got nothing until we do got that. Well, keep an eye on that crude tilt, 82% long, 82% long
Trading
from
gods.
$70.
We angered them somehow.
38 cents. They're 50 cents in the money, those at 81% that are long, so you're quite pleased. Again, pinned at the top of the chat, you'll see Topstep daily levels. Make sure you have those open. One corner of your screen will be referring to those throughout the day. Or you can have them overlaid on your chart. People contributing to those levels. You got Coach Hogue, not Coach Hogue, you're Hogue. Jay in the house. You got hit both their levels. Paul, Vince, all those guys contributing to Topstep daily levels. Make sure to have those open.
Jay, how do you feel about a breakout of the 3 minute opening range in the S&Ps in either direction?
If it breaks Hogue, I would actually fade it. Whatever direction it breaks out right now, I would fade it. Right, if we get a test of the lows or the highs, just because that volume is flat right now. I would fade the so I would fade the extremes of either
any move
side of the opening range, right? So if we break to the downside, I would buy it. If we break to the upside, I would sell it, just because to me it looks like a potential false breakout.
Why? Why? I very rarely hear you say something like this. I do understand why. Well, explain why are you saying? Why would you say just fire? So we're breaking low. We're pushing lower here in the NQ, right? About 6 points off the lows. At what point would you want to fade? At what point do you pull the trigger on getting long?
I mean, we could buy it right here, right now, and risk the lows of the opening range. Should have clicked the button while I was saying that.
Right? I mean, spot on.
You see a little 10-point bounce here, but and of course this range is going to break at some point, and it's not going to hold. But the reason I'm saying fade it right now is because that VWAP is a flat line, right? So
it is.
I wouldn't go with the direction, because to me that's just price going and not volume going with it. Volume right now is telling me that it hasn't chosen a direction. So if price fades lower, it's some smaller players maybe trying to move them around. I don't want to follow them.
Here we sit, brokenhearted, came to trade and only charted.
What we got right now? Griffin York in the chat says Jay is smart. Jay, you're smart, man.
Yes, he is.
How about that?
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah, man.
I wish I was smart enough to click the button when I was talking about that trade. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I see what you. Yeah, I get it. We are stuck in this range right now, but some days we're hot out of the gate, and then it just goes sideways. Sometimes we just start off slow, and then we get the movement. Nick, what happened during the 1 p.m. Central segment yesterday? We just busted out to the upside. What was that about?
I do not know, honestly. I caught a short in my personal account and in some combines at that like 600 spot, but I could not explain why we just ripped 500 points during one of the slowest, choppy, usual, we don't move time periods of the day when the martini lunch guys are just gone from the desks.
Yeah.
And the algos are just kind of running things, but we just ripped, and I couldn't find there was no news. It just was something happened. I don't know. I couldn't even say options positioning because we were above what I was seeing. It just kind of didn't make sense. It made sense that we eventually pulled back the way we did. Someone got very offsides, and that's kind of why I entered short at 600s on NQ.
Yep.
But yeah, that was weird. Usually it's not something you see at the lunch hour. Usually you kind of see it going in towards power hour or something like that.
Hey, what'd you think of that?
You see Delta in the S&Ps right now?
I do see a little bit of iceberging near those lows. Little absorption happening there.
3,000.
Yep.
Yeah, 3
overall in the session so far.
Yeah.
In a 7.5 handle range.
Tight point range, so it's hard to decipher too much. But yeah, there is probably about 2,000 right around that overnight low.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just eyeballing it right now. 2,000 negative delta down there.
Yeah, crude in the tilt still hanging. 81% long, So nearly 80% in the money. 70.95 is the average price. We'll see how this crude sort of plays out here. So up and away.
Yes, we got home.
We have inventories today, right?
Inventory's got home sales in about 6 minutes.
Yeah, about 6.
We're just like chopping in a 30-point range and NQ 20-point range violently in both directions.
Violently range bound.
Just a scalper's paradise in the tightest range possible in NQ.
Yep. Yeah, we're ideally not gonna stay in this range for the entire day. It's just what does it look like? When do we break out? And
in which
this
direction?
is when you say, better trade location comes later in the day. Yeah, which direction as well? If I had to guess, it would be to the downside, but how do we?
Yeah, I would lean to the downside a little bit too, just knowing like we sometimes get so bullish out of the gate with those initial buying flows off the open, and since they haven't really done anything yet, maybe we just drift lower if someone steps in and tries to sell this thing down. Mag 7's all pretty much red, nothing too violently. Nvidia's down almost 2%, but everything else 0.25%, 0.5%, 1%, nothing crazy.
Okay.
Microsoft's
crude oil does
up 0.25%, but everything else is red. So market just kind of waiting. And we get the housing data here shortly. So
yeah, hurry up and wait. Again, we'll
5 minutes remaining.
5 minutes. Thank you, Eddie. We got is that crude still hanging heavy long? And crude up near the highs, about 20 cents off the highs there.
I'm thinking the same thing, JT.
What's JT thinking?
He's thinking, be careful being short. He said it smells to him like a bear trap. That's why I was asking earlier if you guys would talk me out of taking a long.
Ooh.
It's always, where do we buy it? I'm watching gold too. I'm looking for something to buy in there. We got some tweezer bars here on the 30-minute chart. A little rejection there.
58.70 last trade in the ES. Low of the day. About 3 points off the lows there. 58.67. Now 71's traded in the ES. But again, we're kind of in a holding pattern until number in about 3 minutes. Again, US existing home sales that he will be jumping in, parachuting in when those numbers hit. NASDAQ trying to find some buyers here. Jay, if we bought...
yeah, 15's right. It's a 30-point trade right there. Fade the extremes until it changes.
Quicker.
This 30-minute candle is about to be a doji.
This is just...
Yeah, these are the type of days where I scan everything on the quote board and see what's presenting an opportunity. Because I've gotten chopped up in this range, and I know we have range bound traders who are absolutely killing this range right now. This is an account killer for me.
It's just the range.
It's one thing you do is you watch everything, and I got to respect that. Your eyes are on a lot of things before you make a decision.
We're about to have like a 4-point 30-minute opening range, which is worse than like a holiday trading type day.
I know. Remember Columbus Day last week was just like rocking, and then today just nothing.
Jay, I'm with you. I mean, I love range trading. I'm a contrarian through and through, but the range is too small.
Right. Yeah. Where's the opportunity in it?
Right.
Where it just feels like a range where you get in and you find yourself right in the middle of it, kind of hoping it goes your direction, and it's just not worth putting risk behind a 50-50. Let's see if we push up to the top here, 460s.
A little over a minute here with existing home sales.
Homes are getting a little thin here. I'm sorry. Ladders are getting a little thin here.
Ladder.
Mm-hmm.
It is a little thin here.
150 on the offer on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, let's pull it up.
It moved. Let's see. Make that 126 at 457s.
Number in 30 seconds. Still seeing heavy tilt in the crude. All you crude traders, 75% long. Nothing else really popping off. 66% long NQ, 66% long ES.
Let's see. Hopefully somebody decides to hit somebody after this number comes out.
Snap some size. Let's get going here. Eddie, eyes on the prize as always. Have some speakers.
Some days it's everybody love everybody. Today it's like somebody please punch somebody in the face.
Check your positions. You got about 5 seconds. We're looking at 388, 3,888,000 coming in. We got our existing home sales coming in at 3.84, lower than the 3.88 that they had in the previous with 3.86. Wholesale change negative 1% versus the forecast of positive 0.52. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. I like this quote. Row E, sit still. We win by not losing. I like that, Row E. We win by not losing.
And we're still in the range.
Eddie, for real, man. Come on.
No, that
was me.
That.
Oh, that was you?
That was
yeah.
That's one of the two sound effects I have on mine.
That's the anti-air horn. All right, maybe we got some sellers coming in here. Maybe
here we
they
go.
want to sell it. NQ, do they want to sell it? 20,421. Last trade, low of the day. 20,407 last, or low, I should say. Got 407 lows. Got 123 lot to the downside here in the NASDAQ. You still there? Yeah. I'm sure that will get filled. As they love to fill. 20,415. 120 on the bid. 20,415.
Kind of the base of this range.
Yep, come get it. And
Nick, did that offer get filled up top?
No, it was at 250 or 457, so it never got touched like the 150
filled.
lot.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
But there we go. Maybe break out of this range.
20,000. All right, try to put some new lows in here. Jay, we still feeling that? Fade the extremes.
I'm long 3 micros.
All right, long 3 micros.
I'm not
we in.
risking a whole lot on here. Risking about 20 points. I'm long NASDAQ 409.25. I'm long 3 micros. My risk is at 392, and I'm looking for 50% of that range. So looking for 433s as a target. I'm not going to risk a whole lot on this.
Last trade 413. Last trade 414. Jay's long from, you said 409s?
Yep, 409 and a quarter.
Okay.
Just looking for this range to hold. There was a nice little burst of volume there, so there are some sellers at these lows, but looks like they're getting absorbed. So switch to micros also, because again, I don't really love trading these ranges. I'm going to try to take advantage of the opportunity, but don't want to put on too much size here.
Okay. Long from 20,409 in the micro. NASDAQ fading the extremes here. Low of the day, 20,400. Hogue, do we like that?
So, well, I mean, that was his plan, and he's following his plan. I was just going to ask him, what would be the reason you wouldn't take that? What would make you go the other direction with the breakout of that small range for that first half hour?
Or lots of the upside.
So if we start to see some volume below 400, and volume continue to follow the market lower, then I would. I know we just did get some negative news, so that could change the market sentiment right now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But for right now, just fading those extremes of the range. You see, we have price trading below 400, but I'm not seeing a ton of selling below 400.
Not seeing a whole bunch of volume there, right?
Right. Let's see. We did get a
order filled.
Pretty big order that got filled here right at 410.
Order filled.
Hold strong for Jay. They're going to make
Nvidia still moving lower.
Yep.
Yeah, they're going to.
Well, there it goes.
They're going to squeeze it.
Oh, look, it's moving with one stock again.
Is it NVIDIA? Only NVIDIA. 377 last trade. 380s last trade. 20,380s. Putting in new lows here in the NASDAQ. Put in new lows in ES as well.
Oh, this is
Lo and
that
behold,
370s spot. Let's see if we can break yesterday's low. Yeah, what's good old YM been doing? I've not been paying
attention.
Take
a look, man. Just take a look what's going on over there. What are you doing?
YM on a party off its low, now shooting to the moon, almost back to 43,000. What is going? Yeah. I don't get this one.
Never know what she's doing up there. What do you think is the best to watch? Mag 7, Mag 5, Mag 3, or just NVIDIA?
I mean, look at this. Look at where on my charts. Like this is that move. Like what is YM doing? Where YM's going, it doesn't
like the quality.
That's where it's going.
Yes. What? Still selling off here. So we get another push lower here. Take a look. Anything on the Topstep daily levels here, Ho, that we should be keeping a track of as we approach the 20,380?
20,380. 20,380. Well, 388 average daily range low.
All right.
That was Coach Ray. 360s yesterday's low.
Yeah, it's still.
Yeah. 369 is yesterday's session low.
369. Where do we buy it?
Where do we buy it? See some selling and break through yesterday's low and that kind of low of this 2-week consolidation. I'm looking at 280s as the monthly VWAP as a potential target. To the
so far on the NASDAQ,
I am out
buyers try to defend this low.
That's 100 points.
$20,375 last trade. Feels a little heavy, like it wants to push lower. Low, they new lows right there. 20,370. 368 is now new low. ES following suit. Last trade 50 to 63. These are all new lows for the day. Gold and crude, not doing a whole heck of a lot.
308 is the weekly kickoff low in the NASDAQ.
We got sellers also in the house here, folks.
Naked point of control.
Yes, we do.
Pardon?
No, I was saying we got sellers in the house.
Sellers in the house. We're pushing here.
Yes, we do.
355s. Saying 308 downside target, Hogue?
Yeah, that's weekly kickoff low and a naked point of control.
So 43 is going that low back from, was it Monday? 343s?
Check that. 343. Sounds right. I have to double check. Brooksy saying we got plenty of room down to 58.33 in the ES. 343.
Really, that's
49s, 349s right now.
About existing home sales.
That's what I'm thinking, Hogue. Really? I mean, it wasn't that big of a miss.
I mean, NVIDIA down almost 4%.
That's probably it.
Because of reasons.
Just reasons. Why?
Just the way this thing trades, like the largest, weighted thing basically in, the S&P and the NASDAQ trades like a penny stock some days. It really does. Up and down 5%. And that's
it's wild.
One of the largest weighted things. It's crazy.
Mm.
Hey, nice risk management there, Jay. What'd you buy? 409s?
Oh, yeah, thanks.
3. Well, whatever you puke.
393s.
Yes. I think that's why you use stops, folks. Management loss could have been bloody. But nope. Still alive. Here we go. Poll results here. What do you think is best to watch? Mag 7, 47%. Just NVIDIA, 40%. Oh, that Mag 7, just NVIDIA. Pretty much one and the same. Mag 5, Mag 3, 5.
Stepping back in at that 350 spot again. Third day in a row.
Yep.
Or fourth day in a row, basically.
350s.
So yeah, I would say when that does finally break, that's probably not a spot I'm really looking to fade. I think you're better off trying to buy it lower, like Jay was saying. If it does finally break, the more we knock on it, the less likely I think it's to hold again and again. But for now, great spot again. And each time we've kind of bounced off this level, it ends up running at least 150 points. So we'll see.
350s. That was the buy right there. I've been quick. See if more sellers want to step in and keep pushing this. We are seeing the volume here, Jay. The volume is backing up this.
Yeah, no, we finally are. There's a couple of bigger orders. I'm trying to find a place to maybe get into a short here now that the volume has shown us that it's trying to pick a direction. But then again, right, we're kind of stuck in the middle here where if we get short, how much room is there to the downside that the market's going to allow for a trade, right? So far, we've seen a support at 350 for the past, again, 2 weeks. So we could assume that it's going to break, but what has the market shown us? That it's not going to.
MGI, it does look market-generated information.
Right. Gold making new lows here. 27.46 new lows in gold.
Well, that's why your levels and the top step levels are just great. Sometimes you don't need to overthink, plotting your prep and things like that. It's just the market tells you all the information you really need. And leaning into, previous day value areas, some of your kickoff levels, last week's low, like that stuff, the highs and lows of certain spots, like that's really all you need to be kind of an effective trader. And then it's just interpreting price action at those levels.
Yep.
Tells me that all I need is what she tells me. So,
yep.
Gold
10-year yield. 10-year yield 4.25% now.
What did Jack say? 4 threes?
4 threes. 10 years going in the wrong direction right now. So definitely putting pressure. You're seeing gold push lower here. Every time you see gold push lower, equities seem to be following. There'll be something going on with the treasuries there.
50 points off that low. Wow.
Damn.
Hey, jumping in here real quick here. If you missed it, Monday Night Football scores. We did have the Cardinals beating the Chargers. We had the Ravens beating the Buccaneers. Now, Ravens first place in AFC with a 5-2. This Thursday, coming up tomorrow, we got the Minnesota Vikings, Los Angeles Rams. And I think the big play of the week, yes, it's the World Series here in the States here. The Yankees versus the Dodgers.
Wow.
Who do you like, Yankees or Dodgers? We'll keep the scores up as they do come in.
Heavy hitters.
That was Topstep Sports.
Yeah.
Topstep Sports now.
we
have a sports division.
Our horse just arrived with the scores from the Monday night game. So
I love it.
A little delay there.
Pony Express.
Yeah, need to upgrade that.
Well, there's a way to disseminate information faster, like instantly. Oh, we got some Yankees fans in the chat. Very cool. No Dodgers fans? LA. You guys are still waking up in LA.
Who do you think is winning it, Andre?
I think the Dodgers are going to win.
Yeah, pitching. Yeah. You got to go pitching.
I hope
Shohei gets to find a way to choke.
I hope Shohei gets away if they find a way to get Shohei to pitch, which would be just insane.
Never bet against the Yankees.
That's been very favorable. I'm just pumped. It's the two biggest players in the sport and the two biggest teams in the sport. I think it's pretty cool.
I've been hearing my dad say that in the back of my head for years.
One of my best friend's career was almost killed by the Yankees and their general manager and their farm system at the time, and now he plays for the Red Sox in the majors. So
pitcher, right?
He's an outfielder. But he's a journeyman now. He's 35, so he's a journeyman at this point, despite being wasted.
Get him on here.
I did get to see him when they played the Rangers. Back in I think it was early August. I got to jump on the field and say hey to him. He actually left me I have a signed bat in the corner over there from him. It's actually pretty cool.
That's dope.
Yeah, we played from little league to high school to college. He was our high school quarterback and played at U of A in baseball too.
Oh, that's cool.
College World Series MVP. So, fun fact.
Nice. Really? Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Be great to get him on
rubbing elbows with the elite.
That's the most famous person I know, basically. So it's all good.
Hey, gold fell out of bed here a little bit. We're down about $7 in the last couple minutes. Gold keep pushing. That's the most famous person. I love it. And Q found some buyers.
Where do we buy gold?
Buy gold.
Hogue, I was just thinking that the 200 moving average on the 30-minute is 27.37.
I see it. It's
Could be a
last
good
week's
opportunity.
high.
Thing
Tell
is,
me
you
why
can't
not
hold
to buy
gold
it.
down, man. Cannot hold that down.
Tell me why
He's
not to buy
bounced
it there.
again.
Trend? Short time frame trend? That's the reason we don't want to buy it down there?
Gold?
Let's watch for a 3-bar reversal there. How about that, Jay?
Gold.
Yeah, no, that works for me.
Damn, Jay.
I think Coach Paul and I have been saying you don't want to be short gold for a very long time, and they've had their fun, right? It's a couple hours of a move down.
Buyers coming back here right now. Now you talk about that 3-bar reversal. What time frame are you using?
Typically 5 minute.
You do 5 minute? Okay.
Yeah. That seems to be the popular one, right?
Yeah. Pretty much here. 58% long here. Gold tilt. 27, 47, 35 average price, 53% in the money.
Just step back in. 350s we bottomed out at in the NQ. Let's trade 20,000.
Jeremy Miller in the chat. Yes, I did.
What is it?
Which way?
What is that?
Mm-hmm.
Zona?
Yeah, after I went to U of A.
Yeah. Kelso asked, why was I putting time out yesterday? No idea. What did you say?
That's
You got put in time out?
Sun Devils, right?
Kelso, what did you say? Tigers. Wildcats.
Wildcats. Okay, I'm thinking of Arizona.
You and your new buddy, the freshman in Arizona, were on TV yesterday together.
He's leaving.
I know he's leaving. He's incredible. Kid's incredible.
I kept thinking all my college stories. I'm like, oh wait, no, he's 18.
Yeah,
so this is not as relevant. And he's been there for 7 minutes.
Yes,
good dude though. Seems like he's got a plan for someone who's gonna leave or transfer or whatever his full long-term plan is.
Love it. 80% long in CL. 80%. I've seen heavy long tilt in crude. About 2 cents off the highs. Those longs are getting paid.
Well, for flat, do we want to hit a couple of news stories real quick?
Sure. Hey,
yeah,
Jack.
I already talked about the 10-year. And a couple of other interesting things out today. First, they released its list of the 50 best bars in the world.
No way.
The number one in the world. The number one bar in the world is Handshake in Mexico City.
Really?
But the real travesty here, on the entire best 50 list, there is nothing from Chicago or Wisconsin, which means the list is just daft,
irrelevant.
Right? I mean, Wisconsin's probably got 10 to 12 of them. Let's be honest.
But
looking at the list, talk about highfalutin. Check out, if you go to the next one here, the number 5 bar in the world is Jigger and Pony in Singapore. Okay.
What is that?
Singapore is not allowed to sell alcohol after 10:30 p.m.
Wow.
Toplessness can be punished with jail. You can't even chew gum. I refuse to believe the 5th best bar in the world is in Singapore.
Jack
this whole list is in questions.
Yes,
I mean, sure. Bangkok, why not? Mexico City, sure. Cartagena, definitely.
Okay.
There was only one.
I'd like to know.
Yeah.
I'd like to know who's the person that visited all these bars to make sure that they were ranked correctly.
And how do you get that job?
It was some guy.
Were there any bribes paid from tourism departments of these fine countries' governments?
John Hoagland, I've got a job for you.
I'm in.
Those aren't like bars. Those are like those mixologist places with the dry ice and this from the smoke.
Yeah, and then
you don't even have to pay
me. I look at the guy straight in the face and say, "Hey, man, that's really cool. Can I get a Coors Light?" After he's doing this full presentation with dry ice.
Yep.
And really quick, I can think of one bar that should have been on the list. If we go to this next story here, a pizza parlor in Germany.
I heard about
to
this.
be a front for a cocaine ring. 3.5 pounds of cocaine.
Dusseldorf.
I think in the industry you can argue whether that was for personal use or not. So that's a little free legal defense there. I don't know if that'll fly in Germany.
It's the pizza that nobody ever eats.
This is legal, not illegal advice, of course.
Everyone's too thin.
Wait a minute. That's not Parmesan cheese.
All right, ES about to break this low again, it looks like.
All right.
Let's do it. That's all.
Thanks, Jack.
Jack with cocaine pizza. Let's go.
Cocaine pizza and speakeasies.
Nasdaq's got some cocaine pizza to the downside
Yes,
right
breaking
now.
the low. So now it gets a little interesting. Heading towards the previous week low of 58.50 on ES.
I've got a whole bunch of references in the area
Right
based
back
off
up.
of profile information. 58.45 is an afternoon pullback low that has not been rechecked from all the way back on the 11th of October. And then there's a spike base that, getting a little spicy here. There's that spike base that was resistant, broke above, and we have never yet returned to. So there's a lot of reference down here to see if we can start basing maybe a 5-bar reverse on there, something like that, to look for an opportunity. And again, I'm always kind of a contrarian, so I know we're trending to the downside, but I'm always looking for the low. But I've become very good at being very patient looking for it.
I was zooming out, Hogue, and looking around the 58, 55s, kind of 58, 53s, maybe in ES if we had gotten a little further, but we hung at that low at like 57s, 58s, whatever it was, for like 3 seconds. And now we're about
3 seconds.
bounced back into the range. So, but that would be the next spot down that I would potentially be looking for a bottom, maybe even above the previous week low, where we might find buyers, kind of that 55 spot on ES.
Just playing the devil's advocate, is this something that we could look for an opportunity down to those levels to take advantage of the downside move here? It's hard to get into.
Yeah, then the question is just where's the reoffer then? We did come back and I guess retest like the 5-minute opening range on ES, or the 1 minute. I think it's 5. Right there at 67, you had that kind of passive rebid. Sellers kind of reoffered like to the tick right at that 5-minute opening range low, just before VWAP, and then sold it off from there. So where do we get in on the reoffer now?
Looking at this 5-minute chart, it looks like it's a huge range. S&P's range is 16 and a 3/4 tick range. 16 and 3/4. That's it so far. Maybe I should look for a failed downside auction at some point here today.
Jay, what do you think?
Continuing to push lower.
Looking for a place to get in long this, Nick?
Well, I think we know getting long. Maybe we take it, in the kind of the lower mid 50s, but also where could we reoffer this potentially to take a ride down there?
Gotcha.
Kind of going with the trend of the overnight too.
64.
Okay. 64s.
64s.
Yeah.
All right. If you guys do get in that trade, please jump in. We're keeping an eye on this gold trading around the lows. We got crude chop around the highs, right? Oil about a penny off the high, 71.48 last trade high of 49s. Let's throw it to JD. JD, we got some stats ready. Things are moving right now. What's up, JD? Happy Wednesday. Happy hump day.
Happy Wednesday to you. You know what, guys? Based on Jack's research just a minute ago, I see no reason to ever go to Singapore, ever. But I'll meet any of you for a slice in Dusseldorf anytime you want. Just let me know.
How about some clams and Cicero, JD?
Clams and Cicero, I'm in. Get out here, Nick. Let's do it.
Take Nick to Cicero.
Next trip to Chicago. Not in February. I'll come in the spring.
Sounds good. All right. Yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. Here they are. Artem and Micah both carved up the NASDAQ, pulled some solid profits out of the live markets yesterday. 14,435 for Artem and 12,638 for Micah. Faye, getting used to seeing Faye's name on this board. Faye picked up another $10,800 trading gold yesterday. Nothing but gold profits for Faye this month. Then we have Jerome and Zhejiang, both trading the NASDAQ yesterday. $9,004 for Jerome, and $6,342 for Zhejiang. All right, who wants to take a guess at yesterday's total payout number? While I switch something up here.
Nick, you've been feeling it lately. What do you think?
$1 million.
1.175.
Oh, very specific. Jay? 1.175.
I'm going to say...
Would he nail it?
Nick won. Come on. Don't even try, guys. All right, here it is.
Okay. For the record, I did not see this.
Oh, come on. You saw.
I did not see this. No, I did not. JD did not. That did not flash. That was purely a guess. I watch the show every day. I'm just playing averages.
Yes, you are. Well, there goes that, folks.
You got a time machine, dude.
That was incredible.
He's getting his dad eyesight.
Dad can see everything. All-time highs in July. I'm just playing statistics at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. Well done. That is
Nick,
incredible.
You're getting your dad eyesight. Your dads can see anything. Dads can see everything.
Why do we're just ho-humming now about 1.1
when someone touches the thermostat.
If we were playing Price is Right rules, nobody would have touched Nick on that. So
bullshit.
Yeah,
I was going 1.3, so I was over.
494 payouts, close to $2,400 average payout. Here are yesterday's largest payouts. Ready for this?
Yeah.
Carlos, $79,750.
Nice.
Pulled it out of 5 XFAs. Shifting. He's an oldie but a goodie. Still hanging around, making money here, dude. He's been here for over 10 years, man. $46,709 for Shifting. Pulled it out of an XFA and 1 live funded account. Justin, $31,590 out of 5 XFAs. Andy, $30,600 out of a pair of XFAs. And Duong, $29,704 out of 5 XFAs. These numbers represent almost 19%. These 5 traders took almost 19% of the total $1.2 million yesterday. Real money, folks. Real life-changing money right there.
Yes, it is.
Speaking of which, we got some XFA P&Ls. There's a guy. There's a guy I want to give a shout out to here. We got this guy, Jacob, right at the top. All right. Trading in a single XFA account. It's his second day in this XFA.
Second day?
Second day. Made a whopping $76,507 yesterday trading the NASDAQ.
How about I give you a little boom shakalaka?
Boom shakalaka. He started this XFA on Monday. It's his only funded level account. Like I said, he's up a total of $86,700 in 2 trading days this week. That's it. Just 2 trading days. Not yet eligible for a payout. So what do we say to these guys? You're doing great, Jacob. Make sure you get those last 3 $200 winning days.
Yes.
And please pay yourself something.
Jacob, if you got there by trading size, please size down and get your payout, man. That would be my advice.
Your payout money, Jacob. Do it.
You didn't get there by trading 1 lots.
Yeah. but you can keep some of that money by trading 1 lot.
That is big time trading.
Yeah, it is.
You could trade micros and make a couple $100 and take a really nice payout. So
take a payout and then you can size back up, but make some of that money real, man. That's insane in 2 days.
Put some of that money in your pocket, Jacob. That's all we're asking you. All right. Moving on down the list. Secure trading crude, gold, and the NASDAQ yesterday. Made $1,400 in crude, $4,200 in gold, $22,100 trading the NASDAQ for a total of $27,606. $45,578 in profits yesterday. That was across, I got mixed up. That was across 2 different accounts. Trading in a pair of XFAs. Yeah, we'll just move on. Cornelis, trading silver yesterday. $21,000 worth of silver for Cornelis yesterday. Nice job. Romaine was trading in crude, gold, and NASDAQ also, very similar to Secure. Lost $1,100 in the NASDAQ, made $56.53 in gold, and made $13,155 in crude for a total of $17,711 in profits. And then Caleb runs out the list. Caleb was trading the NASDAQ, pulled $15,555 out of the NASDAQ yesterday. Impressive XFA numbers all around. Jacob, pay yourself. That's
Pay yourself.
Be back with those hot streaks in a little bit, guys.
Thank you, JD. JD, you got Kind of stumbled across the finish line there at the end. That was amazing.
Everybody gets a day, right? Everybody gets a day.
I love it, man. I've been there, dude. I run it. You run out. You caught up in midair, man. That was good stuff, though. But yes, Jacob, get that money, man. Don't go crazy. But like Jack said, you didn't get there by trading one last. All right, let's get back in here. NQ trading 20,414. Buyer stepped in around those 50s, 350s. We are pushing up to VWAP 20,438 from the overnight. Let's see if we can close in on that. Looking at ES 58.66 last trade. We got VWAP at 58.72. 6 points away. Can we get there? One eye on gold here. Gold continues to hang out around the lows. 27.38 half. About a buck off the lows there. Crude, about 20 cents off the highs there. Last trade, 70. Ooh, scratch that. 40 cents off. Saw some sellers come in here. And crude, last trade, 71. Boy, crude's popping around right now.
Inventories just came out, right?
Is that what it was? Thank you. Thank you.
I think so.
Yes,
I might have the time wrong. Hogue, I'm looking for this 3-bar
coming in at negative 1.14 million. For the distillates, crude coming in at 5.47. They were looking at only 1 million, coming in at 5.47. We're seeing here in crude.
Okay, that's what I was like. Why is it? Seems my eyes deceiving me. All right, so everyone's flat right now. Nick for tick, no trades. Got a couple hundred lots here stacked to the upside in the NQ. So we got a bunch of. We got 300 lots here to the upside. See if those get filled. We got 100 lot offered at 20,427 half. 427 half. Another 100 offered at 430. Another 100 offered at 432 half. Other offered at 25s. Interesting.
And if anyone is looking at my screen and you see a position on, this is just in a combine that I use to measure risk. I'm not actually in this gold trade. I'm looking for that 3-bar reversal to confirm, Hogue, but we bounced off that 200 moving average that we were talking about last week's high as well, 27.37. So looking for this reversal pattern.
Explain that.
Kind of playing out, but go ahead.
Explain that. You use a combine to do what with?
So it's a coach's combine. It's not one that we can get funded on. But to me, it's a lot quicker to measure risk. We're just putting on a position and seeing where I would be wrong on this. In Quantower, I have a ruler tool that I use. So if I had a suggestion for a TopstepX feature, it's a similar ruler where you can just click and drag and measure out the risk. So I just put on a position, see where my risk would be, and then if I like it, I take it in an account that matters. But we're getting that 3-bar reversal on a 3-minute chart right now. This needs to close above 40, and then I think we could trade back up to 50s in gold. So looking for a potential trade in gold here.
Right.
You like it now?
What a Hogue.
Could take it now. Where's your risk, Hogue? You just risk the low?
Low the down.
Yep.
Hell yeah. Hell yes.
Okay, we're long 3.
Nice. What price we get? Crude selling off here. What price we get in the GC?
27.41 half.
27.41 half. Long 3. How's it got long 3 from
Nice
27.41.5?
Nice bounce off that 200 session moving average.
Yes, it is.
3-bar reversal about to close. Is it?
Long
2 minutes.
SSS long ES from 63.
A little preemptive on this.
I like it.
Yep.
You got the order that shall not be named down at 27.36 half to $1,500 risk.
Okay.
Nice. Quick up there. Everyone, Jay's flat. Nick for a tick is flat. House account long 3 from 27.41 half. Oil actually seen some actual sellers, an actual pulse after that EIA number. Last trade $70.94. All those 100 lots get filled in the NQ. I do believe they did. I was looking at gold, but we'll keep an eye on this gold trade, guys.
Is there a cause to think short here yet, Jay, in this trade?
I like the bounce off that 200 moving average. It's been holding as a support this entire way up. So I wouldn't want to short this close to it. No.
100%. Got it.
And Coach Paul and I have been talking about this, but gold does this thing where sometimes it makes a new all-time high and then sells off 30 points. We did get that 30-point sell-off this morning, and we're at the lows of that right now. So potential bounce area here. Again, our risk is managed. We're under a higher time frame support. Let's see if the market agrees.
That all-time high that happened last night happened in the extended trading hours, and that's usually not going to be a lasting high.
Right.
Look at the tilt here on gold. 76% long in gold. We got 80% long in the NASDAQ right now in the tilt. Again, 80% long in NASDAQ in the tilt.
Jay, where this 5 minute bar closed, did that kind of confirm the 3 bar reversal, or just right on the edge?
Yeah, it's above 40, which is fine. I think that's where it needed to close. We could be early on this.
Stay strong.
It's okay. I like it. The risk is managed. We're looking at a shorter time frame for entry, but higher time frame for a support. So I'm going to lean on the higher time frame on this trade.
Understood.
Let's see if it holds. And if it doesn't, we could always take the trade again on the way back up.
Just buy it. Just turn around. Do the damn right thing.
Sometimes, sometimes on the preempt, this is what happens.
Right. And we said it right. We said we are preempting this trade.
70% long in S&P, 77% long in NASDAQ.
And stopped out.
Order filled.
Stopped out. All right.
All right. We got last week's high, 27.35 half. We just broke down below that.
Right.
Contrarian trade, a little preempted, but that's all right. That's all right.
That's why you stop, though. Look at that. It's getting hammered. Gold's getting pushed.
Yeah.
Gold's getting smushed right now.
I just took a quick stop out and yes, trying to short this. I'm down 500 in my life.
All right. I'll take those P&Ls. All right, I'm going to throw it to Eddie. Eddie, you got an announcement. I'm going to jump off for 2 minutes. Eddie, what do we got coming up?
All right. You know what's coming up here tomorrow, October 24th? We've got another celebrity going to be with us here, Aaron Ellis, funded trader here at Topstep, and traders in the reality TV star from Traders. Aaron is going to be joining us tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Central Time. And we got the graphic there for him. There he is right there. Aaron Ellis. And no, I'm sorry, he won't be able to be available for any signing of autographs, but maybe later on we can get that. Also, hey, why don't you sign up for our live on-air trade with the Topstep TV crew? All right, so we're going to be having that. This is a new segment that we're doing. As you remember, we've had so far many traders on with us here, and of course, one of our all-star traders, Stanley. Remember Stanley P. From the Bronx was with us here. He's going to be with us probably in the future sometime again. But we've got new people. We want new people to join us here with this new segment. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the link in the chat. If you want to come on TV and trade with us, let us know through this doc form and fill it out completely and see if we can get back to you and invite you on for a session, trading with Topstep TV, trading with us here. So I'm going to put that link there. But otherwise, back to the group here. Guys, just taking a look at gold here right now. Gold just took a dump. Buyers really having no traction whatsoever. Just watching it on my 15-minute candlestick. Buyers trying to come in and these sellers just sort of wiping them out. New low is 27.31.20. We got a new low of 27.30.6 on the dial, and that's what we got. But Johnny, you were talking about gold. Should you buy here? And it looked like the buyers gave it an effort, but they're getting blitzed here by the sellers.
Yes, they are. Yeah. We kind of preempted that 3-bar reversal. It actually closed as a 3-bar reversal, but sometimes that's just what happens. And one of the things that I always try and keep in mind when we're looking at a market, guess what? The 720 to 721 real opening trade opening minute remains the high of the session for the day. So that usually indicates a potential trend day to the downside. I think it was a valiant effort. I think it was a worthwhile effort looking at that 200 session moving average on that 30-minute bar. I thought it was a trade I would probably take 9 out of 10 times. It just didn't work this time. And that's the way the ball bounces, right?
Right. You got that. Well, I tell you, 58% long, taking the heat here, only 37% positive here. But the short, 64% in the money, taking this run down here right now. Watch this again here. I think we're going to be testing some more lows here, so keep an eye open.
Nick, Jay, I mean, NASDAQ's right up at overnight session VWAP right now. Opening ranges are both the high of the day in the S&P and the NASDAQ. I mean, this offers a cheap opportunity, potential opportunity. We're right back in the opening range in the S&Ps as well, and approaching that overnight session VWAP. Anybody like an opportunity up here?
I'm leaning short. Like re-offer here. I kind of like 435s, 437s on NQ for a short, as well as right kind of right here, right now in ES. I mean, that's just been my lean for, do we re-offer here and go back lower towards, most of this range? Mainly just because, like you said, it could be the cheap short, and then if we kind of break up to the upside, you're wrong, and maybe we are now going to
go the other way.
Yeah, like retrace some of this overnight inventory finally, but. So I think you can define your risk a little bit in this spot.
I just got long gold, 27.32. Again, not risking a whole lot, risking new lows on this.
Stop filled.
Could be banging my head against the wall for this long.
It's going to bounce here.
Is this something you would consider for a house trade, Jay?
I wouldn't.
Just a feeler out there, huh? Okay.
Yep.
Got it.
Well, like they say, how low can you go?
I mean,
taking it down here.
How low can you go?
You like a short here? You like a short here in the S&Ps against the session high?
Yeah, I do. Like right here, right now. To be honest,
right here, right now.
I mean, I did. I liked it 10 points ago in NASDAQ, but I don't know. It's not. It hasn't quite gone down. ES is still kind of hanging right at the point of control for the session. It makes me a little nervous. But NQ just kind of looks not okay. Weak's the wrong word, but it's. I don't know. I think if it kind of breaks above this, yeah. If it breaks, it may pop pretty quick, pretty fast. At least to go make a run at like 460s, 470s. But that would be my lean. Is that maybe we reoffer here, just kind of being a cheaper short opportunity, but
no, we're
like
short the S&P
on ES
5 right now.
Yep.
58, 69, 75. And the order that shall not be named is at 77 even. Okay. 77.
77s. Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool.
In case there's a couple of stops that get taken out above that opening range.
Like it.
73. 73 is the session VWAP. It is headed lower. We've been moving lower. What are we looking at on the 5-minute chart here? A little bit of a 5-bar reversal down there, so that makes me a little bit nervous. Right there.
78% long in the ES was
they're being paid.
I know they are.
Yeah.
Yep.
The tilt looking healthy on the long sides for S&P and NASDAQ here.
Yeah, long 79% in the S&Ps. Sheesh.
75 in the NASDAQ. What I like watching too is how many people are running this in the right direction. How many people are in the money? 75% S&P and 65% NASDAQ.
If this can fall back under 70s and
we're in the-
states, I like this short a lot more.
Yeah. Jay, we're kind of in the pinch between session VWAP and overnight VWAP here.
We are, Hogue. Yep. Yeah.
Kind of a no-go zone, isn't it?
Kind of, yeah, because it'll break in one direction, and that break should be pretty strong when it does happen. But yeah, it's a 4.5 point range, right? The New York session VWAP is at 67. The full session VWAP is at 72. So a pretty tight pinch there.
So talk me out of, if we take out the high here, if we take out the high of the opening range, why I shouldn't go long.
I don't have a good reason. I don't have a good reason. That we've been range bound on the higher time frame. On the higher time frame, we've been range bound. We check the lows of that range, right? If we're looking at a 30-minute chart, or you can go even out to like a 4-hour daily or something like that. We've been seeing the market push down towards the lows of this range and then trading up towards the highs. So yeah, I don't see a reason. There's a pretty big wick on that last 30-minute candle in the ES.
We're up to VWAP right now in the ES. Last trade 58.72. House count short from 69 in the orders.
How's that NASDAQ doing here? Breaking out above session VWAP. That's on the 3. Right at session VWAP. Overnight VWAP in the NASDAQ. Let me switch this down.
Crude continued to push lower after that EIA number. Last trade $70.77. NASDAQ 81%, 82% long in the NASDAQ right now. Seems to grow. 80% are in the money.
Let me ask the group here. Now I know that we've had a new update here regarding extended trading hours and regular trading hours. Let me ask Hogue, John, are you using the extended trading hours or regular trading hours?
For my candlestick charts or overall charts, I use the extended trading hours, but I use regular trading hours separated from overnight trading hours in my profiles.
Okay. All right. Jay, what do you use?
I use extended trading hours.
Like throughout the day?
Extended trading hours for everything. Yeah, correct.
Okay. Nick, what are you using?
I use extended.
Okay. Now, if you've got TopstepX, right where the time is, this is available to change if you'd like to change it. ETH, put your cursor over it. You can either have the RTH or the ETH. Just something I wanted to point out. I did see some questions in the chat.
Thanks, Eddie.
Thank you, Eddie. Yeah, ETH. ETH, FTW.
Okay.
Look at
I'm
this.
not loving this. I would get out.
I think we're screwed here. I'm going to get out. Flatten, cancel. We've got some pretty negative delta here. I think we should just turn and go long here. Does anybody agree with that?
Yeah,
I don't. Like it's going to be those days we're just going to break out.
Risk?
I'm
your
sorry.
Risk would have to go below.
One at a time there.
Go ahead.
Sorry, your risk would have to go below the opening range. So below 67.
Below 67.
But yeah, I don't disagree. We've seen the market do this 4 days in a row. Yep.
Sure have, Jay. Sure have.
All right. So we just had a 5 lot on. The 1 minute opening range is still the high of the day. I can't buy it here.
Yeah.
But if we break out and get a pullback, we may do that. And I think we're going to get a breakout. Nick, what are you thinking? Are we crazy or what are we doing here?
No, I think NQ is going to go to 530s. Why not?
Yeah, I feel that.
The fact that 350 held again for third, 4 day in a row, and I didn't long it. I'm just pissed.
Because
So.
Got it.
And put it this way, I'd rather take a stop out trying to long this breakout for potentially another 50 points than I would, getting run over trying to short the high or call a top here.
Never getting short again.
We did see Nick, we did see some pretty decent iceberging on the lows in the S&Ps. There's about 2,500 down there, maybe 2,000, 2,500 right along the lows there. A lot of negative delta there. We're still holding negative delta of about 4,000, and we're approaching the highs here. So it does seem like we've trapped some shorts here, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Now it's interesting. Now we're back at 70. So maybe we're all wrong. It's better to sit on our hands. Like this is that kind of day.
I'm out of that gold trade. Took a break even on that gold trade.
Okay.
Man. You seeing this?
Traders, this over the wire here. Do not miss this. We got David Green going to be here for group coaching today. JD and David Green going to be with us here. Also, we've got Trade with Topstep, something I was mentioning earlier. David O is going to be joining us for Trade with Topstep. And then Power Hour, we're going to have David Green back again to end the day with us. And don't go away here. Real deal, Zach and David Green for Power Hour. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Eddie. Yeah, David Green Wednesdays. Well, sellers gave the old college try there in the ES. Last trade 58.70. I don't know what's going on in the ES right now. We're going next.
Still short. 78.71 in the S&Ps until proven wrong. Good job, Coach Van. Sticking with your guns there. I like that a lot.
Man. Looks like NQ wants to go higher. They just slammed the door on the longs in the ES there. Right back to our original entry. 58.69, the orders, last trade in the ES. What the hell was that? Anyways. 74% long. Look at the tilt in the NASDAQ. I'm confused, guys.
It's indecisive markets. Indecisive markets right now. Right? They're staying in these range, or decisive markets. They decided that these prices are the prices that we like. We're not seeing breakouts really in any direction. It's hard to kind of make sense of how we're going to trade this range. That's exactly what's happening. We're just stuck in it.
Great question, Brooksy. YM pushing lower here. 42.885. And there goes the ES.
And here comes a violent flush, because why not?
Be kidding me.
Mason says we're indecisive.
We got spooked, Hug.
Yeah. Sellers came in and said, nope, VWAP, not so fast, my friend. Where do they want to take this market? That was tricky, guys. That was tricky.
Now it's going to go zero.
Sorry, Nick, I missed what you said there.
I said we got spooked. They got us.
Yeah, we did. Yep. That's why I'm proud of Vince, man, because he was short up there. He stuck to his guns and proved him wrong.
Where was the order that shall not be named? 77?
It's up at 77.
Yeah, I would have said we could have still said it was valid to like 74, 75s. Like literally 74 and 3/4 at least.
Hammer time.
It's the high of the opening range.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think we could have probably, went a tick above that and said, hey, if it breaks it gets us, so be it. But let's see if sellers step back in there.
We just added 2,000 negative delta in this little push down here.
Hammered that.
Yep.
So it was the right read. We just maybe got in just a smidge too early and then got spooked on nothing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Some days it's just like that.
It'd be like that sometimes. Man, 58.64.
What's
pushing lower?
Normally not this aggressive this early. Really looking forward to some sort of failed auction that we can sink our teeth into.
All right, so I caught a chunk of that very quickly with the scalp, so I'm back to 200 on my live account. Let's reset.
Travis said it. The tilt strikes again. Travis Shingo, yes.
Yeah, it was given. Yeah, and NQ was kind of hanging at that like 40s to 35 spot, and it just was making me nervous. And even that popped a little bit, but couldn't take out the opening range high. Same exact logic on NQ.
Until it strikes again. That's the good lesson there, Travis. Nice catch.
Yeah, about it.
And that's where I at least love to think like, hey, the reoffer came in, because otherwise it's just like it sometimes longs like just don't obey normal market structure, or like you look at the overnight inventory, we shouldn't just rip back to the top side for no reason like that, and just kind of just the way it moves back up and as we're trending down, it just that frustrates me as like a range trader, or as somebody that's trying to stay with trend when the market just every day can do something like that, which it shouldn't, based on just like normal technical principles, I guess. But hey, the sellers came back in and still proved us right.
Yes, they did. All right, we'll keep an eye on that. Coming up on 6 minutes to the top of the hour. See JD waiting in the wings here. JD, time for hot streaks, man. You give us the good news, man.
Nothing but good news for you, Andre. Here are your funded trader hot streaks. Delesh really easing back. Yeah, he's really easing back into his old routine. He made $3 on Monday, $4 on Tuesday.
Yeah,
that's a total of $7 for the week. Now sitting on a 72-day heater worth $841. 28 to go, Delesh. Don't let us down, buddy. If he makes it to 100, I think we should get a bunch of fake $100 D notes made. D is for Delesh, for those not paying attention. For everybody in the back there, D for Delesh. A bunch of D notes. All right, moving on.
Away.
Mina made another $202 trade in the micro NASDAQ yesterday. Mina's now at 36 days worth $8,728. Thayer and Vishnov both made it through another day. They're with $592 trading the NASDAQ, and Vishnov with $210 trading the S&P. These guys are both sitting on 34-day heaters worth $8,880 for Thayer and $6,889 for Vishnov. And we lost Aaron yesterday. Aaron's been on the list for about a week. Hit that max loss limit. Still walking away after a nice run on the hot streaks with a decent profit. But, man, all that work, and then I hate seeing that.
That stinks.
You push and you push and you push for 30 days, and you build up a nice, solid account value, and then, boom, $5,000 in one day. That hurts. But best of luck to you, Aaron. Take your payout. But that frees up some space for F. Michael A. F. Michael is a micros trader. Main products are the Micro Dow, Micro NASDAQ, Micro S&P. F. Michael is currently eligible for a payout and is sitting on a 32-day hot streak worth $6,213. Welcome to the show, F. Michael A. All right, guys, those are your hot streaks. That's all I got for now. I'll be back in a little bit with the leaderboard.
Thanks, JD. Everyone at 30 or above. Very impressive.
That definitely is.
I like how Delesh went on vacation and got right back to work.
Yeah, he did, Jay. Yeah, he did. Didn't skip a beat.
Nope.
Didn't skip a beat. Hold my
Just
beer.
clocking in here.
100 days incoming. I think around Thanksgiving. I think that's when we'll get it, right around Thanksgiving. All right, let's see here.
8 days was your longest winning streak, Nick?
I think so. I want to say, I mean, maybe 9. I don't know. It was in June or maybe end of July when I got really hot. I think I grew my account balance in like 3 weeks, like $40,000 in my live account.
Nice.
Yeah, I think it was like 9 days straight or something.
That's good. That's a lot.
And I'm trading size too, and very comfortable with being team DLL some days. So that's pretty dang good.
These 30-day heaters are very, very impressive.
These guys that can do that every day. It's also just like discipline too, because even if it's not like a $200 day, just like walking away green versus having the FOMO mentality to enter another trade.
Right. All right, Tilty
hey, Coach Jay, looking at gold here right now. You see that the buyers are sort of a little more in numbers than the sellers?
Yeah, Eddie, I can show you what I was looking at to take that long. This sell-off candle, the one that tested that 200 moving average, on a 3-minute, that was the highest volume that we've seen all week. And that's why I was buying the lows of that. So the reason I got out of it is because we keep rejecting at 50% of that candle. So we may continue lower, but that looks like a seller exhaustion move. I'm looking at another platform and looking at delta in this candle, and it looks very heavy negative, but there's positive delta in this candle, which means a lot of that selling got absorbed, and that's why I'm buying there. We're not seeing the buyers step in to kind of push us back to the top of that range, but yeah, some passive buyers down here for sure.
Yeah, they've been trying so hard today. I think I'm going to
Jay,
bake them some cookies.
Jay, what would you look for to kind of confirm the long? You got to take out that whole down bar.
I would have just honestly at this point, Hogue, I'm looking for a close above 50% of that bar, which is at 27.34. We see where we keep rejecting right around 50% of that. So right now it's just a pretty tight range that we're trading. It's a 3-point range. You could scalp that range. It's kind of like a flagging pattern though, right? This is, and if I'm wrong, chat, let me know, but I'm the worst with these chart patterns, but this looks like a bear flag, right? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Right. So we could get the continuation.
Get a breakout down below that and go.
Right. Because it's that high volume and highest.
There it is.
There we go. We get exactly.
Same old story again. Buyers coming in strong and the sellers saying,
Yep.
New low, gold.
I'm shorting one.
Yep.
Just to see what happens with that breakout of that bear flag.
27.29. What price do we get, Hogue?
The dead ass low, 27.28.70.
All right.
There you go.
Sloppy.
Low.
I hate to hear.
Way tardy to try and get into that trade.
58.61 last year in the ES. Take a look at the NQ 23.90.
Hogue, if we retrace the entire range again after we got shaken out of that, I'm gonna be very upset.
You
go make a new low. Yeah.
Yeah.
The 72 short, 69, whatever it was we were in. I don't remember.
69s.
69.
What's up with
Whoever
that?
bought that dead ass low in gold, you're welcome. And that didn't work too well.
Well, still saying 70% long here, gold. But here's the kicker: only 31% still in the money. Average 27.36.72, and the tilt for those that are wondering what it is, use it and so forth. It displays the aggregated trader sentiment analysis for all Topstep sim traders, lion trainers, runaway models, and this is data for entertainment purposes only and should be not used as a buy or sell indicator, spice your chili, or grandpa's back scratcher. So just a little heads up.
Running disclaimers. And make sure everyone reads the green part too. Green part, very, very important.
Yeah.
Yes.
Especially today.
Pushing. Oh, we're still in that gold trade, yeah, Hogue?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yep.
Let's keep falling off. See what rates are doing. I think
Yeah.
10-year.
We'll see.
Update on the 10-year right here. This was 4.24%. Still 4.24%. We did see 4.25. Look at YM just pushing new lows here. Will the ES follow suit?
There's a lot of weak structure down below in gold.
3 points off the lows. Man, we got the old head fake there. Tilt strikes again.
It's a lot of weak structure in this upside move in gold. I wasn't looking for the market to go down and start checking it. But I mean, there's a session gap, 27.20, 27.20, 27.12. That gap would close. Naked points of control all over down below. It'd be a pretty substantial move, especially as far as this market's come already today. I don't see that happening.
Think there's more room to the downside here, Hogue?
Well, I mean, we're below the range from yesterday. We're testing the previous day's range. There's a lot of weak structure down below. I mean, if it does grow legs, there's lots of visuals for this market to target down below. But I don't see any reason why that's going to happen today, but get to choose that.
Nice, Vince.
Nice job, Vince. Great trade. Way to stick with your guns on that.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Joel Gonzalez says, ugly, ugly day to trade. Well, you know what? Not trading is a position. Just remember that.
Order filled.
It is a position. You don't feel the right opportunity. Don't force a trade because you're being reckless and foolish.
Again, we do have Tesla earnings after the bell. Remember when Tesla was the darling of the markets? It's NVIDIA.
What will Elon's latest Q3 grift be to
come on, Nick.
The stock?
Nick,
there's always something. There's always a carrot on a stick that usually he has during the earnings calls. So I'm looking forward to seeing what it is this quarter.
This whole thing just amuses
He's coming out with a phone, right? He's got the phone coming out. He's also got cheap housing coming out. Got a lot of ideas, man. A lot of ideas.
731. They're down in the 30s here in gold. Keep an eye.
So, guys, what do we do here? Do we cut this short in gold? Do we go the other way in gold, or do we just kind of sit?
Not all at once.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Yeah, I'm trying to think.
I don't know.
How much more room?
Just being honest.
Yeah, I know. It's one of those days.
Is I don't know an appropriate answer?
I don't know.
It is. It can be. It can be.
Yeah. Good talk.
Yeah.
Let's write it out.
Hold on.
Why'd we get short? Let's talk. Why'd we get short? We got short. Why'd we get short?
We broke out of that little tiny bear flag that we were looking at, and I was slow to get into it. I mean, that's something that we should have set up with a stop to get into. So I just barreled into it with a one lot and ended up selling the dead ass low of the day. That's not the first time that's happened, or will it be the last?
Hogue, here would be a reason to get out of it. The daily ATR in gold is 31 points. Right now, our daily range is 43 points. So what I would be asking is how much more room is there to the downside for the rest of the day? Now, anything can happen and gold could sell off another 1%, but we're already above that average daily range. By a decent amount.
So
but I've also been wrong on every. I've also been wrong on every trade that I've called out today. So maybe I'm not seeing things well, which is fine. Sometimes you're not going to see it.
It does happen.
Yeah,
it doesn't happen in front of 5,000 people watching us here on Topstep TV. Fast markets. Click like, click subscribe. We're a little light on the subscribers this week. We did cross 125,000 subscribers last week. Still on the 125,000 handle. What's going on? Please click like. Please click subscribe. As we close on the march to 150,000 subscribers. We can get that by end of year.
We're almost already at our stop here, $500. Let's just let it play and see what happens.
Yeah. Still valid.
The risk is defined. That's one thing. That's one thing I really want to adapt in my trading with Coach Paul. I will talk through trades and find a reason to get out. The risk is defined on this trade, whether you like the execution or not. And sometimes you just have to let them play out. Just like that ES trade, right? We had the risk defined. We decided to cut it and then it goes your way. Just let it go.
We don't get any smarter after we put the trade on, right?
Ain't that the truth?
Nope. Sometimes you get new information, but
that is true. That is true.
Keep an eye on that. We did not get stopped out. Hogue, we're still in this gold trade?
Yeah, we're still in it right now.
All right, cool. I'm gonna throw it to my main man Eddie real quick. Eddie, we got a quick update. Something that has turned back on at Topstep. Eddie, give him the good news.
Oh yes. Oh, what's that? It's a phone. Don't worry, I got it. Topstep, this is Eddie. Can I help you? Yes, indeed. We have brought back the phone support. Traders can now call us. You got your pencils ready, crayons ready. Here we go. 1-888-407-1611. It used to be my number. So don't have a phone anymore. And speak to, yes, a live representative. Monday through Friday between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. Central Time. Also, Trustpilot. Hey, folks, if you like what we're doing here on Topstep TV, once again, I know I ask this just about every day, but hey, that's me. Please take a moment to leave us a review on Trustpilot. We're going to drop the link in here. I'll do it. No pressure. So leave a Topstep TV review here at Trustpilot. And that's what I've got. Back to you, Andre.
Yeah, the phones are back on. Call and speak to a human. How about that?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Yes, gonna take out this low.
Yeah, it is, Nick. I'm watching this 58.60s last trade. Low of the day, 58.58. $2 or
It's
2
the right
points off
read.
the low.
It's the right read. Trust your trade. Not much else you can say.
NQ accelerating to the downside here. Hogue, we're still on this GC trade, right?
Still in it.
Yep.
I was one of 4 people that sold that level.
And we just put in new lows.
I'm an innovator.
Put in new lows. Put in new lows. 27.28 to 20. 27.28.2.
That's a great way to put it, Hogue. Yeah. Here comes the selling.
Yep.
Jeez, even my scalp I got out of early. Just to get back above break even for the day. To reset. One of those days.
So I want to ask you guys something, right? Have you seen what you would call a definitive move in any of the markets that we've traded so far? Right? In the ES and the NASDAQ. We have trade ideas, but were they, hey, yeah, this is a 80%, 90% probability trade? I haven't seen one.
I'll be honest with you, Vint. Jay, I probably would not have taken probably any of the trades we took where we took them today.
Yeah.
I've just been
and I think that's just
aggressive, I guess.
Right. And I think that's just the state of the market structure right now, right? Where there are trades available, right? And I'm not saying that there aren't, but I don't know that I've seen one that is just like, hey, this is a clear definition about where this market is going. So if you're getting chopped up in this, understand that, right? We've all been doing this for a long time. Yeah, we are, Trey. And I didn't see anything clearly definitive. The short looks really damn good now, though.
Sure does. Oh, that one little wick. That's us. Anyways, all right, last trade, 58.53 in the ES. Nick for a tick. We are selling here. We are selling hard. Jay, is there volume behind the sell-off?
Yeah, right at the initial balance low in the ES, 58.58. There was a big seller that just came in there. 1,500 contracts traded in a second, and 60% of that was negative delta. So big seller just came in there and
nice
run it to 50.
So you can short it below the initial balance with a stop above the initial balance high if we're going to see this thing run. Above the initial balance low, above the initial balance low, not the initial balance high. What am I smoking?
It's what I gave you, remember?
Yeah.
27.25. 27.26 is trade now. Got house account short from 27.28 and 70 cents. But watching ES and NQ and YM all fall out of bed right now. I'm wondering if rates keep pushing higher. Typically, it's the
take out previous week low. Let's see.
This looks like
got it.
Oh yeah, look at
this.
this. Wow.
Oh, that's frustrating.
Wow,
We're good. We'll find another one.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, everything's moving lower. This feels like rates.
I did say right here, right now. It just happened to be like right here 5 minutes later.
Wow.
So let's see if we go to 44s, which is a level I think we think a couple of us have been talking about randomly on ES for the last few days, like that 46 to 44s type level.
At 280 downside target in the NASDAQ.
285 downside.
Yeah, 285 downside target in the NASDAQ. That's a monthly view up.
285.
So 285 downside target NASDAQ.
You know, late spike base at 295.
Bonds are bonds have rallied. Interesting.
I think he means rates.
Oh, rates, yields, yeah,
yields.
That makes sense.
Because bonds are selling off.
Yes, they are. Yeah, this is the interest rate trade. Damn it.
I'm just going to see what happens with this gold trade, and I'm taking the risk off of it now.
Nice. Sometimes you got to be the change you want to see in the markets, Hogue. You sold that one.
Listen to you, Jay.
Let the market know it was okay.
Listen to you, Jay. We went from selling the dead ass load of nice trade real quick. I love it, man. I love it.
Come on, guys. The water's warm. Don't worry about it. We had a comment from, I wanted to make sure I waited until I shared this one. But Priya Raj says, dude, how dumb is this guy? He sold at the bottom. It's only the bottom unless it keeps going lower. So
this is how conditioned people are right now to just buy. I mean, Dakota says buy the dip, but there are moments when we are going to break down in this market. We have just been range bound and trending higher for weeks, and eventually there are days like this where buying the dip doesn't work because it keeps on dipping.
I've been told a lot worse things than dumb. I've been called a lot worse than that.
More coming up here. We'll let this gold trade play out. We got about 14 minutes till bottom of the hour. I do think we have some more speakers coming up. What we got here? Eddie, what we got?
Barkin's going to be here at 11 o'clock.
Thank you.
Gave me a call this morning.
What's on Barkin's mind?
He's going to be here, going to be bringing lunch for me. And then, so 11 o'clock, Barkin. Eyes on the prize. Anything does happen, we'll know. Also, don't forget about our 20-year bond bid to cover at high noon. And, of course, that 1 o'clock beige book. Have that also. So that's what I got. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you. Edward. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Watching the YM falling out of bed, ES falling out of bed, and Q doing the same thing. Gold as well. Rates or treasuries probably selling off. Yeah, this is follow the leader, maybe follow the treasuries. Treasuries break lower. Equities will probably do the same. Like Jack was saying, these rates are going the wrong way. Putting pressure on the equities. So something we have to keep an eye on. I wonder what Fed Watch is looking. Jack, if you're there, I don't know if you're Jackson VMix or not. I probably JD's got a spot.
I'm always here, unless I'm not.
Thank you, Jack. Jack, talk to us, man. Talk to us about rates. What the hell's going on, man? Jack, what's going on? Like Fed Watch, are we cut? Is pause still on the table?
Yeah, but nothing's much been. We went through a period where that was really bouncing around, but we've been right around. Right now, there's 11% chance of no rate cut, 89% chance of a quarter, which seems to be the general consensus. If anything, the Fed doesn't want to rock the boat, and it's pretty. I think it's pretty baked in unless something crazy happens. That's going to be a quarter point cut.
Okay.
Now, if we look right now, we've actually come off the highs a little bit in yield. We peaked out at about 4.26 today, down to 4.24 right now. So still high, baby. Still high.
Yeah. Interesting. This is wild times. All right, see if we can make another push lower here. The NASDAQ last trade, 20,329. I know we got a downside target of 285s. We'll keep an eye on it. What's up? Who was that, Jay or Nick?
That was me. It was a nice rejection at the initial balance low in the NASDAQ there, 345s. Yeah, I think we do see this 280s coming up pretty soon here.
280s.
It does tend to turn into resistance, doesn't it?
Stop filled.
Can we find a place to get in this?
Ooh. Well, while we do that, we'll maintain this trade, manage it, but we do have everyone's favorite big board ready to go. JD, I mean, this is just the talk of the town now. This is all the rage. Everyone wants to be on the board. If you're not on the board, it seems like you're not legit. JD, you talk to us. What's on the board today? Who's on the board?
Don't come crying to us if you're not on the big board, right? Eddie.
Yes, sir.
Hit me with
Here
that
we go.
sweet, sweet drum roll.
Here we go.
Great moments are born from great opportunity. And that's what you have here.
There it is. I couldn't pinpoint that accent or what that movie quote was from, Eddie. You're going to have to fill us in later.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
Miracle.
Miracle.
Yes, you are
All right.
correct.
That was it. The 80 USA hockey team. All right, got it.
Mhm.
All right. Not much movement in the top 10. We still got Coach Dakota. They're in 7th place. Nick for a tick, 12th place. A little bit of a dip. He had a day yesterday. That's all right. He's back at it today. And we got 2 new names in the top 10. First, Joseph in 9th place. Joseph made nearly $60,000 yesterday trading in 5 XFAs. He's only got 4 days, 4 total trading days in these 5 XFAs, though. So he's not eligible for a payout yet. He's got a total account balance plus payouts of $160,000. Joseph, we said this to Jacob earlier during our XFA P&L call out. Get that last $200 day and pay yourself a little dough. You deserve it, buddy. All right, don't let us down. Just below Joseph is Raymond. Raymond profited about $35,000 in 5 XFAs to slide into 10th place, up from 17th place. Our guy, Kingwee. Kingwee made about $46,000 trading in 5 XFAs on a live funded account. Moved back into the top 25 today. He was in 33rd place yesterday. Nice job, Kingway. And then we've got our biggest mover down there in 21st place is Adam D. Adam was in 119th place on the big board yesterday. He made just over $65,000 trading the NASDAQ across 5 XFAs, now sitting in 21st place. And I don't know if you guys want to hear this, but we got a little race happening at the moment. So right now we got Rips in 36th place on the big board.
Moving up.
And there's another guy out there. He's an old friend of ours. He likes to twist it up with Rips on the old Twitter box. I'm not going to say his name. Not going to say his name. I don't want to say shit pot or anything.
I will. Who is it?
Part-time crab fisherman.
But he is in 41st place. He's only 5 spots behind Rips right now. So Rips in 36. Our other guy in 41st place. We got a race to the big board happening as we speak. So
PW watching right now.
I bet we see some movement from those two going into
PW's watching right now. I know PW's watching now. You wait. I know you watch just for this moment. You are definitely watching right now. I love it.
I'm just saying this right now because I know this is going to get clipped up and put on Twitter. What's up?
Yeah.
What's up, PW? Nice trade.
What's up, PW? I know you're watching.
We're all having fun.
Good.
You know you want to be on the board.
I'm long 337 as we were doing the big board.
Let's go, Nick.
I'm from?
Nice trade.
337.
All right, guys, that's your big board. I'll catch you in a little bit. Get your snapshots
Looking
in.
for a scalp or new highs.
S&Ps? You long S&Ps? NASDAQ.
And I'm flat. $1,300.
It's you.
Nice trade.
It's trade. I love the big board, guys.
I was betting on initial balance kind of holding once we pierced above it. And if we didn't, I'm going to just flatten this. I don't love diddling down at these lows right now when my bias has been to sell pops today. But I would not be shocked if that's the low of the day and we rip to a new high and I leave 200 points on the table.
Man, it's been like that lately, Nick. It's been like that lately. You've been doing that. You've done it on Monday, too. Same thing happened on Monday.
Twice. Top and bottom.
Yes, it did.
We'll see. But I'll take the scalp after, taking a loss and missing, I guess, another top of this range short with Hogue. So if I miss the bottom of the range for the day, then so be it, man. It's all good. That's $1,300 in my live account. I can move forward and call that a good day.
They just took off that short in gold for $600. That trimmed our risk a little, our loss a little bit for the day. So down $2,039 right now.
Oh, we can make that back in one trade.
Hope that was a pretty dumb trade.
It was a dumb trade, man.
Just joking, man. It works. Sometimes that's what you got to do. Sell the bottom.
Sometimes there's nothing wrong with shorting in the hole. Just got to.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're with the trend. In the dummies, all the naysayers, the hindsight capital folks, they're going to be, you shorted in the hole. You can't go lower than the lows. What do we do? We went lower than the lows. A lot of people say, if you got long. If you got long down there,
much dumber trades than that.
Oh, I know. And if we got long down there, they'd be like, well, why are you getting long counter trend? I mean, you already know what the pre-canned messages are going to be. It's gonna be like that forever.
Yep.
Oh, it's okay.
It's repeating itself here. Hey, we got a London close here in about 5 minutes, kids. And
I hear the
Johnny. Yeah, you just keep doing what you're doing, brother. You're doing it right.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Eddie. I love you, brother.
Love you too, man.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah.
I like it. All right, 5 minutes till bottom of the hour.
Virtual hug.
Yes.
Yeah, everyone. Eddie's playing hurt today, so we really appreciate Eddie being in here. My MJ with the flu game.
Hey, Gabe, JD, whoever's behind, I'm going to step out for a quick second.
All right.
With that comment, I want to quote Benjamin Franklin, who said, "We're all born ignorant, but one must work hard to remain stupid."
You do. Yes, you do.
And I have worked hard to remain stupid. Absolutely.
You think this comes easy, guys? Come on, man. We're working.
Not at all.
We're trying. All right. Let's take a look at the tilt here. 75%. We did see 78% long, 78% long. In the ES, we fell out of bed. Man. Hard tape today, Ludacris. Hey, it's not been easy. There has been opportunity. Just because it's hard doesn't mean there has been opportunity. There has been movement. ES finally fell off. NQ finally fell off. YM as well. Dow or gold stair stepping lower. Bear flag. Nice identify. You nailed that one perfectly, Jay. Called it a bear flag there in gold. Sure enough, we did sell off. It looks like they're trying to consolidate right now, build a base. I'd be surprised if we take another leg lower there. Like Eddie said, we do have London close in about 3 minutes. We got Barkin speaking at the top of the hour and a 20-year auction. 20-year auction stretch at 90 minutes. We got a 20-year auction.
If I can ask Jay, what do you think about continuation lower in the equities if we open this next 30-minute bar below the IB low?
Yeah, I'm seeing that, Hogue. Was looking for a potential place to get in, and I think it was just that last bounce that we had above 350s that did hold in the NASDAQ. I do think that we trend lower to that monthly VWAP. Of course, anything can happen, but we are breaking out of this higher time frame range that we've seen. So, yeah, I do like the continuation. So where do you get in and manage it? And look at, as we're talking, it's doing it right
now.
Yeah.
Look out below. Hit him with that timber.
A lot of put buying down 5,800 SPX, so this could definitely waterfall another 8 to 10 points here.
So, and Nick, I want to know what you guys think about this. If you look at volume profile just from the regular trading hour session today, there is a low volume node in the S&Ps from 58. Let's call it 54 up to the IB low. If we get up anywhere near that area, I call them volume shoulders. So you got a little volume shoulder here from where it goes high to low. That would be a spot, or that would be a spot to look for a short. And in the S&Ps, it's relatively cheap. If we're going to leave single TPOs, if we get the chance to do that, I mean, would that be something you guys consider? And if you wouldn't, convince me not.
As far as a reoffer, or if we get above to relong. Yeah, I would be looking reoffer at this point. This is shaping up to look, like you had that initial pop that got faded. And now as we are coming into Euro close, if we do not see some bullish momentum out of this, I think you lean towards kind of playing the trend day down, at least towards power hour. And then after that, all bets are off because who knows what the options guys are going to do. And we see so many V-shaped type moves in the latter half of the day, but I think you still have to kind of lean into with the trend until that changes. And if we don't get that here, I'd be looking for something to, continue to sell off of. And that seems like a decent spot.
If we're watching these markets, we got the ES, we got the NASDAQ, we got the Dow, and we got the Russell, all sort of tagging these bottoms here. All four, haven't really seen that too much, but yes, keep an eye on that.
What happened?
What happened?
All of a sudden, everybody said, screw this, we're selling.
I don't know. NVIDIA's even off its lows, technically. I think we hit like 3.5% NVIDIA, now it's under 3. But the rest of the Mag 7 caught up. Everything else is down 1.5%, 1.25%. Meta's down 1 3, 1 and 1.4%.
Let's go.
And we are you got Tesla today, but we got Mag 7 kicking off next week. Right, Jay?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Yep. Yeah. I think we have Amazon.
Everyone's favorite time of the year.
Mag 7 earnings.
Mag 7 earnings.
All right. I'll leg lower here.
Can we plug a little fun next week?
Yeah, what do we got?
So for At the Buzzer, our first guest, Coach Paul and I have been running At the Buzzer together for the past couple of months. But we know someone on the panel here worked at one of these Mag 7 companies. And since they have their earnings next week, we're going to have our first guest for At the Buzzer. So Nick Fortick is going to join us for that Amazon earnings call.
Some big tech earnings and go through some of the Mag 7. It'd be fun. We'll see how this goes because sometimes these are nothing burgers because we can't trade them. But it's fun to watch how insane the NASDAQ can move after hours with these initial release numbers and then some of the guidance that gets released and even some of the earnings calls. I know we're not going to be on that long, but it should be fun. I'm going to jump on with Coach Shea and Coach Paul, and we're not going to find a trade, obviously, but we'll talk through the earnings and kind of just watch the fireworks that can be the NASDAQ and the S&P when some of the biggest, largest market cap companies in the world decide to report earnings and just say AI 47 times. So it should be a good time, and we'll go from there. We'll see if people like it. If we think it's fun and it's enjoyable for everybody, maybe we'll do it every quarter. We kind of space them out and have a little fun with it.
Nick, awesome. I got a question for you. Do you miss tech? Do you miss working for big tech?
No.
Are you happy Are you happy here? You're in the mud. You're in the mud with us here. You love it?
Yeah, I would say at this point, I was a long lost pit trader with Hogue and Eddie and MP. It probably where my calling was in the 90s if I was born a little bit earlier, versus me sitting on a sales floor in tech and then eventually transitioning to consulting, which I absolutely hated. So I think I'm in the right environment.
Nick, what does a consultant actually do?
Absolutely nothing. We say a lot of big buzzwords. We get CEOs very hyped up. We get a lot of CMOs with a lot of buzzwords and marketing jargon so that they get fired up and then they tell their IT departments to listen to what I say and then go build what I just pitched to them. They don't do anything else. They are purely just marketers and magicians with words, and then all of the engineers and devs have to do the work that I'm describing, which half of it is just marketing jargon fluff. That's what a consultant does. And anybody that is not a dev consultant there doesn't believe what I'm saying. No, you're the sales consultant guys, not the devs. The sales guys do not know anything. We are just marketers. I am not an engineer. I am not perfect, but that's what I have always done.
Yes, the important social part, like the value the consultants provide, Andre, is they offload responsibility. If you're the CEO, you can hire Bain to do something and then implement it. And when it doesn't work, you can be like, well, I went to Bain. And if it does work, you're like, I'm sweet. Give me more money.
What a gig.
What a gig. You left that?
Yes. You left that? Man, you're crazy.
Sales guys, sales consultants, management consultants, they are truly just hype guys for other people to then go do the work. They just get the money by hyping up the CEOs. That's as simple as that's the most rudimentary, elementary type, definition of what they do every day.
Man.
All just marketing jargon.
They look at your watch and tell you what time it is. Incredible. What a gig.
And then you pay them millions of dollars to do it while you incorporate your own engineers to work too hard to try to make that dream happen because a CEO went to a conference and heard something one time.
Oh, so good.
I don't miss it, but it is very much Mike Judge in Idiocracy and Silicon Valley and Office Space. Like it's very much that type of world, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, the Bobs, man. So what does it say you do here? Well, that was awesome. I appreciate that. All right, London Close is coming on. That was consulting flash 4 minutes on consulting takes there. Very good. We do have a VIP drop in coming up. We got jab coming up. Then we got what do we got? We got appreciations. We got some call ups. What do we want to do next, guys? Let me know behind.
I have one thing that I need some help. I said in Slack that I was leaving to try and fight a woodpecker. I work out of this addition on the back of our house, and there's been this knocking for a couple days, and I got a picture right here. Is this a woodpecker? And if so, what do I do with it? I just went and sprayed some cleaning product up there, thinking he wouldn't like that.
How'd that go, Jack? How'd that go?
No knocking right now.
Okay.
Ain't no knocking right now, Bird.
He's knocking on heaven's door right now.
Oh, really zoom in.
I believe that is a hairy woodpecker. One thing you might want to do is you might hang some streamers in that area so they're not banging on anything. But I've seen a lot of people use tinfoil pie tins and they hang them there, which are just going to continue to bang against the side of your door. But they sell really shiny red streamers, and if you put a couple of them up there, that may be enough to keep them away.
Then I got a pie.
Jack, I got some C4 I'm not using. If you need it, I can bring it over.
We got 2,000 negative delta at this low. Buyers are stepping in right here, right now.
Back to it.
They got squeezed. They got smushed.
This could be a nice little pop with a short squeeze here.
S&Ps?
S&Ps. I'm looking at 5850s if we can pop that, but I'm seeing that 2,000 negative delta right on those lows.
Risk to the low of the day?
Yeah, you could.
Yep.
Right, we're in. Five.
Sweet. +5.
They're all racking the same too. Once again,
what price we get there?
Russell and Dow.
We are long.
Be the lows.
58.50, right on 58.50, right on that.
Dude,
right on that
I like
level.
it.
But that afternoon pullback low at 58.45 I talked about earlier. Did that put in the low? Yep, 58.45 even. That afternoon pullback low we discussed earlier. And we saw some buying come in there. That's not a bad thing.
Yeah, I think it's the cheap short or cheap long, excuse me. Safe long too.
Nice.
If you're kind of looking for potentially an intraday bottom.
Good eye, Nick.
Yeah, great catch, man.
Yeah, what was that? I was at roughly 46. I think we were talking about the 46s when we came on as a possible, area that buyers could step in from last week.
If you look at it, that afternoon pullback low comes in the 11th of October. Right here, this is where we had a strong up day, and that level right there, 58.40, 58.45 even, was the deepest the pullback was able to get that day, and then we've never been back there since. So that kind of gives it a little bit more of a potential trust there. And they thank God you were watching, Nick.
Yeah, I actually do like this. Obviously I kind of wish we could have gotten it like maybe 48s, 47s. But that's a decent sized iceberg. I have a couple of exhaustions that printed down there. So let's see what happens. Cheap long.
Good eye.
Jibo asking, why does the stream say stick around for VIP? Well, we're going to give you a VIP update right now while we manage this trade. We can do two things at once here. We can walk and chew gum here at Topstep TV. So with that being said, JD, come on in. We got head coach of the VIP, the Lunatics. Come on in, JD. Let's do it. Let's get this going.
What's up, guys? You are looking at Coach Jay of the Lunatics. We haven't done a high-level VIP leaderboard update since last week, so let's start with that. Let's take a look at the combined leaderboard. No trading data yet from Coach Paul's Profiteers or Coach Hoop's Pit Raiders, but that's coming soon. We'll have some more updates on them very shortly. Coach Vince's Market Makers started with 53 traders. 14 have finished through, meaning they graduated from the trading combine to the XFA, 100K XFA, and then subsequently lost that account. That equals a finishing of the VIP experience. Still 8 active trading combines right now. Coach Vince is sitting on a 28.3% pass rate. Single trader in an XFA. Team totals. Team has taken 2 total payouts for $3,836. Coach Ray's Mindset Hunters started with 54 traders. 13 have finished to pass through to the XFA and then subsequently lost that account. 3 traders currently in trading combines at the moment. I'm sorry. Yes, currently 3 open trading combines. When we say open trading combines, that means there's some people still waiting on another reset or sitting on the sidelines. But yesterday there were 3 active trading combines on Coach Ray's Mindset Hunters. Combine pass rate 31.4%. 4 traders currently sitting in XFAs. Total team payouts, 3 payouts were $2,385. And there he is, coach of the Lunatics, Coach Jay. Started with 51 traders. 10 have finished through. 6 active trading combines today. Pass rate of 21.5%. 1 active XFA. 1 total payout, $2,500. Coach Jay, what is happening? Let's talk through your top 5 real quick, if we could pull that up.
Let's do it.
P.
Are you ready? All right, we got Travis, Dana, Jack, Johnny, and Alavida. Travis, lone XFA trader. We talked about him last week. Dana, so close to getting in that XFA. She's up a little bit, only $70 away now. When's the last time you reached out to Dana? I know you said last week you guys were in contact a little bit. So
yeah,
close.
we did talk. Dana was about $130 away last week, and we talked about that break that Dana took in between trading. Got back to trading and self-admittedly over-traded trying to pass the combine and took a step back, but looks like very close to passing again. And Dana, if you're listening, same advice as we had last time. Just don't worry about passing it. If you trade the way you have been in this account, you're going to pass eventually. And I think it's better to be surprised that you pass instead of trying to force doing it. So in a good spot. And I think we see it with a lot of traders, JD, where you get close to that goal. It's why we talk about when you're trading with real money, not having a monetary target, because when you don't hit that target, you try to do things that really don't make sense for your trading plan.
Yeah. And I know Ho could speak to this quite a bit. He talks about this in group coaching almost every day. This last $100 could be the toughest $100 to make. Not trying to get in your head or anything, Dana, but take 100%. It slow. Don't overtrade. Scale down on the micros. I see NQ as your main product. Maybe scale down to those micros and just get across the finish line. Funding is, I say the finish line. Funding is really just the beginning. This is a huge opportunity. Just get across that finish line. Pogue, I heard you chiming in there. Any words of wisdom for Dana? Trying to cross that threshold?
Yeah, forget about
Dana is listening right now.
Yeah, just forget about getting that last $100 or getting to that, that combine success. Focus on the next good trade. That's all you want to focus on. That's it. Look for the next good trade. Don't think about the money. Don't think about the profits. Don't think about the success. Don't think about anything but finding that next good trade. I've ruined a lot of really good days just by trying to get that last couple of ticks. And if it doesn't go well, it just sends you into tilt and then boom. So just focus on the next good trade. Don't worry about it. It'll come.
Excellent advice. Thank you, Hogue. One more trader I want to talk about here. Coach Jay, Bellavita. We got a trading card for Bellavita. Now, this trader started back in early August. First opened this trading, has not reset this account yet. Only 10 trading days in the account since starting the VIP experience. In the trading combine, down a little bit of money. Average daily P&L down $16. Winning days 70%. Average winning trade, risk reward 1.25 to 1. 3 trades a day, average 15 lots. I sent you some notes about her earlier, Jay. 10 of those.
Yep.
Only traded 10 trading days in the last 3 months. And 7 of those are in October. So starting to really get into it just a little bit. But what can we do to light a fire in this trader and show us what they're really doing?
I think what probably happened here, JD, is we're coming down towards the end of that 6 months in the VIP program, and we're probably going to see a lot more traders doing this as well, where it's like, hey, you know, I only have this free account, if you will, for a couple more months, so let me take advantage of it. So Balavita, good to see that you're trading in this account now. And you know, not too much data on this. I think the one thing that probably needs to improve here is either how much you're taking out of your winners or how many winning trades that you have, right? Where this 32% win rate with where your average winners and losers are, it's why the account is in the negative. But I'm interested to see more data. And Balavita, if you're listening, I don't know that you've been in any of the VIP sessions, but if you're starting to trade this account now, it'd be great if you can join some of these segments. Let us know how you're doing, what it is that you're looking for in the markets, and hopefully we can help you get that across the finish line as well.
Awesome, yeah. Get in that Discord channel. Get in that server. Coach Jay's in there every single day, talking to the lunatics, doing what we can to help them out. All right. Any final words? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I see Travis in the chat, who's our leader of our VIP team. He said he was in a little bit of a drawdown. We talked about Travis a couple of weeks ago, but his account sitting at 3750 now. Was able to dig out of that drawdown. Travis, good job. You've paid yourself twice from this account, and being able to work through that drawdown, you're leading yourself to more payouts. So keep leading the team, keep doing well. And then I have one more, JD. Maybe we can talk about this offline, but I have a trader, Waishan C, in the VIP chat that says they're in a VIP XFA as well. So if we can take a look at the data on that, I know traders are trading a bunch of different accounts, but Waishan says they're at 1656 in the VIP XFA. So shout out to you, Waishan, regardless of what account that is. Good trading.
Okay, I'll take a look for Waishan. Yeah, send me that
Discord name. Got you.
Yep.
Topstep name.
Discord
I got you. Thanks.
Cool.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'll take a look at that for sure. We can follow up on that next week. Appreciate it, Jay.
Thanks, JD.
All right, guys.
No problem.
Here is your VIP update for Wednesday, October 23rd, 2024.
You're the man, Jay. I'll just put in the chat. You're such
done.
a solid dude, man. You're taking this. You're VIP coaching your ass off, man. You take these trades. You trade your ass off at the buzzer, man. This is a hell of a team, man. Glad you're on board here, Coach Jay. Yeah, man. Hey,
Here you go.
Coaching is the fun part.
Yeah, you are.
Coach J, all the way. He's coming, he's cool. Following his game plan is his number one rule.
Wow. Now you got your hand.
I love that, Eddie.
Coach Jay.
We got some life on the
If we
call.
can pop-
Dude, you want to?
Let's do it.
Go ahead, Nick.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Nick,
No,
you
I was
gonna
gonna say if we
trade?
can pop this spot
Yeah,
here
talk
at
that trade,
56. I would assume low days might be in.
Yeah, don't you, Nick? Don't you say?
I'm
thinking
just-
it, Nick.
I'm
We were
just
thinking-
saying what I'm seeing. We'll see. It's got to get over this spot. This is also where you can see sellers reoffer.
I got you.
You watching you're watching the
I'm watching
NASDAQ at its
NQ at initial
IB
balance low. It's
low.
struggling at initial balance low right now. So we got to pop this.
Yep.
All right, we got some call-ups, JD. We ain't done. We got some call-ups, man. Hit us with the call-ups. Who's getting pushed to the live, to the big leagues, the majors, the bright lights? JD, who we got?
Let's run through them. James, you call out the
James.
order.
Ronnie James getting the call.
First up, Lester
Love
from
this.
Millsburg, Ohio, $7,050 trading the NASDAQ, moving into the live funded account. Nice job, Lester. Lena from Miami, $10,750. That's a good start, trading gold in the NASDAQ. Excellent start, getting into the live funded account. We're rooting for you, Lena. Let's see some big things. Catherine from, am I reading this right? Scioset, New York, 24,500. Another big start getting into that live funded account. These are great starting balances we're seeing here, guys. Starting balances come from XFA accounts moved into the live funded account. So after you graduate from the express funded account, you get called up to the live account, and you take those balances from your XFAs. You can either take payouts or transfer it to the live account or split it up. So there you have it. Matthew from Cedartown, Georgia, $25,000. Let's do it. Let's do it. Moses from Windsor, $50,000. Big starting balance. Moving some money around, Moses. Nice job, bud. And Dakota. Dakota's already in a live funded account, but on Monday he transferred. He closed out 5 XFAs and transferred another $108,000 into his live funded account.
Jeez.
He told us about his trading plan a couple weeks ago. By the end of next year, he wants $1 million in his live funded account here at Topstep, and he is taking steps to make that happen. So, big shout out to Dakota. All right, there are your live funded call-ups for today.
A lot of money. A lot of money being moved around.
A lot of money flying around. A lot of money.
Yeah, there is. All right, well, let's get right back. Let's go right into it. Yeah, let's get right into some jabs. We got house account long from 550 or 5850. Come on, Dre. 5850. House account is long. But let's get into some jabs. Throw it to my main man, Eddie. Who we got in this corner, Eddie?
So we got lots going on here. Welcome to Jab. And in this corner, wearing the Topstep swag, the trader who does his work strives to be successful. This can be you. And in the other corner, wearing a Packer foam cheese hat, lost control of his ring pop, trading without a plan like a damn fool and is so dumb, he thinks Meow Mix is music for cats. Mel, the Cheddarhead Jubkin. Let's take a look and see who is doing the jab the right way, making progress here on their trading journey with Topstep. And we're going to start with Jay Smith. Needed 500 to pass my combine today. Locked out at a negative 800 today. What a bummer. But hey, be smart about it. Using that lockout not only for the winning days, but when you think and when you know and when you see that you're not trading correctly, lock it out so it doesn't get any worse. Mark Campbell passed his first combine. Way to go, Mark. Welcome to the party. Ian Peterson, my first combine ever passed. So excited. Ian, have a seat, my friend. Great job. Andrea, I passed my 150K combine. Exclamation. Way to go, Andrea. Grunt Lord. I like that one, Grunt Lord. Passed the combine. You guys are great. Well, you know what? You're great also. Keep up the good work. CKS passed my second 50K combine, but hit the DLL on my third 50K combine. Hey, you know what? It's okay. You got 2 in the box, and you could work on that third one. Casey Olson just passed my 150K combine. So happy. Way to go, Casey. Mr. No Nick up 100, down 100, now up 50. I guess I stopped for the day and save some mental capital for the rest of the week. And be smart. If you're feeling this, if you're not feeling right and you're, it's not there, all right, focus isn't there, don't trade. So good decision, Mr. No Nick. Elon's Musk, max profit for me. Excellent. Locked out. Logged off early. God bless everyone. Well, God bless you also. Great decision. Shaquiz Skinner just passed my combine. A bunch of diamonds there. Way to go, Shaquiz. Sir Blackie, I passed my challenge today. 3 days in the green. It's nice. Now, see what Sir Blackie did? Giving themselves a challenge. This is what we should all be doing. Give yourself your own challenge. Even if it's a daily challenge, even if it's an hourly challenge or a weekly challenge, monthly challenge, challenge yourself. Okay. My flying channel up 1100 was down 1500 XFA, locked it up. Whew, that was a close one. Way to turn days around. Those are the best to do. And that's what we've got for our jab. Remember, keep moving forward, folks. Never want to go backwards. Keep jabbing at these trades and you're going to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Success for everybody. Back to you, Andre.
Love it, Eddie. Great stuff, man. People fighting, climbing themselves out of the holes. Speaking of which, watch this NQ keep creeping higher. We bottomed out at 20,303s. Last trade 20,000, 355, 355, 357 is now trade. Yes, hasn't caught up with the NQ push higher just yet.
You know what the weekly kickoff low in the NASDAQ was, Andre?
Tell me 300.
I know.
308.
308. We talked about it last night.
We did.
He does it again.
I mean,
I literally said this. I gave Hope so much credit. I was like, if you are not using these, you're insane.
Yes.
We hit them every week.
Oh, what happened?
I've trimmed our risk a little bit on this, Nick.
I don't know. Why is NASDAQ doing that?
The recent pullback down below 58.50. So we're only at risk of $375 now, but this is a pretty stiff pullback here.
What was that?
What the hell happened to NASDAQ? Lame. Just whacked it. All right, guys, we'll keep an eye on this. We'll have this house account trade. We'll keep you guys updated throughout the day as we keep this in again. House account is in the money on this trade. Going to push higher here. Hopefully that was just a little bit of a freak out in the NASDAQ. We are seeing gold push higher. Anyways, it's that time of fast workers where we do appreciations. Of course, we always like to throw it to the chat. Chat, what are you appreciative for? Things to be positive about, things to be grateful for. You go see the graphic. What are you thankful for today? Let us know in the chat. Chat will let it cook for a couple minutes, or a couple seconds, I should say. We don't have that much time. Let it cook in the chat for a couple seconds, then I'm going to throw it to Mr. Edward. Mr. Eddie Horn, what's up? What are you appreciative for today?
Right. You know what? I'm really appreciative. My wife taking care of me. I'm sick now. She was sick. I took care of her. So it was like she was so graceful to give me some of what she had. But appreciate my wife, appreciate God, appreciate the community, and everybody here at Topstep. That's what I appreciate, and I love everybody. Everybody. Yeah, even you. Back to you, Andre.
Hey, you too. And you too. Here in the chat, Apple. I'm seeing something about Apple. Apple took a hit there.
Yeah.
Apple going down. All right, everyone's talking about Apple. All right, throw it to Hogue. Hogue, what do you appreciate it for? Come on, Tim Apple. Come on,
Tim Apple,
Hogue,
right.
what do you got?
As always, I appreciate my God, my family, my country, and appreciate Nick for a tick and Jay hanging out with us for the day today. It was a lot of fun, some good conversations, some good ideas, some good thoughts, some good education. Appreciate you guys. And of course, as always, Andre, I appreciate you. Eddie, appreciate you. Appreciate everybody. And I should just start every day just by saying I appreciate everything. Every day above ground is great. I like that.
Is a W. Every time you wake up is a W. All right, Coach Jay, what do you appreciate it for? Coach Jay gone. Coach Jay, we lost him.
Coach
Camera
Jay's
off.
gone.
Uh-oh.
That's $5. Microphone off.
get
That's
booted?
$5. I was just complimenting you how you're such a solid dude. You always come bringing the heat, Jay, and now this is what happens to you. Anyways, we'll try to get reconnected with him. There he is.
There he is.
I think he took me out of VMix.
What up? What do you appreciate it for?
I appreciate working with you guys here at Topstep and all the coaches that we have here in the community. Thank God that I get this opportunity to do this as often as we do. Really enjoy doing this stuff. I want to give a shout out to Coach Jack. If you have not spoken with Coach Jack, him and I are going to be doing what we call a fireside chat in Discord next week. Not next week, tomorrow. Coach Jack has a ton of experience, more trading experience than I have life experience. Anytime I get to work with Coach Jack, I kind of just sit back, ask him questions, and just let him rock. So if you haven't heard Coach Jack speak, he's always in the Topstep Discord, answering traders' questions, really in-depth answers as well, and kind of a no bullshit approach to coaching. So we'll be doing that tomorrow in Discord if you do want to join. But shout out to you, Coach Jack.
Love it. Nick for a tick, if I ask you, Nick for a tick, what are you appreciative for?
I'm appreciative for my wife today. She's in the very uncomfortable, I'm, pregnant, about to give birth at any time type of phase. So I'm just thankful for her for doing that for the last, 10 months basically, and allowing me to just be an idiot and come on the show and have fun and press buttons for a living. So I'm very thankful for her for sacrificing that while I do this. So I'm going to go spend some time with her the rest of the afternoon and then study for my Series 3 tonight. That's kind of my plan.
Good man. Good luck on that. Good luck to that. Thank you guys for joining us. And I'm appreciative for the dog that has been continuing to enter into Nick's office all morning. He's been trying to shoo that dog out of his office all morning. He's been very nice about it.
Right here.
You can tell that dog will not, dog is relentless. And what's the dog's name, Nick?
That is, so I have two littermate golden retrievers. That is Zona, named after my alma mater, University of Arizona.
I am appreciative for Zona that's been bugging Nick all morning. And so that being said, on the other side of this, Power Players, we got Jared in the house. I love this guy from Kansas City. We'll check in with him, see how things are going with Power Players. Anyways, it's Topstep TV. Let's go.
All right, there were some overhead supply at 10s that they just swiped out. This is good. This is good. 13s are trading.
Here it comes.
Can we
Here it
get
comes.
14s are on the docket. There
Here we
goes
go.
15s.
Oh, get him.
And it's
Yes. Hell yeah. Hell yes.
We did it. We did it.
Hell yes.
Winner.
No, this one is fast.
he's
This one is
passed.
fast.
Oh, he's
Yeah,
let's
this one is
go.
fast.
Yeah.
Topstep was created from an idea born out of the trading pits in Chicago. The idea that we could provide traders education, access, experience, and capital to use in the markets. A decade later, with tens of thousands of traders in over 100 different countries, we know exactly what our traders want. That gave us another idea to build a platform specifically for our traders and their unique needs.
Wait, a trading platform and an evaluation company in one? Does that exist?
Well, it does now.
Introducing TopstepX, the first of its kind trading platform built by and for futures traders, creating the first end-to-end ultimate trading experience. TopstepX is purpose-built for your unique needs, using over a decade of insights, customer feedback, and experience. Featuring integrated licensed trading view charts, our proprietary trading indicator, the Tilt, a built-in trade copier, our own dedicated data feed direct from the CME, and even a live stream of Topstep TV. And get this, with our extra fast connection, once you sign up, you are trading within 30 seconds. No connection instructions needed. It's web-based, so you can use it on your Mac or PC, with a dedicated mobile app for iOS and Android coming very soon. We haven't just built a trading platform. TopstepX is a fully immersive trading environment, and it will continue to evolve with new features, becoming your go-to source for trade execution and funding, education, community, support, and even entertainment. Oh yeah, never pay any commissions on TopstepX. That's right, TopstepX is the only platform in the futures industry that has no commissions. Experience the future today.
His name is Jay, Coach Jay, all the way. He's coming, he's cool. Following his game plan is his number one rule. When the market's open, Jay's on the move. Order flows the key, he's got something to prove. Reading the tape like the court's fast break. He sees the big players, knows the moves they'll make. From the screens to the hoop, he's got the same plan. Crafted his trades like a tailored game plan. New York roots, but the world's his stage. When Jay's in the zone, there's profits to gauge. His name is Jay, Coach Jay, Coach Jay, Coach Jay, all the way. He's coming, he's cool. Following his game plan is his number one rule. 8 years in the game and he's learned the ropes, like teaching athletes how to build their hopes. Trading's like coaching, gotta have the right mind. It's not just the charts, but the strength you find. Out on the court, he's the same cool cat, building up traders like athletes that adapt. When he's not trading, he's cooking up flair. Jay's got skills that are truly rare. His name is Jay, Coach Jay, Coach Jay, Coach Jay, all the way. He's coming, he's cool. Following his game plan is his number one rule. 8 years in the game and he's learned the ropes, like teaching athletes how to build their hopes. Trading's like coaching, gotta have the right mind. It's not just the charts, but the strength you find. Out on the court, he's the same cool cat, building up traders like athletes that adapt. When he's not trading, he's cooking up flair. Jay's got skills that are truly rare. His name is Jay, Coach Jay, Coach Jay, Coach Jay, all the way. He's coming, he's cool. Following his game plan is his number one rule.
Welcome back, everyone. Joining us, a very familiar face by now, Jared J in the house, joining us from Kansas City. JD in the house as well. What's up, Jared? What's going on?
It's Wednesday, halfway through the day. Halfway through the week.
Hey, very succinct there. I like that. You're just updating us. You are getting funds transferred from your XFA to the live account, I'm told?
Yeah, that's what I'm told too. I'm not for sure if I believe it. Almost like, when you've been going after something for so long, you're like, it's probably a fake. It's like, is this April 1st?
No, it's
when
not.
Did you,
it's
when did you get?
October. Yeah.
I'm staring at the list right now. When did you get the notification, Jared? I'm gonna get you some confirmation immediately.
How about this?
Monday night, I think I got the cert.
Monday was the 21st. All right, let's see.
So, I mean, it's kind of my own fault because I knew that there's a 40K kind of limit on combines. And that day I had a 37K day in the XFA, I think it was. And I was like, well, I haven't been trading the best, so I won't get transferred. And then that night I was like, wait a minute, I can't trade. Well, how come? And then where'd my account go? And then it said transferring. I was like, whoa, okay. Is it real or is it fake?
It's real. I'm staring at your name on the board right now, or on this spreadsheet. Agreement received, checkbox not checked. Are you supposed to send something back to us?
Oh, yeah.
This is how life works. At that very same time, my custom DNS domain name expired. So I might not have gotten the email.
Excuses, folks. You think you might want to keep that renewed for a big email like that, Jared?
Oh my goodness, that's hilarious.
50,000.
So I need
it. Big email.
I'm not getting that email. I need it resent.
Okay. I'm telling Mick. I'm telling Mick right now.
That's
Jared
hilarious.
J needs his live funded confirmation email resent. He lost his DNS and lost a bunch of
Wow.
To the source.
Hey, wait a minute. This is like talking about custom support, right? In like real time, right now, live support. This is happening right here.
Live, right here.
Live.
Mick is literally sitting right behind me.
Laughing at me,
Yes.
probably. He's like, I don't know. I'm taking back my thought of taking you live. There's way too much risk here.
Anyways, Jared, congratulations. Job well done. We got a funded trader here joining us on Power Players. Let's get right into the markets. House account trade got stopped out. Apparently, headline about Apple iPhone 16 sales, production getting dropped by 10 million units or some nonsense like that. Took the markets lower and putting in new lows in the ES. House account was long from 58.50. We thought we had the tiger by the tail, but some analysts had to jump on X and Nick Fertig jinxed it. Maybe some analysts had to get out there and say, it happens. It happens. The headlines. We got blindsided by a headline, and it happens. All right, Jared, what's your take on the? Well, actually, first of all, JD, we got the keys to the house open.
Keys to the house are open. Got the Nasdaq up right now. Yeah, you like trading the Nasdaq, don't you, Jared? What are you looking at today?
I do. So, to me, this is almost if the move is down, and it's strong, you don't really go against it. But if I were to trade it, which I am, I'm 2 contracts long in a combine right now because I got nothing else to do. So I just opened a combine, something to do. I'm long at the 296.75. And the reason why is because we're just below the expected move for the day. We're below a level that Minther Q had identified as far as a key level. And then we are in a 2-hour liquidity zone that I like to trade. And we're at a previous overnight or Globex low. So like all of those levels, I went ahead and tried to buy the dip.
That's a lot of confidence right there.
I would say so, JD. That's pretty damn good reasoning right there.
So you're long at 296.75.
I didn't go full tilt. Yeah.
Half a position. We're right at your entry right now. Should we do this?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh. And
join in
once
bid
we
for
do
one.
get in, I want you to, go ahead, Jay. I want you to restate why we got
a couple bids.
I love that, JD or Jared.
We got one on.
Ready to rock.
Long one, 97.75.
All right.
I'll put another
my
bid in.
stop is 274.
74. All right. I'm going to put another bid in at 92.75.
I would say it will, if it comes down below 290.50, we're probably wrong, is what I'm thinking.
90.50? All right.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I scaled in a couple more bids. We'll keep a tight stop.
All of this, like technically, in my 2-hour level, the entry is right at the 284. So it's technically not invalid till below 279.75.
Okay. We're in 2 total. Average price of 95 quarter. Working one more bid, 87.75.
Right.
And we'll put a stop.
Love it.
Below 78.
Yeah.
Sound good?
Now we are breaking another rule by doing this, and that is the delta. The delta is negative 3,000 on NQ, negative 12,000 on ES. And why I'm saying we're breaking that rule is because we're not seeing buyers step in on the delta side, and trying to take over. So again, that would be a reason why I wouldn't go like heavy. I would go. I'm 2 contracts going really light.
All right. So, JD, give us a quick update on the house account position. A long 2 from average price of.
House account is long 2, average price of 20,295 quarter. Working one more bid to give us a total position of 3 long at 20,287.75 final bid. And we're marking a stop below.
84? Below. I'll leave it at that. I like it. We'll leave it like that. All right. Long 2.
All right. What's our target profit? What are we looking at on the upside here? Where are we getting out of this? Seen some liquidity come in. 200 lot on the 302 bid just popped in.
We are.
I like that.
Damn.
Weekly kickoff low, 20,308. Just below it. I love a tested weekly kickoff low. It loves to dip below there. And then it comes screaming right back.
Yeah, Nick for ticks long. All right.
Yeah. Did you get again, JD?
Part again?
85 quarter.
Second, Jack?
95 quarter.
20,295.25. Long 2 at the moment.
Yes. Let's take a look at the tilt tiers. 60%. Yeah, target profit. Mr. Jared, what are we looking forward to the upside here?
Maybe back to 4 something, maybe 408, maybe.
Ooh, 10 VWAP, huh? Back to VWAP.
Yeah. But like the movement is so strong and it's already 11 a.m. Yeah, probably. I think that's wild thinking. Like it worked yesterday, but this movement's so strong. Maybe 363. I don't know. I'm open to other opinions.
I like it. No, you have those reasons. I want to go over those reasons again once this trade plays out. But you came in firing away 3 or 4 reasons, confluence of reasons why to get long. Now, of course, nothing's 100%.
Yeah.
Like
the other way I would spin this is this. So I love the EMAs on the 1 minute. I don't necessarily use them for my trade entries and exits, but I use it to help me as a rule, like today, not going long. So right now we're under those. Price did trade back up to the 1 minute, the 21 on the 1 minute. And that would have been a short entry. And that would probably be the wiser thing to do because in this kind of market today, we're not trying to buy the dip. Buying the dip there is no dip, right? We're selling off. It's a 1% down. So that would be a trade that is in alignment with the market. Where right now we're trading counter to the market.
Counter. Yep. Do you still like the long though? That's the question.
I'm going to say no. I don't think it'll work.
Okay.
Ew.
And the reason being is because when I look at Bookmap, I still see a lot of orders down below on the tape, both on the ES and the NQ.
Are you still in your trade at the moment? Are you currently long?
I am. Yeah.
You're going to let it play out?
No, I think I should get out. I'm doing it right now.
Exiting positions. Oh,
and I'm not going to get short.
We are long 3 now.
No, we are in 3.
We just got hit on our
Hit on
final
Zaza.
bid. But I'm going to join the ask and just bail on this. We're out. We lost $325 on that trade.
Yeah,
All right,
nice.
good miss, man.
I think
flat.
Yeah.
Coming up on new lows. Our stop was sitting at 77.75.
Yes, it was. So keep an eye on that. Just keeps rolling over. Bear flag. We got at least 5 minutes. It's
I think it's reasonable that somewhere in there could be an entry, but here's what'll happen on this kind of day is, yeah, maybe you bought the low, but then you get, I don't know, maybe 20 handles, 50 handles off of it. And was it worth, how many times did you buy the low and get stopped out? And then you finally got 50 handles for the day. And it's like, either you caught the movement from somewhere on the way down, or you're just done and enjoy the day.
Yeah. It's rare that it ever works on the first time. You never get, personally,
yeah,
I never sit down, click a button, immediately get into profit, close it out, and then walk away for the rest of the day. I feel like it's always some kind of grind.
Now, there is a pattern here that... Oh, go ahead.
In chat, 5,800 in the SPX is 6 points lower than here in the ES.
Thank you, Jay.
what price would that be? I said 6 points, so we're talking about 38, 58, 38.
Okay. Yeah, somewhere around there.
All right. Yeah, so they're gonna hunt those. Yeah. Nothing here on tilt. Gold's got 76% long. Just see a bit of a pop here in crude. Pop of about 40 cents or so in the last 5, 6, 7 minutes. Looks like ES is trying to build a bit of a base, consolidate, but like we said, we're keeping an eye on that 5,800 level in the SPX. Rockstar saying trap 5,800 SPX bears. I mean, probably touch 57.90s and rally from there. Appreciate that. All right, Jared, you are flat.
Yep. Flat and happy.
Flat and happy. What would you look? All right, so like talk to us about those four. You came up with 3 or 4 reasons why you like the long. Let's go over those again real quick.
All right. Yeah. So I've used Minther Q levels for quite a while. You know, they publish them. It's an organization that they analyze the gamma, delta, a bunch of the positioning of the options and the volume and all that. And they've built kind of proprietary data for that. And they provide those levels daily for a bunch of the stocks, a bunch of the futures. And look, there we go, down we go.
Yep.
On the NQ. So they provide those levels, and it's based on, positions, open interest, call volume, put volume, all that kind of stuff. So, and they have expected moves, high, low, where the high volume levels are, things like that. So it's another version of volume profile, but it's also including all the options data, which I think drives the RTH session, especially the SPX and Qs. And you can see that in like the Globex session where like candles kind of work better, where candle patterns and things like that, where in the day session it just doesn't seem like that. Bigger levels will matter. And I think that's my theory, is because of the SPX and Qs and other things that drive that. So those are one things I use those main levels on my charts to give me an idea of where things are at. And then also I have a expected move that utilizes, volatility, the IV and things like that. So I use that. And then I look for, on my chart here, get rid of something. So I had 2 areas marked, and one is this, this darker blue box right here. And I looked for a red candle low and then a higher green candle low. And that difference between the red candle low and the green candle low, the immediate green candle low, I marked that. And part of my strategy is that 50% of that area is where I can take an entry, whether it's on, on the long side. And then also I will maybe mark that. Now, is this an order block on the 2 hour? I don't know. I kind of marked it as something of interest. So yeah, we had the expected move low. We had this 1 day minimum move from Minther of a key level that they'd marked. And then I had that 2 hour liquidity level. And so that's what I was working off of.
Uh-huh.
Now, it does look like we're coming up on a previous weekly low, which is pretty interesting. But yeah. I think, like this morning, here's something else to add to this. So this morning, if we look at things, we had this high volume level that was marked. We were trapped below, so put support for 0 DTEs, according to market position. So there was a bit of a range in the overnight session until about 6 o'clock. And then we saw this push up into this level right here and a rejection. And this is before market open, so 7:30 in the morning. So for a person, I wasn't in front of the computer at the time, but that would have been kind of like key for someone to stepping in before the market opened and saying, hey, what happened in the Globex? And to me, that would have been very important. And I mark my Globex high and lows before 5 a.m. And so, and that, obviously not everything's exact, but what I noticed was it dipped down a little bit below that, came up and rejected and fell back down under that Globex low. So to me, it was shorts only. And then as it goes down through there, especially as the movement picked up, then if you grabbed the 1 EMA and look at that, you would see, okay, price is coming up, maybe trading to the 200 EMA, but it's rejecting. So any of these locations, when that happens, is an opportunity to get short if you had missed the move.
Yep.
And you pretty much ride that. And, it's one of those things, okay, it works and you do that. And then one time it doesn't work. That doesn't mean that the strategy is bad. It just maybe means the market, is reversing or a big trader stepped in. So you got to know how often and what's the probability of that trade working. And I know that it's highly probable, like, I don't know, like it's 70%, for example. It's more than 50. That when I do that, when the move is happening and anytime price comes back and touches, especially something like this, like the 200 or whatever on the 1 minute, I can get short again if I miss the original entry.
Unreal.
You just got to do it every time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We would have been stopped out for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Approaching, we got last week's low at 20,206, which is also the weekly kickoff high from 3 weeks ago.
Nice. This is something that kind of ties back into, so I've been testing trading journals lately. And originally I'd take a screenshot, throw it into like Google presentation or something like that. And, maybe put an annotation on it. But I tend to take a lot of trades and that wasn't working very well for me. So I started importing my trades into different trading journals and testing them out. And sometimes, like they have some stats, some they don't. So I've tried various ones, and obviously it kind of depends on what you're looking for. But the last one that I've kind of landed on is Trades Viz, V-I-Z. And at first I was like, okay, how am I going to use this? Because still I'm importing 200, 500 trades into this every week. And you can export them out of Trade-O-Vate or a bunch of the different platforms. It supports all of them. So how do I export them out, import them in, and then make it usable? When I finally figured out, or at least what's working for me, is I wanted to make journal entries, like notations. So what I found out is I can throw some tags in here, and what I'll throw in is a bad trade tag or a good trade tag. Now, that does not mean, was it a profitable trade? Actually, what it means is, was the trade taken according to my plan, according to my strategy? Because even if it was a profitable trade and was not taken according to my strategy, it's a bad trade. And so I'll put in there why. Yeah. Did you want to say something more on that?
Sorry. We're in free fall. The markets are in free fall mode right now. Whatever that analyst said about Apple has absolutely got the markets just getting crushed. ES getting smoked.
Excellent.
Last trade in the ES, we keep putting in new lows. We'll get right back to you, Jared. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no worries.
We're going to get these markets up. We're getting absolutely smoked. 58.37's last trade in the ES. Looking at the NQ here, 20,257 last trade. And we are down. We're in free fall. We're down about 150 points in the last hour or so. This widely watched
Excellent exit.
analyst.
Excellent
Yeah, it
exit
was,
on that
guys.
long trade. I'm glad we talked that out. And when we did,
100%.
the timing was perfect also. Yeah.
Sweet. Yeah.
All right,
I don't know
well,
what. Maybe. I mean, at this point, we don't know, right? Like, because in the sell-off, resistance holds, support fails. When you flip it around and you're going up, right? Support holds, resistance fails. So at this point, we don't. That's why, like on the EMA, when it comes back up and touches it, you can count on that because the probability is resistance holds, support fails.
Oh man, we are in free fall, right? We are more sellers coming in. 20,244 last trade. These are all new lows putting in here in the NQ. Sellers coming in the ES as well. 58.36. Remember, we were talking about that level with the options player, SPX. See if there's more room to the downside here into the 240s. Now the 230s. Wow. More selling going on here, guys. Is it just selling? Just jump on board? How do we trade this, Jared?
I got nothing on this.
So,
Look at this, man.
guys, we're through the 5,800 SPX. We're at like 57.95 right now. Could be interested if it comes back above 5,800, maybe scouting for a long, but otherwise.
Talking about longs
It cleaned
down
up.
here, huh?
It cleaned up all those orders down
only
there
if it
on
comes
the
back.
ES.
Wow, time to go long, 10 minutes. So who's in the chat? Wasim says time to go long in 10 minutes. Okay, we're thinking about that, but we are catching a falling
10 minutes,
knife right now.
Order
10 minutes.
Explain
Like
yourself.
time stop.
Why in 10 minutes? Why in 10 minutes? Yeah.
Yes,
Give some context there. We're not in point click pray mode just yet, but
It felt like it
go
for a
long in 10
second there,
minutes.
JD.
Yeah.
All right, back up. Caught a bit of a pop here, if you want to call it that. Maybe just a little profit taken for the shorts. NQ popped about 15 points off the lows there last trade, 20,248. Low of the day, 232. ES staying a little bit stronger now, 58.36 last. Low, 58.33. Lulu says, wow, I got out early. Yeah, it's tricky.
Yeah. Is this our chance to get in on the short side?
Is it getting short or long, JD? What are we thinking?
Jack's thinking.
Well,
Jack's
some
thinking
buyers.
long.
You know, there's going to be some.
long for a short
Apple,
scalp.
absolutely. What do you got here in the tilt? 72% long in crew or gold.
No one's buying it. The Delta
Yeah.
short again.
I see our stop level above 84. I'm looking at a 1 minute chart right now.
On the
37.
NQ.
Yeah, taking a bit of risk if we get in short here, but it's not horrible.
Maybe you get 73.50, get short.
73.50.
Yeah,
73.50 on Q. 73.50.
maybe.
273. Let's trade 257.
Yeah.
All right. About a 30-point bounce here in the NQ. You're starting to see some bids come in here on the ladder. About 130 lot on the 58s.
Have your stop at 297.50.
97.50. Yeah, I see what you're looking
Absolutely
at.
getting smoked. Absolutely
Nick,
getting smoked.
does that make Oh, did Nick time? Is he out?
Who, Nick for a tick?
Yeah. You still see him in the green room.
Yeah.
When you close
Throwing
out
me
of
for a
VMix,
loop there.
Yeah,
you close out of
did.
VMix without turning the camera first, it saves a screenshot for everybody to look at for the rest of the day.
Oh, is that how that works? I always wondered how that worked. All right, here comes some buyers. This is going to be a dead brick. What do you see? Again, we're looking for 73s, Jared.
Yeah.
Back to 5800s. Thank you, Jack. Jack likes the long.
Don't count
The
what
volume
I said.
hasn't stepped in on the 1 minute.
I'm not working on anything yet. Full disclosure.
Working nothing. Working nothing again at the top of the hour. We do have 20-year auction in about 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Here we go. 66 is trade now. Jared, talk to us if you see something.
All right, I'm throwing in a sell for 2 at 73.50. My stop is at 96.5.
Stop 96.5. Okay.
Right behind you. I'll let you get yours first. I'll put our offer in at 73.75.
Such a ethical, just a nice trader there. Just very complimentary, JD. Be behind you. Let you get yours, and then we'll get ours.
Can you repeat your stop level one more time, please, Jared?
96.50. 296.50.
296.50. All right, we are in.
And I am just in a combine, so the skin required for this is pretty low.
Noted.
2.6 trade.
So are we in,
So
JD?
about
Or
in
are
the
we
chat.
just-
Say
What's
again?
the chat saying?
Are
We are flat
in
still,
right
Jack.
now?
We're
Okay.
Man,
Let's trade 2.57.
horrible
Did we
watching
get those?
this. Yeah.
Does 73's trade? No, 69 has.
no. Zambada in the
No.
chat keeps saying that the 76s are good. Put it in there a couple times.
For
Cheerleading for the
a
76s.
for a long or for a short?
Good question. Explain yourself, Zambada.
Zambada. This is short from 20 is good. Yeah, well, yeah. All right, we might get a read another chance here.
I think we're going to get them.
Oh man, it's like watching paint dry.
I don't know. This
is
moving.
We're moving. Yeah, we're moving.
Yeah.
Apple. 10 million
But
units less.
I want it to fill now. I don't want to be patient.
Don't ever trade the bonds. That's like watching paint dry.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no, I said the word. Shit.
Let's trade 60s, 20,260. Buyer stepped in at 58.33 in the ES. Last trade 58.41. Tilt, not a whole lot going. We got 80% long in gold right now. Buyers finally put the kibosh on that sell-off, up about $14 off the lows there in gold. Read the James Bonds. I like that, Eric Harper. Nothing yet. Jared working 73 halves, correct?
Yep.
All right. I'm sure we're going to get it. You know, I always wonder when a news cycle like this, when it runs through the market, you know, what's the lifespan of a market, of a news? Obviously, we got rates going up too. That probably adds some downward pressure on the equities. When an analyst comes out and says Apple iPhone 16 is going to be coming up short by 10 million units, okay, fine. You know, is that a 20-minute thing? Is that a 15-minute thing? Is that an all-day thing? I can't imagine being an all-day catalyst for moves lower. I always wonder that. Gee, what do you think on something like that when it comes to news-driven moves? How long does it actually stay and cycle through the market?
Was that directed to me? I thought you said Jared.
Yeah, JD, my bad. Either one of you guys. You know, how long does something like that last in the market? Or 10 minutes,
I think it all
15
depends on the
minutes?
scope of the. It depends on the scope of the news. Something like a CPI report is going to be a little different than earnings. They're both market moving, but something like CPI is going to be It's going to take a little longer to absorb. You're going to get that huge knee-jerk reaction. It's going to wipe a lot of people out. You don't see those same types of moves off of earnings reports. Like this is typical price action for an anticipated earnings report. You got a one-directional move, not super violent, but it could last, a good couple hours until the news is actually absorbed. The real news comes out, and then price comes back into equilibrium. Yep. So, yeah, I would say comparing earnings report to something like a CPI report right now, it's apples and bowling balls, really.
Bowling balls.
Two different animals.
I like that. Apples and bowling balls. Some big apples. All right, so we still get these 73s. What's up, Jared?
I'm wondering if I should try a long. And the reason being is because of the pattern that we got right here. We had a sell off, an inside candle, and then kind of pull back another red candle, and then maybe we're building just a cup out of that. But I kind of I'm trying to figure out how to wait for a confirmation on that.
Did you pull your offer? Are you still working on offer?
I still have a short at the original 73.50.
Okay.
A
little bit of liquidity up here at 67. Yeah, we're just pointing that out.
See, I'm really thinking, and that came in new. That came in at just after 11:39.
They timestamp that for you too.
Well, on Bookmap, you can see it that way.
Oh, really nice.
All right.
I didn't know that. That's pretty cool.
I'm killing my short, and I'm going long.
And you're going long?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
And I'm just buying. I'm in. My stop at 32. Huge stop.
In bid. We are in.
Long huge stop.
House count is long too at 65 quarter. 22.65 quarter. What's your stop?
Sweet.
Huge stop?
Yeah, 32, 32.
32. Way down. New lows.
I doubt I would let it go that low. Like if I saw the action changing, that made me think that was invalid, then right. But never take a trade without a stop.
I'll piggyback it for now. But I think we're going to be moving this stop up to a break even if we get to a certain amount of profit.
Yeah.
Or at least peel one off.
Okay.
265.
That was a 205 lot that went off there at that 267 on the NQ.
Mm-hmm. So we're through our initial short entry. You're seeing extension back up above this little.
We are.
We had a low here.
Yeah, I'm holding right now. I'll follow you in moving my. Okay.
We had a low at
move my stop to 261.75.
Good idea.
Okay, what were you saying? Sorry, JD.
Sorry, we had this low back here. I'm looking at a 1 minute chart. We had this low back here at what was this? 84 and a quarter. Lines up with this high here at 79 or 82.75.
Yeah.
Might do a little back and fill up to here. Probably a good spot to peel one off.
Mm-hmm. I was a little slow on the peel off. So
3,270.
Where's our entry again? 65
272. Yep.
I'm going to work this peel one off at 85 quarter, and then we'll leave a runner. Coming back to our approaching our stop swiftly.
Yeah, I was too slow on the peel off, so then I didn't do it. So now I'm burying it, gritting my teeth and burying it. And here's the reason why I went ahead and just said, nope, I'm going to stick with it, is two things. So we had onto the 1 minute. On that move up, we had a red candle there. So I'm sitting, my stop is just below that red candle. And I've seen we had a large bar here that got retraced, a red candle right there, and then another bar that traded up through it. Secondly, on the 21 EMA on the 1 minute, we are kind of trading above it, not completely, but it's just kind of sitting above it. So it kind of came back and tested it, traded back down through it. And it, as an algo, you think it's trading around these EMAs, algos will use VWAP, whatever, right? But there's always an algo using something out there. And so it's going to let price trade through that and then either buy it or short it, whatever side, that algo might be algos are working on. So that's kind of that thought on that. It'll probably take me out, but it wasn't just, I don't want to close it because I don't want to take a loss. It's like, okay, this might work and here's why.
Yeah. It's a cheap trade at this point anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you, Steve R. Got 20-year bond auction in 15 minutes.
Oh yeah.
Now I am seeing 72% long in the S&Ps as well as 75% long in the NASDAQ. Taking heat on it though is interesting. Taking heat. As long as you're taking heat, the NASDAQ average price of 295, long for 295.
Some big orders dropped in at 58.58 on the ES.
How big?
Well, good point. Multiple 300, 200.
Yep.
Looks like maybe about 500 or so at 57 even and 58 even.
I'm seeing an 800 lot down below in the ES, 58.38. Is that what you're talking about? 800 lot? Or are you talking about?
I see that one too down there. Yeah, that one down there and then up above at 58.58.
58.58, yep.
Yeah. So that one just started at 11 o'clock.
Okay. Right now, house account long from 20,265. We're literally like to take a short long, so see if the sellers have gotten out of the way.
Longs in the ES look decent right now. Love to see.
What do you think the percentage is that just chops around the rest of the day down at this low?
I mean, we are in that time. We're coming up on the New York lunch hour. We're deep in the New York lunch hour. This is the old timers are ordering their second martini right now. So yeah, we lost some liquidity in the market. We lost some Delta. He's kind of flattening out. We could just drift higher also.
Yeah. Delta is slowly peeling off. Nothing big, but it is peeling off towards the positive.
Let's trade 20,272. Are we going to take another house account trade into the next segment? Hey, GD, are you on group coaching today? I didn't check. I know we got David Green. How are we doing on questions, if you know offhand?
Oh, that's a good question. Let me take a look.
Yeah, I'm going to pin to the top of the chat, the group coaching forum. Submit your questions. We got David Green and JD in about an hour or so. Yeah, it's a David Green Wednesday here on Topstep TV.
We've only got 4 questions, folks.
Hey,
there's a form pinned to the top of the chat.
We need more questions.
Jared, we need more questions. Jared, do you have any questions you'd like to submit to David Green today for group coaching?
It was a good one.
Always a question.
I'll ask it special.
Oh my goodness.
Nothing comes to mind right now.
All right. What was his click moment when trading started working for him?
There you go. That's a good question. When was the aha moment? When did the light bulb go off? I like that. Good job, Jared.
Thanks. Once in a while.
Yeah, blind squirrel, right? No, that's pretty good, man. Hey, Jared, are you pumped about DeAndre Hopkins coming to the Kansas City Chiefs?
Oh, yeah.
Am I breaking this news to you, or did you know that?
I did not know that, so I'm pretty excited. I'm a little jealous that you know that before me. Not cool.
Yeah, well, I'm sitting here. I got the internet. I'm mainlining the internet into my veins right now, so you happen to see all these news notifications.
Yeah.
But yes,
I was pretty hot when, or excited when Hunt joined, a couple weeks ago. I was like, oh,
treated him good too.
Yeah. Yeah. It's fun times right now.
6-0. Haven't been playing that well. Must be nice. Must be.
Yeah,
nice.
no joke. I had to look it up. When was the last time we were 7 or 6-0, or it was 7-0? What, in 2019, something like that? We didn't make it to the Super Bowl. We actually crashed and burned. So I hope that doesn't happen this year.
6-0 in the MVP.
Yeah,
hasn't been playing his best ball yet.
Not yet.
Just keep an eye on this. Heavy tilts and all the equity. Go ahead, Jared.
I feel like there's so many similarities.
Here it comes.
Yeah, playing football and trading.
Missed us by a tick.
Does that get us? I don't know where's the order at, JD. I don't know where the order's at.
Missed us by a tick.
Is it close? Don't say where the order's at.
Low is 62.5. Oh, it's coming for us. Here we go.
Yeah,
do not.
It'll get us.
And we're out.
Man.
80 total.
Any of the ICT fans sitting out there, are they screaming order block right here? Were they screaming order block? Guys, you missed the order block. Because it basically almost ticked that. I'm curious.
Was that your ICT voice, Jared? What was that voice you just did?
Oh, my goodness.
I've never heard ICT voice, yeah.
Was that your ICT voice? I like that.
You guys would have to kick me off if I started with my ICT voice.
I think I know where you're going with it. Yeah, here we go. 20,257 last trade in the NQ. We're going to put in more new lows. 20,232. More sellers coming in here, guys.
There we go.
This is just every riff.
For sure, we were talking about it. Looks golden right now, doesn't it?
73s, JD.
73s.
I just put in an order and got filled at 51.25.
You're back long? You're buying them?
Yeah.
You're a savage. You're a savage.
my stop is at 42.25.
This is the one that always works too. All right, we're in. No, we're not.
All right, I like it. We got 5 minutes left here.
Hurry up.
Power players. Jared J.
We're
getting called up to the big league.
We're on 56.75. We're in
56.75. How's the
Did
count
you go
long?
50 lot,
20,000.
JD?
Did I go 50 lot?
Yeah.
No, should I?
No,
I didn't say
that. Get out of here.
I'll tell you in an hour.
All right. So how's the counts long too from 20,256.75?
Where'd you stop at, Jared? Where'd you say your stop was?
42 and a quarter.
42 and a quarter.
42.25.
242 and a quarter.
42.25. All right. Here it comes.
There's stuff below me. It's not feeling very peachy. I'll just say that.
Dust.
No lunch today.
No joke.
No ramen. You're gonna have ramen for lunch today.
Yeah.
Orange little in the orange wrapper.
JD's gonna be like, I'm never trading with that Jared again.
At 99-cent ramen today. Oh, dude, absolutely not. You're going XFA to live funded. Funds are in transit. Checking on this more.
And we're out.
Out.
Another one.
They're just smoking this thing, man. I mean,
down 1,076. We're burning through all my equity here in the live funded account. I was up some money. Now I'm almost back to even again.
Oh, man.
Well, pushing. Yeah, the long tilt, fade the tilt. That's been the play. Anytime these bottom pickers come in, just sell it into these bottom pickers. Yeah. It's what we've been seeing most of the day. Boy, this Apple story, huh? Is it really going to do it? Here we go. Rogelio. Been telling you guys short in all caps. Fighting the trend, says Shah. All caps. I mean, yeah, I know. Are you short? You better be short if you're going to go all caps.
I think we did say something about being short up here, didn't we? Oh,
we did something. We wanted to sell 73s.
Yeah.
Yep. We reversed it at the last minute. We had offers in at 73, and we pulled them and got long. Here's your pop.
This is what happens when you overthink it. And you change the rules. You change the strategy. It's the way it goes.
Man. Yes, it does. All right. We got about 2 minutes left here on Power Players. Keep trying to catch a falling knife. The trend is to the downside. How long will it continue? Something tells me there will be some bottom pickers coming in here, maybe going in the close. I don't know what delta is. We got a quick delta reading for. Hey, Jared, you got cumulative delta up there for us?
Yeah, negative 14 for ES, 14,000 for ES, and negative 3,700 for NQ.
All right, that's what's pushing this thing. Those are all just smashing bids. What's here? Smash the bid. What's here? Smash the bid. We just keep going lower. 74% long in, what do we got? 74% long in the YM. ES and the NQ have flattened out a little bit. We did see, we just see a heavy to long side.
So now is everybody saying, go long now?
Ooh, let them hear it, Jared. You tell. What was that voice? That was like a blend of an ICT voice. Yeah, that was really. I like that voice. We got all Jared's voices today. We got the chat voice. We got his ICT voice today. We got
goodness.
All right, guys. Well, that's going to wrap up Power Players here. Jared, as always, it's an absolute pleasure having you on with us. Once you get live and fun, we're going to have you back on here with us, cutting it up, trading live with Jared, JD. JD, we're going to see you on with group coach and David Green. Everyone, really appreciate it. We got Shoulder Tap coming up next. Is this Top Step TV? Will the lows be put in today? Let's figure out. Let's go.
Woohoo.
What was that?
Woo. I think we're still.
Is that Jack?
We got relative carnage going on in the markets right now with the ES pushing again to hit new lows of the day. Whoever called out that 5790 level in the SPX, that's about here. If that call is right, I will remember that because that's a good specific call. This is also Shoulder Tap. I am Jack. I am joined by Ben today. Ben, how are our traders doing, though you might not know for the last couple minutes?
Yeah. It looks like we've got a dirty little red day on our hands, don't we? Traders are doing, it's kind of a mixed bag as usual, with so many accounts that we have. Some are going to be red, some are going to be green, depending on the conditions and setups and whatnot. But overall, quite a few people that are green on the day. And, we'll give a quick rundown. I know the house account aggregate is red, down 3,500. Rips up a nice 3,800. He's been trading really well recently. Deanna up 250 after being red. She had a nice recovery after being down 600 this morning, up a cool 250. And Nick for a tick ended up with a daily loss limit today. Isaac Rivera up 1,500 in his live account. Good to see. And Nicholas V up 3,800. Artem up almost $10,000, 9,800. D is up. Was up earlier, ended up taking a daily loss limit. Hate to see that. Landon up 2,800, Han up 3,200, Ricardo up 2,600, and then Drayton had about $2,000 of profit, ended up taking the daily loss limit. Okay, so the more accounts, the more people we've called up to live jack, the more we see these trends of people sometimes being up a couple $1,000s in the morning and then taking the daily loss limit. We talked about it yesterday. That's difficult to know when is enough, right? If you haven't hit your profit target or see another good setup or whatever it may be, there's always that urge, I suppose, to continue trading, continue looking for more opportunities, but sometimes it can bite you. I think once you get to a certain threshold, it's important to say, I'm not going to go red past this point at a minimum, right? The worst thing you can do is allow, thousands of dollars to turn into thousands of dollars of profit to turn into thousands of dollars of loss. So just keep that in mind, word of caution, see more of that on the live boards as we continue to, have more traders in live overall. But got some really impressive traders to talk about on our trading cards today, and I'm ready to jump in if you are, Jack.
Yeah, first, is Dakota trading today?
Dakota is not.
Look at the luck look at the luck on that guy. He gets his wisdom teeth removed. He's out for a day saying he's going to buy the dip through his slurred medical-induced mind, and then naturally misses the day where he would have got hammered. But that's the way it goes. You make your own luck. So
yeah,
if you're feeling better, Dakota.
Dakota's a lot of fun to work with, and he reached out to the risk team. I believe it was end of last week, saying, "Hey, I got my wisdom teeth. I'm going to have removed." Well, actually, he asked us to lock his accounts for him, and didn't know why, because there's a lockout feature. He could do that himself usually, and he said because he's going to be doped up on medicine from the wisdom teeth removal, and he didn't, wanted to protect himself from himself. So we were happy to oblige. Yeah, trading on drugs is never a good idea.
That is pro ball knowledge. If you're ever going under anesthesia or doing a vision quest in a yurt for 36 hours, have it so you can't trade. Lock it out. That's just good advice. So with that, we can get to the cards, Ben. Who do we got today?
Yeah, let's do it. First up, we're going to talk about Artem. Artem has been a live trader with us in a 150K live account, and is trading with us from Indonesia. So far, it has been a rough go if you look at the averages. So, $1,200 loss per day on average, 17% winning days, and 13% winning trades. Now, really, the every day prior to yesterday could be summarized as daily loss limit. That's what he was doing. Club DLL member was just ramming into that loss limit. But something changed yesterday. Artem put up $14,400 of profit yesterday in his live account. And today, at last check, is up $9,800 and looks to be sitting at that mark for the last couple of hours, hasn't put on any new trades over that period of time. So putting up basically $25,000 of profit across 2 days in the live account is a very significant recovery. And I think based on the trade report, Jack, and the way you're looking up and down that document, he's very obviously trying to do that every day. It just so happened that, we finally caught fire, so to speak, and have made back most of those losses that were incurred over the first 10 trading days. So I'm actually still at a net loss in this live account since inception, which should tell you something when you've made $25,000 in 2 days. But I think this is a really important pivot point for Artem. Obviously, prior to yesterday, we were on a very steep trajectory downward. Didn't have a lot of positive to look to or encouraging things to look to. Yesterday's performance on only 8 trades, posting $14,000 of profit is rather impressive. 75% winning trades yesterday on the $14,000 day. And hold time on the winners was 3 hours yesterday compared to a half hour for the losing trades. Those are good statistics. Those look great. Without getting into Artem's head, knowing exactly what was going on or what changed, or if it was, finally a set of market conditions that, were conducive for his strategy and, walked away at P&L highs. But something else that stands out to me about yesterday's performance, Jack, is that the P&L low is positive, meaning the first trade of the day was green. Most of the other days, almost exclusively, where the daily loss limit was hit, this trader is starting out red. So the first trade is actually red. Now, that can happen a number of ways. I know yesterday you mentioned in some cases people are looking for, too many multiples, risk reward. That could certainly be a case here. You'll notice the 4.7 to 1 reward over risk. That's rather high compared to what we see. Oftentimes, it's been mentioned a number of times, our more successful traders, kind of the top talent, usually see kind of a blended, 1.7 to 2.0 reward over risk. And then the win rate can vary from there. But that's a pretty darn high win for every loss you take on a per trade basis. And only furthers, my takeaway from looking at this card, which is that Artem is just swinging for the fences at every opportunity. So it's hit. Yesterday was a grand slam. I'd consider, today a multi-run home run as well. Now you're back. Can't quite say in a lead position, but pretty close to break even in the account. And you've booked 2 profitable days. I think we really need to pivot our focus to, picking out what went well today and yesterday, and then replicating that on a smaller scale so that you can book $200 winning days, take some profit out, and continue to, move forward in a positive direction. More than anything, I'm praying that this is truly a pivot point, and we can look at this trade report, 3 weeks from now and say, this was a moment in time where Artem actually, did the right thing, made profits, turned it around, and captured those in the form of payouts going forward. So I've got a little more to say here, but anything, Jack, I thought I was thinking of you when I was looking at this trade report. I thought you'd have a good amount to say here.
Yeah. I mean, you've been given a second chance at life in this account. If you hold it today and you get this balance back up, because what I see is clearly with that, 4.7 to 1, with how much you're hitting the daily loss, you're just over leveraged. There's nothing inherently wrong with that ratio. It's just that you can't trade big with that sort of ratio and that sort of loss limit. That $14,000 day was kind of manna from heaven because you were slicing pretty low in this account. And there was too many large percentage of the account daily losses going into it, leading up to that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 straight days of minus 3K, which is the DLL. The first one, fine. The second one, not good. The third one, what's going on? The fourth one, yikes. The fifth one, what the hell are we doing here? And then the last 2 is when you're essentially doing a third of your account and a half of your account in one day. You done got bailed out. Good trading. Make sure you take it in today. Get eligible for a payout. But then take this as a intervention or like some sort of sign from the cosmos. You will go back to zero if you keep on just hitting that such a large percentage of your account each day. So hopefully this is a cautionary tale and we will hear more about Artem in the future.
Yeah, I certainly hope so as well. Life and trading as well are just a series of, crossroads that you get to. And Artem is definitely at a crossroads in this account. 7 days in a row of daily loss summit, 2 days, massive profits. Where do we go from here? Do we go right back to, daily loss summits, several in a row, or do we start, stacking up profits in a responsible way, working towards that payout and paying yourself? That's the whole reason any of us do this. Sometimes it feels or seems like there's, ego is kind of the primary driver, but, just bring yourself back down to earth, remind yourself that it's about money. The whole point of doing this is make profit, extract profit from the market and put it into your bank account, not just keep it in that account balance. So that's a good reminder. You also took the words out of my mouth, Jack, that 4.7 to 1 reward over risk. That's perfectly tenable. But you are going to have low win rates with that. And you cannot over leverage on any individual trade. You need to have a way of understanding when that trade is starting to work in your favor and has that expected value is changing and starting to work much more considerably out in your favor. Then you can add some size to that position. But just going, whole hog on every single trade, and expecting a 4 or 5 to 1, you're going to end up with lots of daily loss limits in a row, and that will inevitably blow the account up. So just have to be a little more strategic about the way we are implementing this, type of a strategy and these targets relative to the stop loss. So I think that's the last bit that I've got there. If you want to move on, Jack, I'm ready.
Yeah, let's do it. Checking in on the markets real quick. We got NVIDIA down to about, oh my goodness, 138. Checking out, we're just hitting new lows in the ES. Go to an hour chart in the ES right now, it looks like just an accelerating mess. As mentioned, we're now through that 5790 level in the SPX. We're down around 5785 right now. Who's going to be the right person to catch the knife? Who knows? So who do we got next here, Ben?
Yeah, if I could say one quick piece about that, I know we want to talk about the next trading card, but I've seen, as we enter election cycle, there's things going on with the 10-year. There's all these different, market factors swirling around at once, like always, but election season in particular is pretty volatile. I think there's a tendency to find a reason or assert a reason as to why X, Y, or Z happened in the particular market that you're following. That's a mistake that I've fallen into previously. And I think that it's really important to the best of your ability, unless you are like just some guru when it comes to fundamentals. Most of our traders are trading on just a technical basis, trading the chart or trading the ladder. Follow what the price action tells you. You don't necessarily try to ascribe oh, the markets think this candidate is going to win now, and that means X, Y, or Z. You can really lull yourself into moving your stop loss and taking larger losses than you'd expect. So just a quick tidbit there. I've seen a lot of opinions. It feels like more than ever about why markets are doing what they're doing. The only thing that matters is what they're doing and being able to get a read on that specifically. So with that, we can move on.
Yeah, I got sent a really interesting thing from my mom, actually, that I'll share in one of these segments if I'm allowed to share this presentation. But basically, yeah, presidents don't control the market. If you look at the S&P 500, I have this. I'll show this in a later segment. But basically, here's a stat for you. It's basically the growth of $1 invested in the S&P 500 under various political regimes. If you invested $1 only when and only had it in the market when Republicans, it'd be like $30. If only when Democrats, it'd be like $108. And if you just invested it the whole time, it'd be $3,219. This is since 1950. All right. there'll be volatility. You guys are short-term traders, so you got to pay attention to that, but it's all good. All right.
Sure.
Now we can move on.
Let's pull up the trading card for Faye. So for those of you who were tuning in yesterday to the shoulder tab segment, you may have a little bit of deja vu, and Faye has really become pretty much a weekly staple on the segment, and that will continue until she stops being, a massive point of consideration for the risk management team, and really good TV for that matter. Faye is crushing it, trading very well for someone who's focused on gold exclusively. I mentioned the deja vu because Alexis J is another one of our live traders who's been trading gold very well. Alexis trades the micro gold contract as well, but Faye here only trades the E-mini size gold contract. And so the average daily P&L really speaks for itself when you consider how many trading days we have here, Jack. 50 trading days completed and an average daily P&L of $1,500 is amazing. And over that period of time, I'm not sure what other live traders have had that same level of performance. And I'll give a little bit of a history lesson here. Like I said, we've talked about Faye, on a near weekly basis for several weeks in a row now. And something that it's a phenomenon in trading that is really interesting to me psychologically. I think a lot of people get stuck in certain almost like have a glass ceiling over themselves in one way or another. And it's usually in the form of like a dollar amount of the account balance. So I've seen a number of people get stuck at the, $20,000, $25,000, $30,000 mark where it's like every time they get, their account balance up to that level, we end up taking some losses, make profits to get back up to that level, end up taking some losses. And it's really difficult to get over that hump. And ultimately, if it goes on long enough, I think kind of becomes self-fulfilling where you're expecting to lose when you get to that point. I don't know to what degree that affliction was something Faye was grappling with. I'm only sitting here looking at the numbers from afar, but she really did grapple with that $25,000 to $30,000 account balance mark for a period of time. But over the last week, the big development is that she's kind of blasted right through that. Had a bit of a heat check today where she took the daily loss limit, but Jack, if you're looking at that trade report over the last, let's call it since October 11th, only 2 days that were losses, both were daily loss limits, but most importantly, her average winning day compared to her average losing day, average winning day is more than 3 times the average losing day. So you combine that with a 40% winning day percentage, that's how you end up with a $1,500 average daily P&L. Putting on decent number of trades, decent number of contracts. The gold contract is rather large. It can generate a tremendous amount of profit and loss. And she's just trading exceptionally well. She's taking payouts along the way. She's taken a total of $20,900 in payouts in this account. And the cherry on top, very similar to Alexis, who we featured yesterday, she only has a single open account with Topstep, and that is her 50K live account. I cannot stress how important that is from my perspective as far as how I view a trader's seriousness, right? If you've got 20 trading combines open and you've got 4 XFAs and you've got a live account, trading one account is very difficult as it is. Trying to manage, 20 different accounts in a single day is really madness. And that's kind of a weird spot that our industry has gotten into. Focus is the key. And if Alexis didn't show you that yesterday, they should be showing you that today. Both of these women have traded gold contracts exclusively, and they've traded only a live account while it's been open, and are absolutely crushing it, paying themselves, and have really great statistics. So I have nothing to say here in the way of, criticism or, even advice going forward other than to continue paying yourself along the way. Looks like Faye will probably qualify for a payout again here relatively soon. Just continue to take those, as you see fit, and right off into what looks like a beautiful sunset there in Chula Vista. So that's what I've got, Jack. Any commentary you'd like to provide on this outstanding trading card?
It's awesome. What I love about it too is, and this is for everyone out there, 50K account is plenty. All right. allowing you to trade 5 contracts. And in this account, her loss limit is greater. I mean, she's traded well, and we increased her loss limit. Basically, 5 contracts is plenty to do a lot with. If I were trading my own account, a lot of you guys are trading NQ or whatever. I don't think I would have 5 NQs on unless I had like, I don't know, $100,000 in the account. Let alone we see people using 15 or whatever else all the time. But like the maintenance margin, now this isn't for like your intraday deals, for the NQ, I'm on the CME site right now, is like $22,000.
On up.
Okay. Yeah, because the contracts got more expensive. But that means like, if you were just going to trade old school, you would need like literally like $100,000 in an account just to make margin to trade 5 NQ contracts. There's plenty of money to be made by 5. And she has done an excellent job of just consistently doing it pretty much. Great returns, not totally going for the fences. This is a wonderful card.
It is indeed. And, last bit, one of the benefits of being in the live program at Topstep is you do get a direct line, a direct access to the risk management team. And, we help traders who are struggling in the live account, whether that's, talking to them about reducing their risk parameters, contract limits, daily loss limit, whatever that looks like. We want to help reduce, your risk when you're trading poorly. But for traders the other side of that coin, for traders who are trading very well, we're willing to expand those risk parameters, open up the daily loss limit or contract limit. We've done that on the daily loss limit for Faye. This 50K account, if she came to us, particularly right now when she's trading the way that she is, if she came to us and said, hey, I'd be interested in adding 2 contracts. I'd like a max of 7 versus 5. I'd have to confer with the rest of the risk team, but I think that's a pretty easy yes from our perspective. We want her to trade when she's seeing it well and has more than proven herself in this live account. We want her to be able to take on risk when she's trading very well. So just one last piece there, Faye. You're killing it, and happy to have you on the team. And that's all I've got today, Jack.
Just because I say this, I do this calculation from time to time, right? But just so we know, all right, right now the NQ's at 2170. The multiplier is 20 times 15 contracts. 1 second here. This is riveting TV, Ben, but I'm glad you're here for it. Times 20.
Calculator work.
Yeah, calculator work times 15 equals about $6 million in exposure. Let's do a little thought experiment here. Even if you had $50,000 in cash, like in your live account, if you are trading 15 NQs, you are slightly more than 100 to 1 times margin, or 100 to 1 times leveraged. 100 to 1. Think about that. And then we see people doing it with, 5. Now you're getting into like the 3, 4, 500 time leverage. You don't need the trade that big to get big results. And those leverage calculations, anytime you trade anything at 100 to 1 leverage, you are either going to get very lucky once or you are going to lose. So just something to think about there.
Yeah, it's important to notice, the leverage that futures contracts in particular afford traders is massive, and that can, as we see every single day, create big boons and noteworthy P&Ls. It can also assist you in ramming into that daily loss limit in short order. So, got to be responsible with it, and you got to have a structured trade plan that has risk accounted for first, so that you can stick around for those big winning days. Faye had a $10,000 day yesterday, coming off of 2 daily loss limits of $2,000. So, just manage your downside, and the profits will, come eventually, as long as you have a strategy that has edge and positive experiences. So that's all I got there.
All righty. With that, Ben, that's all the time we got for today. We got David Green coming up next for group coaching with JD in the house. So stick around. We're going to be back right after this. We'll see you then.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. It's that time of day where we take your questions from the chat and we answer them live here on Topstep TV. I am JD behind the scenes. I'll be feeding questions to David Green. Who are you looking at on the screen right now? David, what is happening today?
Isn't everybody lucky to be looking at David Green today?
We want to hear about your trades, that's for sure. We were talking in the green room.
Well, this has
nice
been
trend day.
One of the
nice trend day in
rare,
the equities, yeah.
This has been one of the rare days where we have set up for a trend from basically about an hour ago and just followed that trend for a couple of 100 points in the NQs and a crap load of points in the ESs. And, you know, the way I look to get into my trend trades, for those of you who don't know my technical analysis, I use a 9 EMA, a 15, a 30, a 65, and a 200. And when we notice a stock is in a strong downtrend, as we can see the NQs are, I try to get in as early in the day as I can on my 9 and my 15 EMA. And we're down 250 points from when we first hit this 9 and the 15 EMA here. Spiked down a whole bunch, got back up to the trend, could not get above it. Spiked down a whole bunch, got back up to the trend, could not get above it. Again, this doesn't happen very often, but when it does, and when you can find the trend in the futures, this is a trade that do not try to get 10 or 20 points out of it. You could stay in this trade until the trend changes. And technically, the trend will change when we get back above my 15 EMA. And it's just been a beautiful ride down. I mean, never even threatened to get above our levels as far as a trend trade is concerned for the entire day. Now, on one of the other charts that I'm looking at, I have a big daily level down around 201.20. So I have a little marker down there. I want to wait for now before I get involved in the buy side. Is if I get my RSI down around 20 or lower, because then we might be setting up for what we call a far from moving average trade. Hopefully it'll happen while we're here. We'll see. But we're kind of stuck in the middle RSI right now. We're not very oversold. And it's just been a slow, steady decline down the entire day. Don't
Can you talk
the one thing, and I guarantee you there's some people who made money on the buy side, you know, getting these little bops and stuff. Much harder to make money on these little bops than it is to get in these trends and just hang out until it goes against you. Again, it doesn't happen very often in the futures, but
it's a lot more stressful too trying to catch those bottoms. You end up just scratching a lot of trades or losing
and look,
losing the whole way
I'm not
down.
saying there's not money to be made scalping. You know, there were a couple of points here when we got really oversold, you know, where we had a nice bounce. You know, here we got a bunch oversold. We got down to like a 22 RSI. We bounced up 25 points. But, you know, the less stressful is to be in these trends when they set up.
You really got to recognize the market environment. If you're trying to catch bottoms here, it's a see money, take money type of opportunity. It's not for hitting home runs when you're on a trend day lower trying to catch buying opportunities. So you mentioned a far from moving average trades. Can you talk a little bit about that? What's a far from moving average trade?
Yeah, we talk about this every week when we come on, but it's one of my favorite trading setups. And what I'm looking for in the NQs or the ES, it doesn't matter, is when we get really stretched away from my closest moving average. And I'm usually looking when we get between 50 and 100 points away. But more importantly than that, that's when I use my RSI, my relative strength, and I use 20 and 80. So if the relative strength gets below 20, that alerts me to start looking for a little reversal in the market. And what I'll do is when I get that low, like we got to 2250 here, and we can see how weak the market is. We didn't even have a big bounce when we got down to a 22 RSI. We had like a 15, 20 point bounce. That's telling me that this is a very weak market. And the trend is just very, very strong right now. But when we get these oversold conditions, that's when I'll look to, I'll go to my 1 minute chart, look for a little green bar reversal candle, and grab a few of them. And usually if we're really stretched out, we can get anywhere from a 10 to 50 point bounce when that happens. We're not there yet, kind of just hanging out. Again, I have a very big level on another one of my charts right around this 201.20. So you see I have a little marker there. I just have a little marker to see if it holds that level. If it doesn't, I'll have a tight stop and then look for the far from moving average trade if we keep going down from that.
Excellent. We kind of answered our first question. The first question came from Roshan saying, could you walk us through your technical analysis, please? But he also had a follow-up question saying, are there any instances, even if your technical analysis set up for good trades, that you still won't take the trade, and why? So maybe on a day like today, if your analysis is telling you to take a buy side trade, would you ever do it when we're trending lower like this?
That's a great question. All right. So I will look at my technicals, and if I have to look at a longer term chart, I'll look at a longer term chart. So I'll look at a 15-minute, a 30-minute, all the way out to a daily or a weekly chart. And if I find levels on those daily and weekly charts, based on where we are right now, I will make that trade if we get stretched out and if the criteria are met for that trade. So yeah, I mean, look, I haven't looked to buy this thing. I'll show you where I looked to buy it, and I think we got 10 points out of it, and that was it. I'm going to go to a daily chart of the NQs. Or maybe it was a weekly. No, it was a daily. Okay. So here, I want to show you guys what I'm looking at right now. Okay, here's the NQs, right? So on my daily chart now, and dailies, the further we go out, the stronger the levels become. You could see exactly at 201.20, I have my 9 EMA. So this is a trend on a daily chart, which could be a nice support level. So that's why I have my little marker down there. I didn't just pull that number out of the air. It is a daily support level, a daily 9 EMA on my daily chart. So that's why I have a little marker down there, down 30 points from here. But I'm always going to expand my time frame and look for different support and resistance levels. And if it fits the particular trade that I'm looking for, then I'm going to make the trade every single time, no matter what the market is doing, period. The only thing we'll avoid, news events. Okay, everybody's got to be aware of news events that are coming out, the PPI, the CPI, all that stuff that comes out early in the morning. You got to be aware of that. And those times I just avoid trading. So here's the thing, though. Even though I have a big support level at this 201.20, if it takes a long time to get there, it's not as good a trade for me. What we want is a spike down to these levels that we have on our charts, because the faster something goes to one of our levels, the better the odds are of that trade working. If something just meanders down to one of our levels, sometimes I'll just say, no, I'm not doing it. Or if this spikes down and comes close, chances are I'll just cancel that trade, because chances are next time through, it's probably going to go through that level. And just to go back to all the technical analysis that we use, I use my 9 and my 15 EMA. That's just to get me into trend trades. Then I have my 30, my 65, and 200. That will get me into what I call regular moving average trades. So if we were to spike up to, 2,267, that would be up 100 points from here. The odds are this technical is going to work for me. And all I'm trying to do by using my technical analysis is put the odds in the favor of my trades work. They're still not going to work all the time. Nothing does. That's why we have stop orders on every single trade that we do.
Yep. And if you guys want to learn more about David Green's technical analysis, he holds a free webinar every other month or so, or once a month, I would say. Free to join. Anybody can sign on, and he walks through his entire process for you.
Yeah, so, and at the end of today, if it's okay with you guys, I let anyone who wants come in for a 5-day free trial in my room and hang out with me for a week in the private trading room. We'll post my email later if that's okay with you guys. Just send me an email and you can come hang out with us for 5 days. Only for Topstep people. Period.
Yes, we will post that email in just a little bit. All right. We got a couple questions here, sort of similar. We're going to tie them in together. Alistair wants to know what's your favorite session to trade the NQ, and Peter wants to know how many trades you place in a day. So as far as Alistair's question, what's your favorite session to trade? I'm going to assume they mean the New York session, Europe, or the Asia session. Or maybe we could break that down into the day. Do you like the morning,
even
lunch,
overnight,
or afternoon session? Right? Or exactly.
I am probably 7:30 till 5 o'clock when they close. That's what my time that I'm concentrating on. I will occasionally, if I can't sleep, do some overnight trading. I'll bop in with Dakota for a little bit. Every once in a while, I'll leave out from what I consider orders that chances are they're never going to hit, overnight. And if they get hit overnight, great. I'll have stop orders in. If they work in my favor, I come in the next morning, I'm up a couple of bucks. But generally speaking, it's the New York session. 90% of the time.
Sounds good. Hope that answers all your questions. And as far as number of trades, you're not really
That's a great
holding
question.
yourself back. Do you really hold yourself back? If you see a trade, you're taking a trade, right? If you're sitting in front of your charts and a trade pops up, you're in the market.
Yeah, I don't come in the morning. For example, in my couple of combine accounts today, so I made $631. I'm done with that. You know, I have very modest goals when I'm trading. You know, if I can make between $300 and $500 a day, I'm happy. So I'm not on that account anymore. I'm working on a different combine now that I just started, I think, yesterday. I will do as many trades as my technicals set up to do. There are some days I sit around all day and don't make any trades, as hard as that is to do. But, you know, I'm a big believer in my technicals, and I'm not going to push a button until my charts tell me to push a button. And that could be 10 times a day, or it could be no times a day. So I don't come in the morning saying I have to have 5 or 10 trades during the day. Whatever sets up, that's how many trades I'm taking. I will tell you this, though. Every trade that sets up for me technically, I'm going to do. Because if I don't, that can skew my hit rate, right? And sometimes what a lot of people will do is they find themselves getting into all the ones that don't work and not doing all the ones that do work. So I'm constantly telling my people that are in the private trading room and stuff, you have to do every trade. And if you don't do every trade, chances are you're going to get into the ones that don't work. So every trade that sets up for me, technically, I'm going to do.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. If you're present when the markets are open, why not take the trades when your system is telling you to do it?
Yeah, and don't be afraid. You know, we have a system for a reason. And Dave Green doesn't have the holy grail of technical analysis, right? You guys are very lucky. We all are lucky to have Topstep because they have some of the best coaches and traders that I've ever seen in my life. And I'm doing this for a long, long time, guys and girls. So as far as education is concerned, you couldn't be in a better spot. So you take a little bit from Dakota, you take a little bit from Rips, you take a little bit from this, and you figure out what works best for you, and you're off to the races.
Excellent. Thank you, David. Thank you for the questions, guys. This next one, we had a guest on previous segment today on Power Players, Jared J. He's a big fan of yours. He actually submitted the very first group coaching question, but he didn't use the form, so it got pushed down to the bottom, and I just remembered it because I'm looking at his name right now. But Jared's question, specifically to you, David Green, is when was the click moment when trading started working for you? I know you came from the New York Stock Exchange, trading equities on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, and then you shifted over to futures, and that couldn't have been an easy transition. But through that transition process, when did you know that you were onto something and things were going to start looking good?
It took a long time. It took a long time. As much experience as I have with trading, when you're trading, you know, when I go from stocks to trading futures, I had to develop a whole different set of rules than I did when I was trading stocks. And there was a lot of trial and error. The same technicals that I use for stocks don't always work when I'm trading futures. And it was a struggle at the beginning, no question about it. I don't think there was any one moment where I said, okay, I'm on the right track now. I think it was just a progression over time and fiddling with the technical analysis to better fit trading futures. So it wasn't like an aha moment. I will tell you, and we always go back to this, Jared, journal every single trade that you do, whatever technique that you're using, right? So the aha moment for me was when I went from a 20% hit rate to a 40% hit rate to a 70% hit rate and dialed everything in. And to me, that was the aha moment. And I can tell you that I blew up many accounts trying to figure this out. So don't feel bad if you're blowing up an account when you're trying to do this, right? I've blown up many accounts trying to figure this out. The great thing is it only costs us $50 or $100, depending on which account you're going to be in. So it doesn't have to cost you a lot of money to get to the point where you're figuring this out. To me, if you're trying to do this on your own, I just think it's almost impossible if you don't come from some kind of trading background. And again, you're in the right place with Topstep. So it wasn't any one moment. It was just an accumulation of trying to figure things out and fine-tuning everything.
Mm-hmm. On the inverse side of that, we have a follow-up question from Mateen. Mateen wants to know, do you ever remember a moment when you said to yourself, that's it? Maybe trading is not for me. And you thought about giving it up.
That's a good question.
Did that ever happen?
Yeah. Well, Not for me, because I don't know how to do anything else. I barely got out of high school. I didn't go to college. I can tell you when I first left the Florida Exchange, I was only 38 years old. I don't know how to do anything else, so I know I'm going to do this for the rest of my life. I lost a lot of money, a large amount of money. And most of it was because of ego. I could never be wrong. I'm doing this my whole life. How could David Green be wrong when he gets into a trade? I was wrong all the time. And I had no discipline. It was different than when I was on a stock exchange. I had control everything. I had the buyers and sellers in my hands. It wasn't very difficult, if you had half a brain to make money. But once I got out of that and wasn't using technical analysis, there were times when I got extremely frustrated. And I said to myself, all right, Dave, you're going to do this for the rest of your life. You got to figure out the right way to do it. And again, it took a long, long time for me to get back to the point and figure out the technical analysis that I'm using. I can tell you this, and you guys know I'm as honest as the day is long. If you don't have a system, or if you do have a system that isn't working for you, and you're not willing to change, then you probably should be doing something else. I tell that to people in my private trading room. I have people come in and I know we've had a bunch of good trades, and I hear from Bob, and Bob says, Dave, I had a horrible day today. Well, what are you doing, Bob? Everything we did was good today. So, if you're just one of those people that you got to give it up to the higher power at some point, and it doesn't work for everybody. And if you're finding you're just constantly throwing good money after bad, then maybe it's not the right thing for you to do. But I urge you, before you get to that point, if you're at that point, to change the things that you're doing and try to figure out something that's going to work for you.
Yeah, and I think that's the beautiful thing about the modern day prop model also. You could test out multiple trading systems in a real life environment without having to break the bank, Just like you said, $50 or $100 instead of 50,000 or 100,000,
Exactly.
You're not risking your kid's college fund to test your mettle in the futures markets. So remember that. That's what Topstep is here for. We're here to give you a chance. We're here to lower the barriers to entry and do everything we can to help you. And that's why David Green is here also. All right. One last thing. We kind of covered this. Topstep says, David Green, huge fan. Could you walk us through how you get your levels to trade from? Appreciate it. We walked through the moving averages and all of that. Is there anything else outside of what you're showing us right now? Do you have any other, sort of backup models that you might be looking at? Or is this is your bread and butter and this is what it is?
This is it. Yep.
Okay.
I try to keep it as simple as possible. And I'll tell everybody out there who's listening, this is the easier part of what we do. All right. Putting up a chart, finding levels, that is the easier part of what we do. The harder part of what we do is the mental aspect and following the rules and having stop orders and not averaging into trades and knowing when to stop when you're making money, knowing when to stop when you're losing money. I don't want my chart to look like an air traffic controller, so I try to keep it as simple as I possibly can. The only thing I don't have on TopstepX is my pivot points. That's the only thing I don't have that I have on all my other charts. But I try to keep it as simple as I possibly can. Period.
Yep.
And this is what I use. And whatever you're using, again, be journaling your trades and find out your hit rate. If it's not great, find a different way to do it. And I'm always, perfect. I should add this stuff. I'm always changing things. Again, Dave Green don't have the holy grail of technical analysis. I have no ego as far as trading is concerned. And that's a very dangerous thing to have. I have no opinion and I try not to think. I just read my charts, right? Thinking gets me in trouble. The more I have to think, the worse off I am. If I'm in a trend trade in NQ from 10 o'clock this morning, I haven't had to have 1 minute of thinking the entire day. All it's done is go down. There's no thinking involved, right? So, and I don't hope. Hope is not a strategy in anything that you're doing. If you're in a trade where you're hoping something's going to happen, you're in a bad trade. It's that simple. So I try to keep things as simple as possible and just follow what I have in there and just follow my technicals and do every trade that sets up. That's it.
Speaking to that, for our final question, we got a question from Steve R. Sounds like he might have been a student of yours or he follows you or something, but he seems to know what he's talking about here. Stephen R. says, David, I know what you're going to say already, but I'm going to ask anyway. In the Wall Street Global Trading Academy trades, we use the 5-minute, the moving average trades. Sometimes the 3-minute chart gets a good trade that the 5-minute will miss. Can we use the 3-minute for a 200 EMA, for example? I know you're going to say back test on our trade and tell me what the results are, but there's the question. Can you use the 3-minute?
That's exactly what I was just going to say. That's exactly what I was going to say. Like I said, Dave Green don't have the holy grail. Journal it, man. Journal it. And as a matter of fact, come to me when you have a hit rate of 70% or 60%, and I'll put it into my charts also. Yeah. Journal it. If you find that it's working for you, look, like I said, I don't have the holy grail. I'm constantly listening to other people telling me things all day long. I never used a 30 EMA until someone said, Dave, I'm noticing if we put a 38 EMA in, we're missing a crap load of trades that we could be getting. Boom, I put it in. So yeah, you knew the answer already. Journal it. If it's something that's working, pop it in there and use it forever.
He sure did know the answer. That's hilarious. Last one. Han wants to say, Han says, I'm new to Topstep TV. Where is the chat where I find David Green's email to enjoy his training for 5 days? We're going to drop that in the chat right now. Dave, you want to announce your email? I'll put it in there.
It is D as in David, green like the color, 927 at yahoo.com. dgreen927 @yahoo.com.
I'm typing it in right now. There you go.
Anyone who sends an email, I will send you a link. Don't get excited. I'll send you a link on Sunday for next week. The only reason I can't have anyone in this week is I'm sorry. This is our live boot camp. In our live boot camp, I'm going over our entire course live in real time while we're trading the markets live, so I don't have any visitors during that week. Every other week is good.
Cool. And yeah, David and Peter Tuckman always have a webinar coming up too, or a free webinar that they offer to everybody for free. So keep your eyes peeled for those. And with that, guys, quick half hour. We are out of time for group coaching today. David, thank you for coming on and answering these questions. We always appreciate it. Thank you to everybody in the chat that asked your questions. They were good ones today. And we almost got through them all. We only got a couple to spare for tomorrow, or for next time.
All right, good.
Anyway, stick around.
I'll be back in an hour for Power Hour, guys and girls.
That is correct. David Green is sticking around for Power Hour. That starts at 2 o'clock Central Time. He'll be joined by the real deal, Zach, Hogan, Andre. Stick around, though. We've got Trading with Topstep coming up next. We've got KV and David O in the background. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back in 1 minute, folks. Stick around.
Thanks.
Welcome back, friends and traders. It is time to trade with Topstep. We've got a live funded Topstep trader with us right now. David O. and KV, the king of patience, is here with us also. David, trading in the live funded account. You're trading today. Here from Washington State, been trading for about a year and a half with Topstep. I'm getting ahead of myself here. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us about some of the trades you made in your live funded account today. You're up a little bit of money. What's going on? We want to hear it. Tell us everything.
Well, let's see here. Yeah, I've been trading with Topstep about a year and a half now, since February last year. Let's see, today's trades, I got chopped around a little bit in the morning, and then took one good trade. I cut it up here, come in here. I'll show you what the good and bad parts look like. This is bad. I was just getting chopped around, moving stops. I was like, all right, settle down, took a break, came back, got my setup, and then hit about 416 right here, and then trailed a little too tight on this daily level that I have, so I got clipped out there, which is a little sad, but no FOMO getting back in. I didn't really have anything that I wanted to risk on, so that was kind of my day in my live account today.
Okay. You're up money in the live account, though. Is that correct?
I am up. Yeah, I'm up. Yeah, I got chopped around a little bit. I was a little bit red. Came back. And
it looked like a footprint trend for a second there, but those were trade executions on David's chart just a second ago, folks. What's your P&L in your live account? We're going to put it up on the screen there for you.
Right now it's 1250.
Up 1250. Good day. Very nice, very nice. Up in the live account, might switch back over to a trading combine if we see something set up here. KV, what's up, my man? How are you doing? What are you looking at in the market today?
Yeah, no, good week, slow day for me, just because I was more focused on the morning session today. Couldn't capitalize on this drop, but very good week, actually. I feel like the price action has been pretty decent this week to trade the NASDAQ, which I'm mainly focusing on. But yeah, a little bit pissed that couldn't capitalize on the move right now. Everything is looking a little bit extended right now on the day. Looking at the ATR, we're at 1.2 ATR on the NASDAQ. So we've made 1.2 more than the average move of the last 2 weeks here on the NASDAQ, focusing on the regular trading hours, so New York session. Could this go lower? Sure, right? Am I interested in a move lower? Probably not. I'd rather take a pullback and then another move lower, okay? But lower lows, it's difficult just because of the risk, right? We're so far away from the daily view up right now that's just crazy. If we actually do make a pullback to the mean, right, to the daily view up, it's a massive pullback.
It's so hard.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult. Again, can this go lower? Sure. Am I interested in just getting on a day low breakout? Probably not, right? In terms of zones that I'm looking at, for a potential bounce, I have this 69.75 level here. It is a daily gap, and let me check the date here, October 7th to October 8th. So it's a daily gap there from 13.25 to 69.75. Looking to see if we can see the price go to that level down there and then maybe get some buyers for a gap rejection. I'd be looking to take a bounce there. If not, could even go for the gap fill, which again seems wild, but might happen. Other than that, looking for a pullback up to this anchored view up to 176. So those are kind of my two areas which we could look at making a play. If it stays in between those zones, I'm staying cash.
Excellent. We do have the house account open too, so any trades that our guys KV and David take, we might be piggybacking in the house account during trade with Topstep. We got George in the chat saying we will bounce from here. It will pull back from here. I love your confidence, George. That's a great comment.
You never know. It might. It's a better word. It might pull back, right? Or it might bounce.
It might. Yeah.
A little bit better.
2-point bounce and another.
I feel like
we don't trade in absolutes here.
I feel like tomorrow is going to be much more interesting, especially with what we saw today, plus a lot of economic stuff tomorrow, plus the Tesla earnings after hours, which should bring a lot of volatility, especially to the NASDAQ. after hours, but also tomorrow morning. So
Mhm.
let's see how tomorrow goes. But I feel like it should be the most volatile day of the week.
Tomorrow, yeah, for sure. It's always the biggest economic event day of the week. Yeah, Thursdays are always a big mover. David, as far as technical levels go, you're big on price action, support, and resistance. What are you looking at? If I should just say, what side of the market would you rather be on right now, the long side or the short side? And give us a reason why. If you're going to get into a short trade, it's a good level for opportunity.
It's the trend right now is down, so I don't see any reason to go long anything here. I'm not interested in trying to catch a huge bounce back up, but I'm also not really looking to to go short here after such a big move, especially since I've already been in. I use price support and resistance, essentially kind of liquidity levels. The grayed out levels here. These are actually from a Discord community that I'm in. But essentially, it's looking at where has there been a lot of price interactivity. So coming up to like the higher time frame charts, I guess it helps if I actually don't hide them. But a lot of price action and wicks happening here. So this is an interesting zone that I'm kind of looking at as potential support or resistance areas. And then I kind of mark out higher pivot points of my own on like the hourly and the daily chart, which I find interesting. Or it looks like a lot of activity has been happening over the past couple of weeks or something. So really, I kind of trade in between the levels and see what the price action is looking like. This would be if I was interested in a long, like it showing like some support and accumulation in this zone is interesting. And that's a potential long that I would take if I was having a long bias, but I don't have a long bias right now. I'd be more interested in coming back up into this level and then going short.
Very good. First thing we always do on Trade with Topstep is check in on the markets, see what everybody's thinking, see if we could pull off a trade, see if we're at levels of confluence amongst all the traders, and maybe fire off something for the house count and get something going with our guests. But we're kind of in a lull right now. We're hanging out on the bottoms. I'm not a huge fan of selling new lows. It's just never something that's appealed to me. I was never good at selling new lows, So let's take a step away from the markets for just a second. And David, tell us a little bit about your background, how you made it to Topstep, how you picked up on futures trading. What were you doing before futures trading? What were you trading? How are you learning these strategies? What kind of groups are you joining up with? Do you have a trading team that you work with? Do you have trading partners? Do you have a trading mentor? Got a lot of questions. So, yeah, let's
all right.
start at the beginning.
I'll try to remember them all. I started with stocks and options. I think most people do, and found some intermediate success there. I was part of a kind of a Reddit Discord there that was learning about day trading. So I did a lot of kind of like small account challenges to kind of learn strategies and figure out risk management on options. And I found out that 0 DTEs are really bad. 2 to 3 weeks was my better profitability marks. So going from there, I kind of dabbled in futures a little bit. But mostly I just wanted to kind of de-risk myself from the market and then increase leverage. And I looked kind of at like what prop firms are kind of available for like stocks and options, but it wasn't really anything that I was interested in. I kind of came across prop firms, probably from YouTube people, seeing what's going on. And so started in Topstep in February, I think, of last year. And so I kind of have a nickname called the Prop Father in one of my kind of private Discords, which is just a group of friends that have survived from the other kind of Reddit community that we were a part of. So I've kind of been around and tried them all. seen the goods and bads of the different firms, and yeah,
that's good.
We'll leave it at that.
It's good. Spread it around and find what works for you. Topstep, we like to be the place that everybody goes to. We try our best to appeal to every futures trader, every aspiring futures trader out there. But some people just want more. But what we have here, I think, is a
JD. You can't please everyone.
You can't please everyone. That's exactly right. But we do our best to stay above the line, above board. But it's great that you tried out a bunch of people and you landed here. That's awesome. So now that you're here, you're trading in a couple XFAs. You've been called up to the live funded account. Positive account balance in that live funded account. We just saw it. How's your experience been at Topstep? Obviously, you like it here, or else you wouldn't be here,
yeah,
right?
It's pretty good. Yeah, I think the biggest takeaway for me was trying to figure out what kind of trader I wanted to be. Did I want to be the trader that was just trying to get payouts from as many accounts as possible, and managing kind of the mindset that goes with that people don't really understand. It's really great when you have a big day and you have a bunch of accounts. It's not so great when you have a big red day on a bunch of accounts. And just stepping back, it's like, this isn't what I want to do. Like, what I want to do is I want to learn how to trade. I want to actually just learn how to trade. And so that kind of focused me on where I wanted to be. So like the payout with Topstep and the rules of Topstep are by far the simplest rules and the easiest way to get payouts. And so it just allowed me to focus on the things that were important to me.
Awesome. I'm glad you found a home here. Checking in on these markets, we continue to make new lows in the equities.
Yeah. We're getting closer. Yeah, we're getting closer to that gap start on the daily. 69.75 is the level we're waiting for. Does the gap gets filled or not? If it does, who knows? We'll go 280R on the Nasdaq, right? 200% move from the average, but it's there. Let's see how the price reacts when it touches it. Holding steady. I mean, we're not seeing any major decrease in volume either. So,
are you working a bid right now? Are you in order to get long?
No, I don't like to place orders. Yeah, I don't like to place orders beforehand because who knows if it just slices through it. I don't like that. I rather wait for some confirmation. I know the fill is not going to be as great as putting the order beforehand, right, and getting filled on some ticks, but it's fine. I'd rather wait for a clear confirmation and just pay the extra premium, let's call it.
Yep. Waiting for structure to build. We say that a lot around here. That is exactly what KV's talking about. Waiting to see some structure before getting in and trying to pick a bottom. And we just keep making new lows here. Bottom after new bottom.
No, this is the perfect example of trying to pick bottoms, which it doesn't work, right? Yep. I mean, it's because you have this support level here and you have another support level here, and by the time you're trying these support levels for them to work, your account is already blown up. So it's a difficult game to play. I'm personally more of a trend trader. That's why I use the view up. Like, okay, let's pull back to the view up and go with the trend again, instead of just trying to capture tops and bottoms. I do, try to enter some trades like that, but they are way less size than my normal positions, just because it's more risk if you try to catch a bottom like this. You never know if it's going to work out or not, or if it's going to be just like a one candle pump like we saw it, at 10 minutes ago, 209 there. That's it. One candle pumped, big candle, but that was it. No follow through.
When you mentioned VWAP a couple times already during the session. When you see prices moving so far away from VWAP, is there sort of a measured price distance that you're looking for before a pullback, or are you just kind of just waiting for that structure, but price will return to VWAP eventually?
Yeah, so there's no specific number, but especially when we get so far away from the daily VWAP, which is this purple line right now, anchored VWAPs start coming into use, just because you can't find other areas of interest even before we get there. Because honestly, if we're waiting for daily VWAP to retest right now, It's gonna take a while, right? It's gonna take a while. We're at, what is that? 300 points, maybe, right? Something like that.
Quite a bit, yeah.
Yeah, 200.
It's a real
points.
move.
It's it's gonna take a while unless something happens. But yeah, that's where I start using anchor view ups to find some other zones that are a little bit closer to the current price, and that's why I was looking at this 168 level. That seems fairly close right now. And again, just looking for the trend to continue. Well, we retest 168. We wait for some seller pressure to come in, and then just write it down again if sellers come in, right?
Seeing a little bit of buying step in. We got 71% long the tilt in the S&P right now, 62 in the NASDAQ. So not a heavy build, but minor steady build. And we've also got Mantis in the chat calling out a cumulative delta divergence starting on the NASDAQ. Somebody's buying slowly from 20,100. Hey, Hogue, if you're out there listening, we'd very much appreciate a delta update if you could throw one in here. No pressure, Hogue. All right, so a little bit of buying stepping in. I've moved up to a 15-minute chart. The 1 and 3 minute charts are just looking a little scary. Dennis, do you have a specific time that you like to look at? You're looking at time charts. You like the higher levels, the lower levels when you're day trading in a situation or a move like this? You feel more useful to scale out, or you like to stick with the lower time frames? Hello, David's family.
The meeting sign sometimes works.
Yeah, personally, I'm more on the smaller time frames myself, 1 minute and 5 minutes. Really don't go below the 1 minute. I see some people that do, but it's too volatile, at least for me. So 1 minute, 5 minute, 5 minute more for confirmation, and then 1 minute more for just more precise entry. I'm trading the NASDAQ, so I feel like 5 minutes, even like 15 minutes is way too high for you to get that right entry, because you can just get just wicked down for no reason, and it's not good. So yeah, 1 minute more for entry. That's all.
You really need the staying power when it's highly volatile in the NASDAQ. That's for sure. We got a nice, 40 point bounce off the lowest.
Yeah, it looks small, but the volatility is high. So these moves are actually decent, you know.
All right, I'm going to switch back down to that lower time frame chart. Back on a 3 minute, would you say that structure is starting to build here, or is this just going to be another head fake? We're setting up for another selling opportunity.
Let's see.
Anyone call it out?
What I like is the increasing volume, right? As we've been going up on the 1 minute here, the volume has been steadily increasing a little bit. That's definitely showing some buyer support for sure. We're at the same level we rejected at 209. Let's see.
Wow, look at that! Look at that tilt. Tilt is now at 78% long in the NASDAQ.
It's quite a lot. Same on the ES. It's a little bit too much, I would say.
Are you guys looking at the tilt throughout the day? Is it part of your? Is it a tool you guys find useful?
Yeah, personally, yes. Whenever it's tilted, obviously, as long as for me, like above 70% is where I pay much more attention to. Anything below that is okay. Like above 70% on one direction, I like to look at it.
David, are you looking at the tilt? Do you have a strategy around it?
I usually, it's more just informative for me right now. I do like seeing like the average long and average short prices and see where that bias kind of is at. But I don't trade around it.
Good to know. Good to know. There's a couple ways to do it. You could either go with the tilt or against the tilt. As MP would put it, you're taking the easy trade or the hard trade. When you're with the tilt, you see that 80% long and you get on the long side, you're going with the herd, as they so commonly used to say. MP, personally, he likes to take the harder trade. He likes to go with the guys that are, how do you put it? Not going against the rest of the crowd, but taking the harder positions, because the harder positions have a tendency to pay off a little better than the easy position. Does that make sense to you? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm with MP there. I'm mainly going against the tilt as well. Have to say though, the tilt has been getting paid this week. I've seen it a couple of times where it's been tilted, and it has just continued in that direction again. So this week has
Tilt's
been
getting paid right now. 80% long in the NASDAQ. Average price of 20,165. That doesn't.
Well,
that doesn't look like the best price, but
it doesn't look like the best.
You got
price.
80% long right now.
They're just accumulating, trying to catch the bottom.
Yeah, that's all it is. You're probably right.
So like this
So
would
now
be
that we
a
see the
place where I'm
structure
actually
building.
interested in the short here. Like
Okay,
we're rejecting the
let's
top
talk
of
it
this
through.
zone here. I'm not going to take the trade, but like this is where I would have looked at getting short here with the rejection of kind of this supply zone that I have marked out. But yeah, coming into end of the day here, I don't particularly like. Power hour is always a wild card on what's actually happening.
Yeah, kind of hard to see. You said you had a supply zone marked out. Just
yeah, sorry, that might be. I use subtle colors.
Okay.
That are in my face. So like this is a zone I have right here. I don't know if that's a little easier to see.
What are the prices on the extremes of that zone? That
let's see, 21.35.5 and 21.25.75.
Okay.
So this is about a 10-point range right here.
When you're trading these zones, are you scaling in and out of trades, or are you going all in, all out? Kind of like stop at the
for a smaller
other
zone like this,
extreme
I'll
end?
probably put like a 2 contracts lot size on. For a bigger zone like this, I'll do 1 and then kind of accumulate into a trade. As long as I can keep my risk relatively comfortable.
Very good.
But I try not to get
KV.
above 3 contracts on NQ.
Yeah, noted. Especially on a day like today, 3 contracts could add up very quickly.
Any day,
no
3
doubt about it.
contracts is bad. Any day, 3 contracts could be bad.
KV, David is kind of hinting at a short here. What's your take on it?
It's a little bit too early for me. Yeah, 163.5 is where I want this to pull back. It has a little bit more to go. I feel a little bit more comfortable there. Looking at the price action as well, we have rejected a couple of times at 115, at 122, around that area. Came in for a retest. I do love when demand turns into resistance as well. Lining up perfectly with an anchor view up. I take that trade with a little bit more confidence.
So the tilt is not backing off either. What do you think about a long? What do you think about a long up to 65?
The problem is, like, if you take the long here, right, you have so much drawdown, right?
A lot of risk.
Yeah, like if you get in here, if you're not willing to hold at least until day low, but even this level that I have here, 69.75, it's not worth it. You're just putting a stop loss at a nowhere zone. Doesn't make sense in terms of price action wise.
Yeah, it is
a little bit steep. It's
it is
around
a deep trade.
50 points. It's about 50 point.
Yeah, long would definitely need a pullback here and then some support accumulation.
And failed twice. If you get caught long,
we've
not go crying to Muhammad.
I've seen the price do these V-shaped recoveries more than I can say, right? Especially during the afternoon. Like this can just go to view up until the close, and it's not surprising,
Yeah.
That's why I feel like these types of days, or at least this time right now, it's probably the most difficult. Because shorts or longs, you're still not on your A+. Okay.
But at the same time, we so rarely get this kind of volatility in the 1 to 2 o'clock Central Time hour. So I feel like we should be taking as much advantage of it as we possibly can. Getting a little pullback off this last high, call it 2140. Just a little selling pressure. Seeing buyers starting to step back in. Tilt pairing off a bit, 70% long in the NASDAQ, 73% long in the S&P. And more buyers stepping in right here. Not quite as deep a pullback as we were looking for.
Yeah,
probably not the pullback we were looking for, right?
Yeah, and SPY is in a kind of a accumulation zone from back in October 9th to 10th. I don't know. This looks like a good
George wants to know if yeah. George in the chat wants to know if we can learn a little bit more about your strategy in VWAPs. Would you mind talking a few minutes about what you're anchoring your VWAPs to and what kind of trade setups you're looking at?
Yeah, so mainly it's going to be trend highs and trend lows. I try to explain it that the easier it is to spot the trend highs and the trend lows, the better the zone is to start anchoring VWAPs from that area. Time frames, again, it just depends what type of trader you are. If you're a day trader, you can start anchoring those as high as 5 minute, 15 minute, but scalping 1 and 5 is pretty clean. Just keep it simple. That's all I'm using. Anchor VWAPs and just supply and demand based on price action. Not using bookmap, not using times and sales. Anyway, I use times and sales when it comes to options trading, but futures I've just tried to keep it as simple as possible. And it's basically what you see on my screen right now. That's what I have all the time. We also announced last week as well, but did open a community, Get Funded University, completely free. People have been loving it. A lot I joined from Topstep TV last week. I mean, already seeing a lot of results. I explained the whole system there, like from
excellent
beginning to execution, which I think a lot of people can't do, or not can't do, but just are not aware of doing it properly. Just how do we optimize our current performance? This is how we're performing. How do we tweak things? And how do we tweak things at the right time as well? So NASDAQ coming in.
Very cool.
NASDAQ coming in at
here we go.
Coming closer to that
Approaching
area.
your 65 level.
Yep. And the
so
anchor
when we get to this area.
Yep.
All right, now we're getting closer. Will you be looking for a short once we get up there?
So the anchor is coming closer as well. So it's around 162 right now. Touch 162, get a red candle. That's actually significant. Trying to enter some shorts there.
Okay. Looking at 62 in the NASDAQ. I love making notes on pen and paper. David, has your bias changed at all in recent minutes? Lots happened in the last 4 minutes.
I mean, at this point, it looks to me like we're accumulating some more support down here. So if we can go up to here and then hold this level, I would look for a long, probably back up into tier 2 or 3 or so. But if we can't hold this level, then no.
Okay. So through that,
a lot of overlapping channels.
Through that next supply zone up there, you are definitely long biased. Okay.
If we can hold this support right here, I would take longs off of this if we come back and retest this.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, down here at 136.5. This zone right here that I have, that 10-point zone. But I originally would have short. It would have worked for 15, 20 points. These candles are so skewed. Like, you got to zoom in to see how big they actually are. This is, like KB was saying, like, where do you put your stops at? Like, you can't just like take your normal risk here because the volatility is so high. So you really need to fine tune an entry or be really comfortable with 2 or 3 times maybe your standard loss that you're going to take if you're going to take a trade here.
Yep.
So I
Do
kind
not
of don't like
sacrifice
trading
trade
these days
location
because
just to be in the market.
yeah, it's easy to get this view. You're like, all right, this is my standard like 10, 15 point candles. No, they're not. So gotta be mindful of that.
Some follow-up questions in the chat about go ahead, KV. I mean,
Yeah, no, this is the retest that I'm looking at. If this candle closes in red here, which probably might, we'll be entertaining those shorts here. Let's see.
Okay. We still have tilt brewing. 77 long in the ES, 77 long in the NASDAQ. Longs are not giving up yet.
Yeah, the tilt has been interesting this week. So.
Yeah, this average price is going up too.
I'm in the shorts right now with 2 contracts on a combine.
If you took a short combine, all right. What is your risk on this trade, KB?
Willing risk until 196.
Did you say 196?
Yep.
Okay.
If you can't hold until 196, it's a little bit too much, I would say. But let's see.
Might look for a better trade entry. I like your idea of the short. 96 is a long way away.
Yeah, no, probably just made a slight mistake there. Looks like I was on minis, not micros, but let's see. Definitely, yeah, because with the risk that I'm looking at, the 196, definitely can't hold the 2 minis on a 50K combine, but let's see.
Gotcha. But KB is short. What was that entry price again?
149.
KV is short the NQ at 2149. I might be tempted to put one on here with you, KV.
Let's see. Yeah, no, I know, guys. I put the NQ mistakenly. Should have been micros.
To a little bit of liquidity here. Another pop, and I might be joining you here.
What is your short
I'm joining an
target?
offer. I'm in. I am short one. House count a short one at 162 half.
Where are you looking to take profit then?
Take profit, looking for a potential move below the hundreds.
Okay.
All right, we are in. We're in a single. House count a short, one single NASDAQ contract at 20,162 half. I'm working a stop up near where you placed yours at 196 half also. We'll reevaluate that in the next few minutes after we see some additional price action. Nothing pairing off in tilt.
The tilt is not giving up. The tilt is not giving up.
Muhammad in the chat saying the difficult part now is timing the short. We may have done that.
Yeah, that's
all right.
True. If I get back to break even, definitely switching this to micros because.
Noted.
Yeah, it's definitely fat fingered.
Ooh, Muhammad's
I
actually
think that's
saying,
the biggest.
Go ahead, continue, please.
I was gonna say that's one of my biggest things with TopstepX. Like I do all my charting on NQ, and
I know.
Sometimes I don't want to trade NQ. I want to trade NQ, and then I'm like, oh, all my levels are gone. Because if I was on MNQs, I would actually start looking at accumulating a long position here. If it came back down, I can't chase it here, but it's got too much. And then my take profit would be kind of like where your stops are at, up at 200.
This is feeling real strong right now.
Yeah, no, it's definitely pushing. Close to the this account is close to the $1,000 DLL as well, so maybe it's not going to even be able to hold until the 196. Well, yeah, good.
These angry red candles, though.
Micros and minis.
I would love to see an angry red candle.
There's still differences. Sometimes the ticks do make a big difference as well between micros and minis. It's similar, but sometimes there is slight differences between the actual prices.
Yeah, I trade on a higher time frame. So like the smallest I go down is a 5-minute chart. And so for me, that difference doesn't matter as much.
Yeah, just closing that one. I got locked out on the DLL there.
Oh, you're out of the trade?
Yeah, it locked me out because I had the $1,000 DLL.
Oh, right.
Let's see how this goes. Buyer's still strong though, but if you look at the volume, it is decreasing in volume. So if
I have been noticing that too.
If the 196 holds,
Tilt is still growing. 81% long in the NASDAQ, 80% long in the S&P. Where's that mean red candle?
It's going to be
about
194 when everybody gets out at break even on their longs here.
David, are you in a long position right now?
No, I'm not. I wanted to, but it went too. I never got my pullback.
Moved too far. Yeah,
I can't. Yeah, I can't chase it up. I would still be interested if it comes down and holds the 150s, but I don't think I'm going to get that. I think it's going to come up here and then just wave at me. So that's been one of the hardest things to learn, though, is to not chase. Like, you missed your trade, be okay with it, move on, and there'll be other opportunities later on.
See what we can do. So our max risk on this trade is 685. And you were looking at a profit target below 100, right? Is that correct, KV?
Yeah. We might get some buyers around 114 with the previous lows, but let's see, sellers coming a little bit. But again, the volume is throwing me off just slightly right now on this one.
Got that red candle, but not a very impressive one.
It's not significant. It's not significant.
I don't know if $700 is what I really want to risk on this trade right now. Thinking if I get an opportunity to possibly scratch this trade, I might take it.
We might be getting that V-shaped recovery to V-up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and no pullbacks on the way up either.
Yeah, not looking very good for the short. We'll say that. Chartman says to pretend like I'm in the reversal challenge. It only happens on Fridays, and we're not in live accounts.
Yeah, there's a lot of liquidity sitting up at 80s and 90s.
Yep. There sure is.
So if I can get a pullback,
very strong case to be long right now.
But 161's got a big order sitting. Oh, they just moved. Now it's back. Okay, they're spoofing around. Awesome.
Buyers can hold up here, and we see some increasing volume to the upside. I may get out of this trade. Muhammad is short at 156. Is that correct, Muhammad? Switch to micros. One short at 156. Pending order at 181. 190. It's not too far from our stop zone. And we just keep busting through.
Yeah, slow grind higher. It is not stopping. Very interesting.
All right, Muhammad got a second short in. If he was still working that order. Got it. I see you in the chat there, Muhammad. Thank you. Seller's still failing. Nothing to short for. Bias is short, but didn't take it. I'm thinking might be time to cut this one loose.
A lot of volume on this candle right now. Seems mixed up, both buyers and sellers. A lot of volume on this one.
This is where it gets a little. This is where the tug of war starts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a reversal bar?
You're basically almost, and you're almost at the points of contention here on tilt as well.
Mm-hmm.
So if tilt is representative, and the shorts, are they going to let it go red? And if not, is it just going to capitulate up? And
Mm-hmm.
all right, so you're in heat on a position. What's your thought process for letting it run to your full stop, or
Well, typically, I like to see a trade
taking
play
in
out.
new information?
Taking in new information, market generated information. It doesn't look like it's going to stop. It just looks like it's aiming for my stop level right now. It's that big red bar. Still looking at a 1 minute chart. This red bar here throwing me off a little bit. We're down 20
slow
points on
grinding.
this trade. Sellers just keep getting rejected and rejected and rejected. Scale out a little bit.
The uptrend is holding pretty nicely. Zone's still intact though, but it's getting closer to that previous resistance area here, back from 130-ish. Yeah, it's coming very close.
KV, if you were still in this trade, or
I don't move things.
Would you still be holding this?
Yeah, I don't
holding.
I don't like to move things. Yeah, I don't. If I have a plan before I enter that trade, I just stick to it through the end.
Very good.
I've done a lot of mistakes at the beginning where I started moving things around and just started happy clicking, you know.
Yep.
I know some people like to, add some more information into their trades, but I feel like the trade starts messing with you once you're, in it. There's some sellers.
Yeah,
right
is your
before
reason
the-
for getting in the trade still valid? Is it, or I should say, has your reason for getting in the trade been invalidated?
Yeah, basically that. So as long as the zone is still holding, that's kind of the invalidation area, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Small candles though, it's just steady grind higher.
Yep. It might have been our best opportunity to get out for a small loss. See what happens when this bar closes. Seeing steadily decreasing buying volume on a 5-minute. But that doesn't mean much either. It could keep steadily decreasing and while price steadily increases, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Still relatively high volume for the time period and day as well, though.
For this time period. Agreed.
Yeah. Like, I want to go long, but my risk would be down here, and I don't want to risk 30 points or potentially 20. So. We'll see if this comes back. If it's a big aggressive sell back through, I won't be interested in that. But if it's a kind of a slow, gradual sell back down at this zone, this area here, then I will probably take a long.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Ooh, it's already 1:50. We've only got a couple minutes left here.
Yeah, time went fast.
It does. When you're in the market, time can either go really fast or really slow, right?
It's going slow for me because I didn't have a trade on, but it's always waiting.
Mm-hmm. So we're going to hang on to this for a little bit. I'm going to see what happens. Maybe hold it for a few minutes into power hour. If I can scratch this trade before we hit the top of the hour, I might take it. But see what it does on this bar. Move back up to a 15-minute chart. See what it looks like.
Yeah, man, like 30-minute hourly chart looks like a pretty solid rejection of those lows.
Yeah. Just going to say, it looks like a pretty solid buy.
But
we're coming back to our entry price yet again. This is when I really hate scratching trades. You took the heat, you took the risk.
That's why I don't play
Now
them.
it's like,
That's why I don't play.
So you don't move.
Look, I have been burned many times where that happens and it just goes in your direction. You're like, why did I mess with it? You know?
Yeah.
You stop sweating for 1 second.
That's where it's good to that's where it's good to actually log your trades because you only remember the ones where you missed out on. Sometimes you get a false bias from that.
We got 2 minutes left here, guys. 2 minutes to play in the period. Love to see sellers take over right here. Tilt is pairing off 60% long in the ES, 59% long in the, 59% long ES, 60% long in the NQ.
Yeah.
What did you call it, JD? An angry red candle? What was it?
That's what David called it. Did you call it a mean red candle or an angry red candle?
Angry red hand. We have some memes for those in our Discord. A lot of Jack Black with a hammer. And those are the ones that get you too. Like this week has been especially bad at like clipping my stops and just like, oh my gosh.
Not much follow through. Selling pressure is depleting.
No. Yeah, this is kind of entering that potential chop zone I was talking about. I'm like looking at where SPY has been. Just a lot of volume accumulated back in early October.
Yeah. So, 1 minute bull flag, or is this a top? That's the question, right?
Yeah, I mean, it really hasn't broken this channel. I don't know, a little bit, but
All right, 1 minute left, guys. Let's get your final notes on this trade. House count is still short at 162.5 in the NQ at the moment. We're taking about 10 points of heat on this trade, risking about $700. Before we close out, what are you guys thinking? KV, I know you still like it.
Yeah.
You took the risk, you want to take the reward out of it, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't change a thing. It's according to the plan. Obviously taking some heat there. Stop loss still in check, so I would let it run.
Let it run. All right, we are back to break even just about. David, thank you for joining us. Any final thoughts on the market going into Power Hour? Do you got a plan for Power Hour? Are you going to be doing anything?
I might trade my combine a little bit, but I'd probably scratch that short.
That's probably what I'm going to be doing in 1 minute. All right, folks. Thanks for joining us for Trade with Topstep. We've been here with live funded trader David and KV, the king of patience. Stick around. We're going into Power Hour. We got David Greenback. We've got the real Deal Zach coming in. They're going to be joined by Hogue and Andre. Stick around.
right, we're still holding short. Welcome to Power Hour, everybody. It's the David Green Wednesday, joined by Zach B in the house. Got Hogue as well. House account is short from 162.5 in the NASDAQ. Again, short one from 20,000, 162 hook. Welcome, David Green. How are we doing today?
Well, good. Thank you very much for having me. It's always a pleasure to be here.
That's Zach B. What's going on?
What's going on, guys? Happy to be here as well. Always appreciate the chance to get on.
Hell yeah. Hogue, house account short a one lot from 20,000, 162 half in the NQ. Coming in right now in the green room, we were talking about Delta minus 13,600 in the ES, minus 3,400 in the NQ. Markets have been moving today. Oh, we got
very emotional moves today.
Yeah. Let's take some trades. Let's do this.
Let's got to that nice extreme oversold position about 45 minutes ago. We got the RSI down around 20, right around 2085. Had a nice 100-point bounce off that. Here we go. Let's go. Break this here.
Yeah, we got JD
stepping in.
How you going?
Let's trade 20,161.
JD, how many times has this trade come back to break even for you?
That would be 2 times, Mr. Hoagland. Twice.
Second time.
Still holding.
Third time's a charm.
That's the patience, man.
60-80 is the range right now.
60 to 80.
But we had a lot of price action around 85 that we couldn't get above, so let's see what happens here.
See if the sellers want to take control again. It's been down all day today, David Green.
Beautiful trend day, which does not happen very often, but just spectacular from, I don't know, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock this morning. Just straight down. Could not get above on 9 on 15 EMA. And here's where it broke the trend a little bit right here. Got up to our 30 EMA, which has proven to be a little resistance. We need to break down, below like 56, 57. Maybe we can get continuation down now.
Yeah. Andre, it seems like a year ago that we were complaining about how slow the opening was, wasn't it?
I know. Look at us
and
now.
It just accelerated.
I'm going to take a look around the other markets. Last trade in the gold, 27.28. More sellers there. Look at crude, $70.81 last trade there. That's been pretty tight range, about $1 in the crude. Right now, all eyes on the NQ and the ES. Last trade in the NQ, 20,174. Very thin on the ladder. Look at the tilt, 62% long. We have seen some heavy tilts to the long side. He's been getting smushed all day.
I have a short out of 39 in the ES. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I have a short out of 39 in the ES as if we spike up there. That's my 65 EMA up 10 points from here.
Working 39s.
Let's hope we don't go in that direction though.
JD working, our risk is set about a couple points above where we're trading right now. So
a couple of tickies up there.
A couple of tickies. Last trade. Here we go. 161s.
Profit target is at 102. Profit target 102.
102. Love it.
Nice. 102. Break these recent lows around 56. We break those lows, we can get a little foul. Do it.
56s.
We have a lot of air if we break below here, so let's
go 159 straight.
See if we can go in that direction.
Zach B, how you been reading these markets today?
Not bad. I was long this morning. Ended up break even in XFAs and combines, despite having that long bias. Caught some decent trades utilizing Bookmap. This is feeling really V-shaped recovery-ish in Dow. Obviously, just what we're looking at objectively on the chart. If we do start to break back down, I think in all of these U.S. indices, we got some room, like we're seeing right there on this trade. Got some room for a pretty aggressive move to the downside if sellers can keep this rolling.
Last trade, 20,150. Did take a peek into the 140s.
Good, JD.
Say again?
Only have a one lot, JD?
Oh, yeah. Looking good. Just one. Just a single.
You can't
One guy.
piece out, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I guess we could hedge by buying some micros.
I could sell a couple more. Really.
Hey, like your head's at.
I like it.
People don't mind that if we get back to 81. We don't want to go in that direction. Big Tesla earnings tonight.
Oh, that's right. They
That's
pushed it back. They pushed it back a week, right, David?
Yes. Spec move is around $14, which will definitely affect the NQs after hours. So something I'll be watching.
Call.
Either
Tesla earnings after the bell. Really quick, upper left-hand corner of the screen. You know what I'm about to say right now. Hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up at Topstep TV, X, Instagram, wherever you want to hit us up at. Share some cool things. Memes, swag, life fun and trader certificates, performance dashboard, analytics, whatever you got. Turn that around to the people in about 40 minutes or so. Again, hashtag Power Hour at Topstep TV.
Coach Hoop in the chat, thinking a big MOC today. What side? Buy side or sell side, Coach Hoop?
Okay.
What are you anticipating?
Mohammed.
David, any thoughts on that? We should be a big MOC today.
I don't see why. Why would it be any different? You guys thinking that's going to be any different tonight as opposed to any other night?
Well, if I know, David.
That's why we're asking
I mean,
you.
Is there a reason?
You're the expert. Yeah.
There's like no option expiration or anything like that, right?
I mean, it'd be cool if it was, yeah. Big MOC. Come on, baby. One time, big MOC. MOC in about 30 minutes or 35 minutes or so.
Good that we're making lower highs.
Yeah, guys, I'm watching Dow just consolidating here. If I had to take a trade, just looking at Bookmap and this big push up, I'd be long. I don't know how I'd structure risk in a really clean way outside of just going below 5-minute lows. I don't love that. Low of day, over 200 points off that. So this is a tough trade. I like the short, cheap short to the downside, but again, this is feeling like buyers stepping back in. If it continues on your guys' side, I think it's obviously got room to go to the downside, but this is feeling like this BS US indice V-shaped recovery after selling off all day, smoking everybody that was trying to get long. Again, I watched tilt throughout the day, just on and off, not really building it into my strategy, anything like that, but just to be aware of it. And strong tilt all day. So I'm sure it was a tough day for a lot of guys trying to pick that bottom. Now we do have this big move off the bottom. You're not going to be able to get a stop loss way, way down below here unless you're expecting this huge move through MOC. But it's a tough play right now. It's a tough play right now.
Tilt's been heavy long.
I'm with you. I think everything's a tough play right now.
Yeah, most of the way down. Tilt's seen it up in the 70s, 75% long. Essentially just sell into the rip today. See what happens here in the last 45 minutes of trading.
Right at the neckline in the S&Ps here on this potential head and shoulders, inverted head and shoulders.
Could be some decent resistance around 82 in these NQs.
82.
Don't want it to go much above that.
82, 85. Yep, right around there. It's consolidating right now. Look at the tilt. I got NASDAQ. What was it? NASDAQ tilt 69% long. Average price of, taking heat on it right now, 20,209 average long price. They're taking some heat there. Shorts are the play.
Still liking the shorts? Is that what you said, Andre?
Maybe shorts are the play with this tilt looking, 69% long in the NASDAQ. They're taking heat. Average long price is 20,211. They're about 40 points. Yeah, 40 points underwater right now, based on what the tilt's showing. What do you think, JD?
No.
Well, of course, this trade is going to influence my bias just a little bit, but looking at a 5-minute chart, I do see it's an obvious bull flag setting up. Hoag's looking at a reverse head and shoulders, inverse head and shoulders. A lot of signals point to the long side. There really are.
Hoag, what are you thinking?
Sell.
All right.
Everyone's buying. Sell. Everyone's selling.
Everyone's
buy.
buying. Everyone's selling. Then buy. I don't know. I'm kind of watching this on inverse head and shoulders there. If we do get a breakout above that, I could see us getting 813, maybe even 20 points on that. Let's see what the measured move would be on this. Here's what you do for inverse head and shoulders. You take
I like that. Yeah.
You take the top of the head to the neckline or the breakout point. Let's just call it there, and then you go from the breakout point the same distance. Could take us all the way up to 58.60, which I think 58.59, 58.60, which I think is a little bit outrageous. I don't see that happening, but I don't get to choose that. Just kind of watching to see what price action looks like up against this neckline here.
I said I got a little short if we spike up to 39. Yes.
Nice.
Yes. Yeah, see, that's a
like
spike base. There it is. There's the breakout of the neckline. I'm gonna put a couple on there, just because David told me to.
I like
just
that.
Because?
For reasons.
What'd you do, Hoag?
We're long 2 E-mini S&Ps on the breakout of the neckline. Doesn't look like it's really doing much there. I mean, we would look for a bigger move up above that, but we also have that 50 session moving average kind of up against that. We're just going to let this kind of hang out here a little bit. I'm not going to risk a lot on this. If it doesn't start to go quickly, this would be more of a time stop.
All right, what price?
I like it.
We are long 58.31 half.
Beautiful.
31 hook. Okay.
I think we got room up to the 39.40 now, if we can follow through to the upside here.
Up to 39s. All right, house count long in the ES from 58.31 half, long 2 times.
Just to make it interesting.
I'm eyeballing a long on YM myself.
Okay.
Just looking at how I would structure risk on this one.
Let's trade YM 42,736.
I love the drama. 2 longs and a short power hour.
Like it.
Well, you can't say it's boring today, then.
Hell no, David. Last trade in the NQ 20,183 in the ES 58.31 half. Tilt's starting to grow now. NASDAQ long 74%. ES long as well. 74%.
I need this thing to go, and I need it to go now.
This is the 4th time in the NQs we're testing this 83, 85.
I got out of one of them just to trim some of the risk. It's not doing what I want, so I got out of one.
Okay. 1.
Mm. Mm.
And again, the NQs couldn't clear that.
For the breakout of the neckline, huh?
It's like the fifth time we tested those 82s, 83s. That's what we need above. I mean, there's still a lot of time left. It's only 322. But since we've gone on, it's just been in this little, 20-point range, the NQs.
Gotta break out, right?
And we are we're losing about 200 on this trade. I'm gonna flatten.
If you played the breakout or the breakdown since we've gone on, you've done nothing but lose money. Either way,
right?
So far,
yeah, right.
Up in this range right now. Got Zach eyeing perhaps a long in the YM.
Yep. Looking to see if we're gonna kind of go ahead, guys.
That's okay. I like the ES long if we pull back to 24.25. That looks. They both look the same to me. If we pull back to 24.25, I'll buy a little ESs for the rest of the day.
25
for a while, anyway. That looks constructive. Just resting. Is that what you say when we're not in good? It's just resting?
Yes.
All right, so we're testing again the NQs here. Jeez Louise, do something.
Pop, break.
Yeah.
Gold chilling.
Mohammed, I see you in the chat. Mohammed, are you short the NQ right now? Is that what you're saying?
Mohammed. Mohammed's, he's been slinging some size today.
He's been saying you can't trust the buyers. Buyers are thieves.
Trying here. They are trying here.
Mohammed is short.
Short.
Stopped out. Mohammed is stopped.
829 last trade in the ES. It's like NASDAQ wanted to make the first move to the upside. It's got to break out. It's got to get into the 190s. Obviously into the 200s would maybe confirm. Here come some sellers.
It's crazy.
Yep.
Right now. Again, it's early though. Got time.
177 last trade. And Q.
All right. I'm not getting what I want on that, so I'm out. We'll see if we can't find something else to do, huh, guys?
Yeah. Got David looking for 24s, perhaps 24s, 25s.
No, I'll try a little 24s. If we pull back fast, I'll try a little 24s.
And I am still holding short.
Stay strong, JD. All right, Zach, looking at the YM here, pulling back a little bit, 20 or 42,705, 707 is now trade.
Yep, getting ready to hit that buy button. I just want to see if we hold the bottom of this 5-minute consolidation, just tap this 42,700 level. Looks like we're trying to. Kind of like a buy low in this area of consolidation with the immediate trend to the upside. Obviously not the daily trend to the upside. But it's a risky one, man. I won't survive much of a wick down. I'd probably be looking for somewhere around the 50, 60 point stop loss size at the most. And targeting a move back up towards VWAP. Got a couple levels on Bookmap that I have marked on my chart as well that look legit right around the 788 and 818 levels on YM.
Dig it.
Look,
we can
look at the tilt here. Yeah, tilt 73% long still. In the NASDAQ, 62% of that 74% is in the money. Yes, now 70%
David,
long.
I don't think we're going to get your 24s.
Good. I hope we do.
And I am stopped out.
I'm 24.39. Both sides.
Yeah, I'm long one from 718 in YM.
I like it. I like it. I like it. We're trying to break out here.
Seven along 2 S&Ps again, trying to get this break out of this stupid neckline here.
What price?
See what happens. 58.31 quarter.
Okay.
Same spot as last time, isn't it? I'm with you, Zach.
Let's go. Bulls on parade.
Let's do it.
Good job, guys.
Long America, baby.
We got room to
Oh yeah.
Nice.
We got room to the 30s and 40s in the NQs now if we can really break out. 203 30s, 203 40s.
We tried the once, didn't work. Tried it again. At least it's going for now.
See if the NQ wants to get into the 200s. Last trade 20,198. is now.
Yeah.
We'll give the 200s a kiss and then push through. People in the chat talking about VWAP in the ES and NQ. VWAP in the ES 58.46. Last trade 58.32. Where's George?
That's where
all
we're
roads
going. I'll
lead
put
to
on
George.
50.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Wow, 79% long. 79% long in the ES right now. 77% long in the NASDAQ.
Why do they got a record?
Growing.
Yeah, that scares me.
I know.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, well, you could have said that all day, right? Because they were long all day. You know, I watched that, and
yeah, that's true.
Not all day, but on a day like today, when you continually see green tilt, and we are just absolutely melting faces to the downside, it displays, I think, a lot of the issues that guys struggle with, trying to pick the top and trying to pick the bottom. You get the cheap trade, but
100%.
if that's your approach, I hope you're starting small, trading micros, and you've got some bullets in the chamber to survive the stop outs that are going to come with that.
Yeah, you'll get run over a bunch of times. Oh, here we go.
Yep.
I'm bidding 61s in the NQs if we can get a decent pullback here.
Nice, David. 61 bid. Q.
Just not getting any momentum on this breakout here.
See if we got any block orders on the ladder in the ES. Nothing really